Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. The fan novelization by Jeremy Terry. Prologue. Two Lovers. The full moon set high in the sky over Crystal Lake, New Jersey, its skull face grinning down like a demented silver jack-o'-lantern. Night birds sang their melancholy songs to the night from their perches in the trees over a cluster of abandoned cabins. They didn't know it, and wouldn't care if they did. But terrible things had been done near that place. They were impassive as long as they could keep singing in the dark. A new light cut across the moon's reflection, cast from the bow lights of a small cabin cruiser that idled just offshore. Below the vessel, something slept the sleep of the dead. Snatches of whispered conversation and a teenage girl's giggles floated over the placid water. Then another voice spoke. "It's like this. We live in claustrophobia, a land of steel and concrete, trapped by dark waters. There is no escape, nor do we want it. We've come to thrive on it and each other. You can't get the adrenaline pumping without the terror, good people. I love this town. You've been listening to WGAZ, the electricity of Manhattan. This request has gone all the way out to Crystal Lake and the senior class of Lakeview High." "Hey," said the girl as she and her boyfriend slow danced through the boat's stateroom. "That's us." Her name was Susie. She was 18 years old with orange hair and a cloud of freckles on the bridge of her nose and cheeks. Her boyfriend was Jim. He was tall, thin, with black hair and came from a rich family. They stopped swirling and twirling and glanced over at the small AM/FM radio sitting in the windowsill over the bed. "They'll be graduating on the 13th of this month, and we wish them the best of luck and success when they visit our seductive city. Our lore is a great one, young friends, but beware, the City of Lights cast many shadows indeed." "Awesome," Susie said. "Is that how you feel right now?" Jim asked, kissing her shoulder. "Awesome?" "Ask me again in 5 minutes," she replied with a coquettish smile. She planted a soft kiss of her own on his lips. "I'm talking about graduation," he said. "About being able to do whatever we want to do from now on." She ran her hands across his bare skin beneath his shirt and felt goose flesh rise. "It feels excellent." "Yeah, it does," he said, backing away. "I need to go drop anchor before this goes any farther." "Hurry back," she said, walking towards the bed and throwing back the sheets. The sight of her climbing in and tossing her underwear aside set his insides ablaze. He turned and left the cabin. Spring had yet to fully fight off winter's chill, and he shivered in the cool night air. The sound of the water lapping against the boat's hull was soothing, and he smiled. Some people would call him a spoiled little rich kid, with the boat and his car packed back at the marina, and he could see their point. Still, he could take their ire if it meant he could have moments like this. He moved forward along the boat to the bow and knelt beside the anchor hoist. He put his hand on the release and then paused, looking out across the lake to the shore where a cluster of run-down cabins and an old lifeguard's tower sat. Creeping vines grew up the cabin's walls, climbed the tower's rotten legs. It hung from the caves like dangling, grasping fingers. "Is that where we are?" he thought with a shudder. Old stories filled his mind, and he looked back to his task. He released the latch and watched as the thick chain unspooled, dropping the ship's anchor down into the dark depths. It hit bottom, slid along the muddy lake bed, and finally caught on an electrical cable as thick as a man's leg. The anchor tugged the cable out of place and on top of a strange shape that lay amidst the broken remnants of a shattered dock. Its head bobbed and its arms swayed on the gentle current. Unaware that he and Susie were no longer alone, Jim walked back along the boat and down into the cabin where Susie waited for him with a smile on her lips. He kissed her, but his fervor from minutes before was gone. "What's wrong?" she asked. He sat on the bed beside her, trying to find his grin, but not quite able to. "It's nothing." Susie sat up, frowning. "Come on, Jimmy, I know that something is bothering you." He sighed, glancing out the small window that faced the shore. It's just that we're right around that old summer camp where all those murders took place. The boat creaked as if someone was treading on its decks with steps. Susie grabbed the bedsheets and pulled them up to her neck as if they were armor that could protect her from lurking intruders. What murders? Jim met her gaze, remembering that Susie had only moved to Crystal Lake a few years before. The stories of Camp Blood were old, most occurring before the two of them were out of diapers. He wasn't surprised that she wasn't familiar with them. "Never mind," he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "Trust me, you don't want to know about it." "Bullcrap!" she snapped. "You can't drop some vague shit on a person like that and then leave them in the dark. Tell me!" "There's nothing to worry about, Susie," he said. "The guy's dead now, somewhere at the bottom of this lake, if you believe the stories. Let's drop it, okay?" He tried to kiss her, and she leaned away, her expression serious. "What stories?" Jim studied her stern face for a second and then began to speak. "There was this boy named Jason Voorhees. He was 8 years old when he drowned. Apparently the counselors that were supposed to be watching over the swimming area had wandered off to explore each other instead. One camper heard Jason's pleas for help, but they were even smaller than him and couldn't swim. The last thing they saw before they ran to find an adult was Jason's hand slipping beneath the dark waters of the lake." "How awful!" Susie gasped, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. "They never found Jason's body," Jim continued, warming to his subject. Susie thought he was starting to sound like one of the camp counselors he was talking about, sitting around a campfire telling ghost stories. A bunch of years went by and people began to forget. That's when the murders started. "Was it Jason?" Susie asked. "Did he come back for his revenge?" Jim paused for effect and then shook his head. "That's what some people thought, but they were wrong. Jason's mother, Pamela Voorhees, blamed the counselors for her son's death. She killed the two most responsible, the two lovers who should have been watching Jason in the water, the year following her son's death. The camp was closed for a time until a man named Steve Christie decided to reopen it. This sent Pamela over the edge, and she returned to the camp and tried to kill all the counselors and Christie himself." Jim stopped talking, letting the silence spin out around them. Finally, he ran a finger across his throat. "Mrs. Voorhees got her head chopped off by one of them instead." "So, the murders stopped?" Susie asked. Jim shook his head. "No, they didn't. Legend has it that Jason was there that night and that he saw his mother get decapitated. They say he vowed to avenge his mother's death by killing every teenager in the area. And every now and again, the murders will start up anew." The boat rocked on a gentle swell, and a whippoorwill sang its forlorn song, sending a chill down both of their spines. Jim was a better storyteller than he thought he was because he'd given himself the heebie-jeebies. He put his arm around Susie and nuzzled her neck. "Forget about it, babe. They're just stories." Susie remained tense. "We're the last graduating class, right?" Jim kissed her neck, his fright already forgotten. "Right? I mean, Lakeview High just closed its doors for good, right?" she asked. "Right," Jim said, reaching for her chest. "So there's no reason for Jason to come back because there won't be any of us around, right?" Jim stopped and stared at her. "Right, except that Jason Voorhees died a long time ago, so none of it matters anyway. There is no such thing as zombie kids who murdered their camp counselors." Susie blushed and turned away from him. "I know that. It was just a scary story, that's all. I mean, look at us all alone out here on this lake. No other people around for miles. You know this is how a lot of scary movies start. The next thing you know, we'll look out the window and see some squishy monster reaching out to grab us and drag us back to the bottom of the lake with it." At this new horrifying idea, Both teens looked up at the window, holding their breath. Nothing moved. "Well, shit," Jim laughed, pulling her down beside him on the bed and kissing her in earnest. The idea of us alone out here gets me excited. We can be as loud as we want and don't have to worry about anyone hearing us." Susie giggled in spite of herself and kissed him back as she rolled on top of him. "You perv, do you ever think of anything else?" "That's not true," Jim said, winking at her. "I think about a lot of things. So let's stop talking about them and start doing them." Jim sealed her mouth with a kiss, taking away the last of her resistance. They reveled in each other as the night slowly ticked. Outside, the wind picked up, pushing against the tethered craft. The boat strained against the anchor holding it in place. The anchor's blade rubbed against the electrical cable, splitting the rubber cover and biting into the wire beneath. Blue-white sparks lit up Crystal Lake, killing the fish in the immediate area and shocking life back into a dormant shape. On shore, the streetlights that lit the vacant campgrounds flickered and then died. Awareness came back, and with it the rage. Synapses fired, carrying terrible memories through his mind. He saw Mother. She was kind and loving. She didn't care if he was ugly or different. She didn't care that he chose not to speak. He saw his father, the man who loved his wife so much that he'd risk his very soul in a bargain with things beyond the veil so that she could give birth to him. His father, who had balked when he'd realized that the child created by the pact with the Deadites was more monster than man. More images flashed by. He playing in the lake, drowning, coming to an unknown time later to find that his body was decayed and bloated from his time beneath the water, and yet he still lived. He found his way to an old shack and made it his home while his body healed itself. The voices of the Deadites told him he would never die. They told him he would go on, and he believed them. He saw the pretty woman with the short blonde hair killing Mother, felt the pain of her loss as keenly as the moment she'd first been taken from him. He thought himself lost and alone, and he hadn't known what to do. Then the Deadites' voices faded away, and Mother's voice took their place. She knew exactly what he should do. He was a good boy, and he did what he was told. A stream of screaming, bloody faces passed through his mind's eye, victims of his wrath. He'd stabbed them, sliced them, chopped and sawed them. He saw the faces, all of them, a face of a blond boy wearing glasses, heard him screaming, "Die, die, die," as the boy chopped his body with his own machete. They'd buried him then, and there had been peace for a time. Then the same blond boy, grown older, had dug him up and stabbed his body through the heart with an iron rod during a thunderstorm. Lightning crashed, and he was brought back. More teenagers had paid the price until the blond boy had managed to strap him below the lake's surface. Another blonde person, this one a girl, had awakened him next. She'd done so with her mind, and despite all the hurt that had come before, she'd hurt him worse than any other. In fact, she'd almost finished him for real. She'd used her strange gift to summon a spirit who'd once again lashed him to the bottom of the lake and put out his lights. Now, thanks to the electrical cable and the boat overhead, he was back, and he was so very angry. Jason opened his one good eye and glared up along the anchor chain to the boat above him. He heard muffled voices, gasping in passion, and clenched his bony fists. "Yes, Jason," said Mother. "They will never leave you alone, and they will never stop doing the bad thing, not unless you make them, my special boy." Jason would stop them. Oh, yes, he would. He reached down and shoved the wood piled on top of him away. Then he took hold of the anchor chain and began to climb. The boat swayed almost imperceptibly, and a loose board creaked up on deck as if someone had stepped on it. Susie disentangled herself from Jim and sat up, clutching the covers to her naked breast. "Did you hear that?" Jim growled, trying to pull her back down on the bed. "Hear what?" Susie leaned away from him, clearly not in the mood anymore. "That creak, it sounded like someone walking on the deck." Jim rubbed a hand over his eyes in frustration. "Come on, Susie, there's no one out there." He reached for her one more time and stopped at the look on her face. Sighing, he sat up and pulled his boxer shorts on. "Okay, I'll go check it out. I'll be right back." "That's what people say in scary movies," she said. "They say they'll be right back, but they never are because they get killed by the psycho murderer guy." Jim stopped in the cabin doorway and winked at her over his shoulder. "I'll be right back." Susie dropped the sheet and shot him a bird, but Jim didn't see it. He was already gone. "You stupid idiot," she grumbled as she grabbed his button-up shirt and put it on, buttoning it closed with shaking fingers. "Don't you know you aren't supposed to tempt fate?" She sat on the edge of the mattress, trying to let the gentle rocking of the boat calm her frazzled nerves. She took a deep breath, attempting to slow her pounding heart so that she could hear the presence of a stranger among them. A minute passed, and then two, and Jim wasn't back. She stood and crept to the door. "Jimmy? Jim?" He didn't answer. "Stop screwing around, Jim. I mean it. I swear I'm cutting you off if you try to scare—" A shadow moved into the doorway, a long knife held above its head, an old hockey mask on its face. Susie didn't have time to scream before it brought the shining blade down. It struck her chest. Strange, there was no pain. She glanced down as the masked man pulled the knife back, and she saw that the blade was fake, the tip made to slide into the base of the knife and give the illusion that it had penetrated flesh. Her would-be killer held his hand up and thrust the false blade against his palm to demonstrate, and then pulled the mask off his face. "Got you good, Susie," Jim said, laughing as he tossed the fake knife and mask away into the dark. Susie was not amused. She crossed her arms over the place where the knife had touched her and stomped back to the bed. Jim followed after, his laughter dying on his lips. "Come on, babe," he said. "It was just a joke, you know, a little Camp Blood levity to clear the air after the story. Didn't you hear what I was saying before you jumped out at me? I hope you like your hand because you are cut off." "Seriously?" he asked. Her dagger-like stare was answer enough. "You planned this, didn't you?" she asked. "You bought that knife and that stupid mask and brought it along just to scare the ever-loving shit out of me." His face flushed, and he looked down at his bare feet in shame. "Yeah, I did. I thought it would be funny, you know. I'm an idiot." Susie raised one eyebrow. "And?" "All right," he said, sensing her anger fading away. "I'm an idiot and a major ass, and I'm very sorry." "And you'll never do something like that again?" she prompted. "And I'll never do anything like that again," he repeated, raising his hand and drawing a cross over his heart for emphasis. "Will you forgive me?" "No," she said with a hint of a smile on her pretty face. Jim saw this and sighed with relief. Maybe the night wasn't ruined after all. He scooted closer to her and put his arm around her waist. She leaned into his touch and pressed her lips to his. "Nope," he thought as they lay back onto the mattress. Not ruined at all. He walked the deck beneath the silver dollar moon with its skull face, a monster from the deep reborn to plague the world once again. He stepped into the wheelhouse and paused in front of the open bathroom door to stare at his reflection in the small mirror over the sink. He was a travesty, a soggy creature that should have ceased moving years ago, and yet he still walked. He saw the old wound in his forehead from an axe, saw his rotten teeth through his cheek. One eye was gone, eaten by fish or some other animal long ago. He looked down at his hands and saw the bones poking through his decayed flesh. "It's okay," said the voices of the things inside him, the things from the cursed book his father used to give him life. "Remember, you are eternal. You will heal. You will go on so that you can continue the work you were born to do." "That's right," Mother said. "You aren't done yet. Can't you hear them in there? Running like pigs in their own filth? Kill them, Jason. Kill them and all their friends. Listen to your mommy." "Listen to your mommy, boy," said the voices. Jason would. He turned from the mirror and his gaze fell on something long and black hanging in a rack on the wall. He grabbed it, turned it this way and that in the dim light from the boat's instrument panel. The spear gun brought back another memory. The girl was dressed in a sweater and capri slacks, her hair dark as night. He'd found her kneeling on the end of a dock trying to fish a man's wallet out of the lake. The wallet had belonged to the fat man he'd gotten his first hockey mask from. He'd gotten something else from the fat man as well. He'd stopped at the beginning of the dock and aimed it at the woman. She'd thought him, the fat man at first, thought he was joking with her. "Shelley?" she'd asked. He'd pulled the spear gun's trigger, and a spear had flown true, striking the woman in her eye and sending her toppling backwards into Crystal Lake, where she died in a spreading pool of watery blood. He gripped the spear gun tighter and walked down 2 steps into the boat's combined dining area and galley. The door to the bedroom was on the far side. It was open, and he could see 2 writhing shapes beneath the bed sheets. Their grunts and moans of pleasure stoked the fiery rage inside him. He stalked forward and stopped when something caught his eye. He knelt, picked it up, and held it reverently in his hands. It was an old hockey mask. The white plastic was yellowed with age, and there was a red, upside-down triangle on the forehead and red diagonal lines below the eye holes. Were it not for the missing axe mark on the top, it might have been his old mask. He slipped it on and adjusted the straps, feeling complete again. He turned back to the moaning duo, ready to bring their joy to a screaming and bloody end. Jim was in heaven, and it was getting better by the second. He hoped that it was just as good for Susie, and that she was getting close because he was nearing the point of no return, and he was about to get his whether she got hers or not. He called her name and felt her body go rigid beneath him. He smiled, proud of his prowess as a lover. "Jason!" Susie hissed. Jim frowned, unsure what she'd said. Had she said another man's name while making love to him? "Jason!" she screamed, shoving Jim off. Jim rolled over and sat bewildered beside her against the headboard. He looked where she was staring and saw a huge man dressed in a muddy black work shirt, pants, and torn black gloves. Jim's hockey mask covered the man's face. "Dude, what the fuck?" he said. "What are you doing on my boat?" The big man didn't answer. He just stared from the masked black eye holes, as still as a corpse in its grave. Then the man lifted the spear gun in his right hand and took aim. "Hey!" The twang of the spear gun's big rubber bands filled the cabin. and then Jim heard a thunk as the spear's three-pointed tip embedded itself in the wood an inch from his head. "Oh fuck, this is real," Jim thought. "This maniac is trying to kill us. There's no way out. He's got us trapped like rats." Except there was a way out. Susie stood and slammed her hands into the small window over the bed and began to crawl through. Jim watched her and then turned back to the man stalking towards him. There was no time. Susie might get free. Maybe. It would depend on how long the killer took with Jim. A strange sense of unreality washed over Jim, and he sat placidly back against the headboard. It was as if he were watching the whole scene played out on a movie theater screen. It was like it was happening to somebody else. At least that was how it felt until the man thrust the empty spear gun forward, stabbing 5 inches of its tubular barrel into Jim's stomach. Pain blossomed in his stomach, so much pain. Jim hadn't known a person could feel pain like this. Then the man picked him up with the spear gun, its tip sliding further and further into his body. Jim felt something tearing, and then his throat and mouth were full of blood. He coughed red droplets onto the upturned mask, and the mask stared blankly back. Jim tried to curse his murderer and couldn't draw the breath to speak. The man reached up with his slimy left hand to grab Jim's shoulder, and Jim smelled the fetid, watery stench of the man. He registered the pale gray skin of his neck, and realization struck home. His killer was a dead man, and he knew his name, had spoken it aloud just minutes before. "Jason!" Jim spat, reaching out to swipe at the slasher's face and missing. His hand hit a porthole to his right and left a bright red streak. Jason yanked down on Jim's shoulder, impaling the teenager further on the spear gun. Jim felt one of his lungs and his heart rupture. Blood left him in a rush, rained down over Jason's hand and booted feet. His last thought was of Susie. He hoped she'd had enough time to hide or jump from the vessel. He prayed she would be okay. Light faded from the world, and Jim closed his eyes. Jason lowered the boy to the bed and then pried the spear from the wall. There had been no splash. The girl was still on board. He turned and walked through the boat and up onto the deck, feeling for her. He knew she was close. The voices told him so. He looked towards the bow, considered it, and then turned around. He walked along the port side of the boat, listening to the voices, clamoring that he was almost upon her. He came to a hatch on the deck just behind the wheelhouse and knew it was right. He bent over and flung the hatch open. The girl was there. She lay on her back in a space meant to hold fishing gear. There was barely space for her to fit, and she had wedged herself inside. Now she was trapped, and all she could do was stare up into Jason's one glinting eye as he took the spear in both hands and ever so slowly lowered the killing point towards her. "Oh no!" she screamed. "Please!" The tip was a foot away from her chest, 6 inches. He stopped, looking into her soul. He held the tip still while she gasped and sobbed. She reached up and tried to break the spear, to yank it from his hands, and found she couldn't. Still, Jason waited. Then he pushed down against her grabbing, desperate hands, slowly, ever so slowly. The tip found the cleft between her breast and passed through. The girl's screams turned to desperate squeals as she beat at his hands. He pushed the spear all the way through her, yanked it free, and pushed it in again, and again, and again. Finally, her squirming and cries came to an end, and Jason slammed the hatch shut on her corpse. They were the first. The voices and Mother told him there were more visitors close by. They told him what to do, and he obeyed. After all, he was a good boy. He walked from the stern to the bow and pulled the lever to raise the anchor. Then he walked into the wheelhouse and turned on the boat's big diesel engines. He took the wheel, pushed a lever forward, and heard the engines rev as the boat's prop began to spin. "Good boy," Mother said. "Just keep following our directions. We'll take you to their friends. Mother is so proud of you." That was all that Jason needed to hear. Somewhere up ahead were more teenagers and adults who needed to pay. They were like all the others that had come before, and they would meet the same fate. Jason turned the wheel, piloting the boat towards the east end of Crystal Lake, where a river would lead him to the deep blue sea. Chapter 1. The Graduates of Lakeview High. A thin fog drifted over the calm water. It twined through the forest floor beyond the parking lot and harbor master's shack as if it had a mind of its own. The sun shone through it, giving the mist a ghostly, ethereal glow. On any other morning, Charles McCulloch might have thought the sight beautiful, but not this one. He stared down at his clipboard with its neatly typed list of names, not seeing the words. He stared between them at the white expanse, seeing his wife's angry face staring back at him from the blank emptiness. They'd had another fight the night before, after Rennie had left to spend the night at her former English teacher, Colleen Van Deusen's house. At least Margaret waited until Rennie was gone to lay into me, he thought bitterly. When had their marriage become so vitriolic? Was it one big incident that caused the great rift, where there had once been a quiet, comfortable love? Or was it a bunch of small things, an offhanded comment here, inattentiveness there, that piled up until the day things had turned into an insurmountable chasm he would see no way past? "I hate you." That was the last thing his wife had said to him before he walked out of the house that morning. "You don't care about me," she'd said. "You're a cold man. All you care about is your responsibilities. You don't even care about the kids at that school. If you really cared about me or this marriage, you would stay home so we could work through this. But I know you won't. You never put me first. You never have, and you never will. I know that now." Her words had hurt him, stabbed him like a dagger through his heart, partly because deep down he suspected she was right. After all, no one knew us better than ourselves, except for our spouses. He'd stood there in the doorway with his bags in hand, trying to find the words to fix things, and was unable to come up with anything other than he had a responsibility to uphold. Finally, he'd mentioned that the school was closing, that he would have all the time in the world for her when he got back. They could go on vacation, just he and her. She had cut him off mid-sentence with those 3 awful words. "I hate you." It wasn't just the words. If it was, he could just brush it off. People said terrible things to each other when they were upset or angry, things they really didn't mean. But it was the way Margaret looked at him when she had said it. She'd meant it. How could love remain in the face of that? How could it not be burned to ashes by the fire in her green eyes? "Mr. McCulloch, sir?" The voice pulled him back from the space between the typed words, and he looked up at the 2 young women standing before him. They were 2 of the graduating students from Lakeview High that he would be chaperoning over the next several days. They were part of the responsibilities that were pulling him away from his wife, and, for a moment, he hated them as much as his wife claimed to hate him. "It's all their fault," he thought resentfully. "Theirs and all the others, even Rennie's." The red-headed girl shifted her weight nervously from one foot to the next. "Sir, did you need anything else from us, or can we go?" He glanced over his shoulder at the ship floating at anchor beside the dock and sighed, waving them away. "Go on, girls. Just remember, the shuffleboard tournament will start at 6 sharp. Non-attendance will result in your time in port being restricted once we get to New York, understand?" The 2 girls nodded and moved past him. McCulloch watched them go and then looked back to the parking lot where more young men and women were getting their stuff together and kissing their parents goodbye. There were so many smiling, happy faces. The sight reminded him of what he stood to lose, and the thought made him sick to his stomach. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a half-eaten roll of antacids. He popped 2 into his mouth, considered, and then put a third in. The taste was chalky, and the bitterness set his teeth on edge. 2 more students walked up. The one on the right was a white male with short brown hair and blue eyes. His name was Sean Robertson. He wore a denim jacket and jeans, and he was deep in conversation with the handsome blonde man beside him. His name was Miles Wolfe. "You're telling me that this boat has a pull with a 3-meter diving board?" Miles was asking. "First off, dude, it's a ship, not a boat," Sean said with a grin. "And yes, it has a pool. It also has a disco, a fully furnished gym, a game room, and a lot more." "Damn," Miles said. "I might just blow off New York and stay on this thing." "You'll do no such thing, Mr. Wolfe," McCulloch growled through his clenched teeth. He checked off each teenager's name on his clipboard and then studied them with a jaundiced eye. "Your itinerary has been carefully planned, and make no mistake, it will be executed accordingly." "Oh, of course, sir," Miles said. He put a hand over his mouth as if to stifle a yawn and muttered, "We wouldn't want to risk anyone enjoying this trip now, would we?" McCulloch glared at the boy, was about to chastise him when Sean stepped between them, looking like a little lost puppy, and asked, "Which cabin is Rennie going to be staying in, Mr. McCulloch?" McCulloch turned his attention to the shorter boy, frowning. Here was another problem that he didn't need. First, he had to make sure all the kids were accounted for, safe, and, above all, not breeding or catching any diseases from each other. Second, he had his wife. Then there was this young man sniffing after his niece like a dog sniffing a bitch in heat. "Rennie is not coming," McCulloch said harshly. Sean's shoulders slumped. "But I thought—" "She changed her mind," McCulloch said, cutting the young man off. He scanned a few lines on his clipboard. "Let's see. Mr. Wolfe is in stateroom 111, and you, Mr. Robertson, are in 225. Sean opened his mouth to reply and was interrupted again by a booming voice from behind McCulloch. All 3 men turned to see Admiral Robertson, Sean's father, standing on the ship's upper deck with his hands on his hips. The former Navy sailor still looked the part in his crisp white uniform and hat that rested on his neatly trimmed gray hair. "Sean," called the Admiral, "where the hell have you been? We've already started early departure protocols." "Be right there, Dad," Sean called as he and Miles moved past McCulloch and up the ramp onto the ship. McCulloch had to repress a smile at Sean's sudden anxiety. He turned back to the parking lot and waited for the next group to approach. Neither he nor anyone else noticed the small cabin cruiser as it drifted from the river mouth out into the harbor. Colleen Van Dusen pulled her old BMW into a parking spot and killed the engine. Through the window she could see groups of kids and their parents pulling luggage from the trunks of cars and vans. A happy sight. Through the windshield she could see McCulloch standing sentinel on the dock with his clipboard in hand. That was not a happy sight. She turned to the pretty red-headed girl sitting in the passenger seat beside her and saw that she was staring at the man with apprehension evident on her face. Toby, the young woman's border collie, stared at his master and whined. He could sense her unease as well. "Rennie?" The 17-year-old girl tore her eyes away from her uncle and tried to smile at her English teacher. "Yes, ma'am. I'm really glad you decided to come after all." "Me too," Rennie replied. "But I'm not sure Uncle Charles will be." "You let me worry about him, okay?" Colleen said, patting Rennie's knee. "This'll be a good thing. Personal experiences are what fuel the minds of great writers, Rennie. You made the right decision." "Do they fuel the works of not-so-great writers?" Rennie asked with a self-deprecating grin that died on her lips as she turned to stare out the window. Not at her uncle, but at 2 people in a rowboat out towards the middle of the harbor. A memory so vivid it bordered on hallucination filled her mind. In it, she was a young girl. She sat across from her uncle, who was rowing them out towards the middle of a dark lake. She remembered frigid water, not being able to breathe. She remembered hands yanking her down. Strange. Her memory seemed to be dull at that point. The hands on her ankles seemed to be both small and very large, as if she'd been grabbed by a child and grown man at the same time. Is everything okay? Rennie came back to the present and realized she'd been shivering. Realization struck her then, and she had to bite back a gasp. In all the hustle and bustle of her last-minute packing, she'd forgotten to pack her prescription medication. She could see the bottle sitting beside her lamp on her nightstand, could read the name clozapine on the label in her mind's eye. She'd already missed her dose the night before. Would she be okay for a weekend? Rennie, hun? It was too late to worry about that. She would just have to grin and bear it. She turned back to her teacher and nodded. I'm sorry, it was just a little chill. I'm fine. Colleen studied her for a minute, wondering if Rennie's coming might now not be such a good idea after all. She shook her head to clear that thought away. Of course it was a good idea. It was time Rennie experienced more of the world than her own neighborhood. It was time she got away from her overprotective uncle. Did you know that I'm giving up teaching? Colleen asked. Really? Rennie said, frowning. Colleen nodded. I didn't want to start all over at another school since Lakeview is closing its doors. Instead, I've decided I'm going to write that novel I've been threatening to write for years. That's wonderful, Miss Van Dusen. What's it going to be about? A senior class cruise to Manhattan laced with romance, adventure, and murder, Colleen said with a wink. Or a gothic cookbook. I haven't decided which yet. The older lady reached beneath her seat and pulled out an oblong box adorned with the red ribbon and bow. She handed it to Rennie. Go on, open it. Rennie untied the ribbon and removed the box's lid to reveal an antique ink-dip pen nestled in white tissue paper. Stephen King supposedly used it when he was in high school, Colleen said. I don't know what to say, Rennie replied. Just tell me that you'll keep writing, Colleen said. You're the most talented student I've ever had the pleasure to teach. You have a real gift, Rennie. If anybody can make use of that pen, it's you. Tears shined in Rennie's eyes as she leaned over and hugged Colleen. Colleen hugged her back, swearing to herself that this would be the best trip ever for Rennie. She would make sure of it, even if it meant throwing her stick-in-the-mud uncle overboard. Eva Watanabe stood beside her mother's car and stretched, her long legs sticking out beneath her skirt, drawing appreciative stares from several of the boys walking by. She pretended not to notice them, though, inwardly, she was squealing with delight. Just imagine, a whole weekend away from her parents, a weekend spent with her friends on a cruise ship, and walking the romantic streets of Manhattan. Anything could happen. Anything at all. Hey, girl! Eva turned to see her best friend, the beautiful and blonde vision named Tamara Mason, walking toward her across the parking lot, with her bags in hand. Tamara reached Eva and leaned against the side of the car with a wicked grin on her full lips. Are you ready for a wild weekend of drugs, sex, and rock and roll, or what? Eva, palled, shook her head and pointing towards the car's open passenger door. The driver's side door opened and a pretty Asian woman stepped out and favored the blonde girl with a withering grimace. Hello, Tamara, said Mrs. Watanabe, Eva's mother. Tamara didn't miss a beat. Hi, Mrs. Watanabe. I was just kidding, a little pre-cruise humor. Yes, said Mrs. Watanabe, as she walked to the rear of the vehicle and popped the trunk. I'm sure. Eva felt sick to her stomach. Damn Tamara and her big mouth. She rushed around to the trunk and helped her mom take her suitcase out. She kissed her mother on the cheek, grinning like a madwoman in her panic. Don't worry about a thing, Mom. You know me. I'll have a terrific time and I won't do anything stupid, okay? Eva was gone across the parking lot before her stunned mother had time to say another word. Mrs. Watanabe raised her hand and waved after her retreating daughter and shouted, "I love you!" Eva, walking beside Tamara, didn't glance back. Her olive skin did little to hide her embarrassed blush. "I can't believe you did that." Tamara shrugged, unfazed. "I hear most of the crew are cute and in their 20s. This perked Eva up. "Really? I'm sure we'll have no trouble getting them to party with us, especially when I show them this." She carefully unzipped the duffel bag slung over her shoulder and showed Eva a large baggie filled with white powder. "It was my graduation gift from my daddy. It cost over $1,000, but it's the best." Eva felt sick all over again, and yet there was a thrill as well. She had never experimented with anything stronger than cigarettes, and the idea of getting really and truly high intrigued her. "Your dad bought you that?" "More or less," Tamara said, zipping the bag back up. "It came out of my college fund." They were drawing near McCulloch, who was busy with 2 other students. Tamara tried to skirt past him, but was brought up short when he stuck out his arm to block her way by. "Not so fast, Miss Mason," he said, motioning the other 2 graduates by. "Only graduating students are allowed on this cruise." "What are you talking about?" "You never turned in your final biology project, so I've had your diploma rescinded." "You can't do that," Tamara said. "It's already done," he said, glancing at his clipboard and then turning to Eva. "Congratulations on graduating with a 3.9 GPA, Miss Watanabe. You're in stateroom 255. Sure, okay," Eva responded, looking from McCulloch to her friend, unsure if she should walk away or stay to support Tamara. "Look, Mr. McCulloch," Tamara said, "I got into a car accident yesterday on the way to our appointment. It's okay, though, just a bruised arm, no big deal. But you'll be happy to hear that I brought my project with me. It's in my suitcase." "In your suitcase?" he asked with one eyebrow raised, obviously not buying her story. Tamara threw a quick glance to Eva, and Eva found herself talking before she knew what she was going to say. "She's telling the truth, Mr. McCulloch. I was over at her house last night to check on her after the accident, and I saw her packet." McCulloch looked at her with an incredulous expression, but then sighed. Unlike Tamara, Eva had never given him a reason not to trust her. "Fine," he said. "But if it mysteriously disappears en route, I'll have you sent back home the minute we dock, understood?" "Perfectly," Tamara said. She took Eva by the arm and dragged her past McCulloch before he could change his mind. "That was close," Eva whispered. "No kidding," Tamara said. "What a prick." "Keep your voice down," Eva hissed, glancing back over her shoulder to see if McCulloch had heard the insult. "Fuck him," Tamara said. They reached the ramp and started up. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to improvise, of course," Tamara replied with a wink. The cabin cruiser drifted listlessly on the current, carrying with it its cargo of death. Jason walked through the galley to the bedroom, kicking Jim's corpse aside as he went. He stopped at the window, bearing the dead boy's bloody handprint, and stared out at the dock and the people gathered there. His body went rigid as he caught sight of a pretty teenage girl walking beside an older woman. The morning sun shined down on her, seeming to set her red hair on fire. The dead voices inside sang in a chorus at the sight. They recognized her, and so did he. She'd been much younger when she'd fallen into the waters of Crystal Lake and found him there chained and waiting. He grabbed her foot, trying to drag her down. He would have had her, except that the man in the boat had taken hold of her hand and yanked her free of his grasp. She was one of the very few who had escaped him once he decided to kill them, and seeing her on the dock sent him into a fresh rage. She would not escape him a second time. Neither would her friends. "That's right, Jason," said Mother. "They are yours for the taking. Kill them all, my sweet boy. Kill for Mother." He would. God help them, he would. He walked back up on the cabin cruiser's deck and slipped off the side into the brackish water of the harbor. McCulloch glanced at his watch and then to his clipboard, frowning to himself as Colleen approached. "Hello, Charles," she said. "Has everyone checked in?" He tapped 2 names on his clipboard without looking up. "Jim Miller and Susie Donaldson never showed up. I'm a little concerned." "Don't be," she said. "They probably decided to explore each other rather than New York." "How colorful," he said, turning towards the ramp. "Let's go. We're running 5 minutes behind schedule." "Charles, wait. There's someone else coming along, too." He paused with his foot on the ramp and turned. "Of course there isn't." He stopped talking when he caught sight of Rennie and Toby walking towards them along the dock. He opened his mouth to speak, closed it again. He would have plenty to say, but not until Rennie was out of earshot. Rennie reached them, a tentative smile on her face that fell away when she felt the tension in the air. Sadly, she walked by him and up the ramp to board the ship. McCulloch watched her go and then spun on Colleen, his finger in her face. "You never should have brought her here. You have no right." "And neither do you," she responded, not backing down. "It's up to Rennie to decide what she wants to do." McCulloch scoffed. "She doesn't know what she wants. She never had a stable life until she came to live with me." "And she certainly doesn't have one now. She needs to live." "I am her legal guardian," he said, tapping his chest with his free hand. "Not you or anybody else. I alone know what's best for her. End of discussion." "No," Colleen said, pushing past him. "I think it's just the beginning." Rennie stood at the top of the gangway, staring out across the harbor at the 2 men in the rowboat. Just the sight of them set her heart to racing. She closed her eyes, lowered her head, and opened them again. She was looking down the side of the boat into the gently sloshing water by the dock. "Help me!" "I didn't hear that," she told herself. "Please help me!" She looked to her right along the boat and saw him, the boy from Crystal Lake, the boy from her darkest nightmares, the boy who had grabbed her ankle all those years ago and nearly drowned her. "It's not real, Rennie. You didn't take your medicine. That's all that it is. Remember what your doctor said. There's no little boy. There wasn't then, and there isn't now. It's all in your head. You fell out of the boat, and you couldn't swim. You nearly drowned, and that's what caused the nightmares and false memories." "What's wrong, Rennie?" She nearly jumped out of her skin, turning to see Colleen watching her from the top of the ramp. Rennie could tell from the expression on the older woman's face that she was second-guessing Rennie's decision to come on the trip. "Nothing's wrong," Rennie said. "I just got a little dizzy. I'm fine." She grabbed her luggage and called for Toby to follow her. Colleen and McCulloch watched her go, each afraid that they'd made a mistake. Rennie passed by a thin deckhand who paused in the middle of mopping the deck to watch her as well. His hair was greasy, his face covered in 2 days' growth of beard. The eyes staring from deep sockets were bloodshot and wild-looking. She hurried on, wanting to be away from him, and he stared after her until she vanished out of sight, below decks. A decayed, waterlogged arm emerged from the harbor and gripped the small cruise ship's anchor chain. The hockey mask breached the surface as Jason began to climb. Chapter 2. Getting Underway. Sean and Miles walked along the corridor towards the bridge where Sean's dad was waiting for them. Every step closer brought fresh bouts of nausea coursing through Sean. Look at us, he thought, remembering the title of a novel by Charles Dickens. Mrs. Van Dusen had forced them all to read their 9th grade year. That was A Tale of Two Cities. Well, we could be The Tale of Two Sons. I love Miles like he was my own brother, but man, he could try a little less to be perfect at everything. Standing beside him was like standing next to a floodlight. He blinded you until all you could see was him. Case in point, they climbed a narrow stairway and came out into a hive of blinking lights and dials. Admiral David Robertson turned to greet them, as did the ship's chief engineer, a man named Carlson. Admiral Robertson barely glanced at Sean before going to shake Miles's hand. "Hello, Dad," Sean said, chagrined. "Hey, Admiral Robertson," said Miles. "Love your ship." Admiral Robertson grinned and ran a calloused hand over the instrumentation, the very image of a proud father. Looking at him fawning over the inanimate vessel and his friend made Sean want to throw himself overboard. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" Robertson said. "I should have retired from the Navy 10 years ago." "No doubt," Miles said. "Sailing around the world on a ship like this has to be better than sailing a military vessel. You've been really generous to give us this cruise. I know I speak for everybody on board when I say thank you." Miles glanced at Sean, who was busily examining his shoes and pointedly refusing to make eye contact with his father, and realized that he might not be speaking for everyone on board after all. "No thanks necessary," Robertson said. "It's really no trouble at all. Hell, there's only 20 or so of you all. We only need a skeleton crew for that amount, and it's a pleasure to sail her anyway. By the way, congratulations on winning the intramural diving championships. Miles, I'm sure you made your old man proud." Miles blushed, uncomfortable with the praise. "Thank you, sir. Yeah, my pops was over the moon, but I think he's a little biased." "Every father is," Robertson said. If only that were true, Sean thought glumly. "Admiral," interjected Carlson, "have you decided on your departure protocol?" Robertson paused for a second and turned to Sean. "Actually, I thought I'd leave the honors to my son." Sean felt his cheeks grow hot as panic gripped him. He looked from his father to Carlson to Miles and saw each staring back at him in crushing expectation. Screwing up was bad enough, but this would be something else altogether. What if he charted the wrong course and ran them aground or into another vessel? What if he brought the whole ship down with his friends on board? No, this had the potential to be a screw-up of monumental proportions, something that he would never be able to live down. The very idea of it turned his blood to ice in his veins and his bowels to water. "Dad," Sean said, taking a step backward and bumping into the wall, "I don't think—" Robertson ignored this, turning to his chief engineer. "Relinquishing command of the Lazarus to Captain Sean Robertson. But before you take the helm—" Robertson stepped to his workspace and pulled a wrapped package from a shelf beside the ship's helm. He smiled as he handed the gift to his son. Sean took it with numb fingers, fumbling with the tissue paper, and finally managing to tear the package open. Inside, he found an old brass sextant and a brand new navigational computer the size of a large calculator. "Something old and something new," Robertson said. "I used that sextant when I was your age, but now that they have these goddamn computers that do all the work for you." Carlson turned his attention on Sean, awaiting his orders. "Have you decided on a plan of departure, Captain?" Sean took a deep breath, his mind whirling. He had to do this right. He stepped to the instrumentation and tried to draw meaning from the numbers and lines. How about we start up the engines and come about 180 degrees? That was right, wasn't it? He looked to his father and saw disappointment reflected back at him. Robertson crossed to his side. "Aren't you forgetting something?" Words failed him, and Sean could only stare back like a deer in the headlights of an oncoming semi-truck. Robertson reached out and pressed a button. Outside the ship, a loud horn blared stridently. Robertson then grabbed a microphone handset from its hook by the helm and held it out to Sean. "You have to send out the international maritime signal followed by a security broadcast warning so other ships know that we are underway." The radio handset hung in the air like a physical barrier between them, and it was all too much for Sean to bear. He spun on his heels and fled from the cabin. Admiral Robertson stared after him with a heavy heart. He had only wanted to start the voyage in a special way, and the most special way he could think of was by sharing the beginning with his son. Why had he been so pushy? Why hadn't he seen Sean's hesitation and anxiety before it had come to this? Why did he keep failing his son? Sean jogged down a passage and out onto the upper deck, only just realizing that he still clutched his father's gift in his shaking hands. His chest filled with a toxic mixture of love and depression at the sight. Sean stuffed the box into his jacket pocket with tears in his eyes. Ashamed, he wiped them away and looked up in time to barely avoid running headfirst into the same scruffy-looking deckhand that had taken such an avid interest in Rennie minutes before. God, Sean thought with a grimace, how could I miss him? He smells like he hasn't bathed in a month of Sundays. "This voyage is doomed," said the man. "I saw the dead man rise from the black water like Madeline Usher rising from her tomb to the ruin and fall of the House of Usher. He walks these very decks right now, waiting to snuff us all out one by one." "Yeah, doomed," Sean said, skirting past the man. "Tell me about it." He climbed a set of stairs to the pool area and found Rennie walking her dog. She must have felt his gaze on her because she looked up and smiled. Holding her stare was like watching fireworks exploding in the night sky. It filled his heart with light. "Rennie?" he breathed as he drew near her. Toby gave him a half-sniff, wagging his tail in delight. Sean bent down and gave the good dog a scratch behind his ears. "Hi, Sean," Rennie replied as she tucked an auburn curl behind one ear. "I am so glad to see you," he said. "I heard you weren't coming." Rennie knelt and gave Toby a scratch as well, her fingertips brushing against Sean's and sending a shiver down his spine. "Toby and I changed our minds." I got you a present," Sean said. He reached into his jacket pocket, digging past the box his father gave him and pulling out a small oblong box. Rennie blushed as she twisted it in her hands. "Oh, Sean, you shouldn't have. I didn't get you anything." It was Sean's turn to blush, and he found himself wanting to kick imaginary rocks and say, "Aw, shucks." Instead, he waved her comment away. "Forget it. It's a dumb little thing anyway." "I doubt that," she said, opening the box and taking the small silver necklace out. She held it up so that the morning sunlight could play over the Statue of Liberty pendant that dangled from the links. "Sean, it's beautiful." His soul soared at her words. Every embarrassing second with his father on the bridge was forgotten. The day was going to be a brilliant day. Nothing could change that. She turned around and bundled her long curly hair in the hand so that he could put the necklace on her. Finished, she turned so that he could admire it. "What do you think?" she asked. Her small smile quite literally took his breath away, and it was a second before he could speak. "It's beautiful. You're beautiful, Rennie. I was thinking that maybe we could hike to the top of the statue when we got there. I mean, if you felt like it. It's supposed to be 22 stories tall." "I'd love to," Rennie replied with a twinkle in her eye. "Love to do what, exactly?" asked a voice behind them. Each turned to see McCulloch staring at them with a frown on his lined face. "We were talking about how excited we were to see the sights in New York, Uncle," Rennie answered. McCulloch eyed the new necklace. "I'm sure Mr. Robertson, your father, was looking for you." Sean's shoulders slumped. There was no point in resisting. The perfect moment had passed. He nodded to the older man before looking back to Rennie. "I guess I'll see you later." Rennie nodded back, and she and McCulloch watched him walk away. When he was out of sight, McCulloch put a hand on the small of her back and led her to the railing. Rennie felt the thrum of the ship's engines through the bottom of her feet. She stilled herself to look out across the water. The New Jersey shoreline was a thin, receding line just over the horizon, and the deep, cold sea loomed like a great open maw between it and their little boat. McCulloch pointed to a line of dark clouds gathering to the south. "The weather forecast is predicting a storm tonight," he said. "You're making a big mistake, Rennie. It's not too late to put you back on land." Rennie stiffened under his hand and shook her head. "I'm staying." "I don't think that's wise. If Miss Van Dusen knew how afraid you were of—" "She didn't push me into coming, okay?" she said. "It was my choice." McCulloch looked at her for a long moment, pain evident on his face. "I don't want to see you upset or hurting, Rennie. Why are you doing this to yourself?" Rennie turned her face away from him and forced herself to look down into the still gray water rushing by, the sight causing her arms to break out into goose flesh. She rubbed them with her hands and said, "I can't keep living with this irrational fear. I'm not a little kid anymore, Uncle Charles. Hell, I can't even really remember what started it. Sure, I know the story you've told me, but knowing the truth doesn't change what I see when I look out at the water or when I close my eyes at night. Don't you think it's time I faced this head-on and got over it? Aunt Margaret thought so. Why can't you see that it's a risk worth taking?" Of course Margaret sees things like that, he thought. We haven't seen things eye to eye for a while now, apparently. Why would this be any different? He sighed and leaned on the polished railing beside her. His eyes burned with unshed tears, and he had to blink them furiously away before they fell where Rennie could see. "Facing your fears doesn't always conquer it," he said quietly. "I know that," she said, "but I'm staying anyway. I have to do this." He opened his mouth, not sure what he wanted to say. Part of him wanted to be a good, supportive uncle and encourage her in that moment. That part of him was very proud of her. How much courage had it taken her to walk out across that dock and board the ship? Could he have done the same if he were in her shoes? He wasn't sure. Then there was the other part of him, the part that honored discipline and responsibility above all else, the part that said she was making an irrational decision based on raw emotions and that it could only turn out bad for her. That part, the biggest part of him, was the part that had driven his wife away. He closed his mouth and stared out across the deepening sea. His insides, a roil of conflicting motivations that seemed to be tearing him apart at the seams. The camera caught uncle and niece in stark black and white, capturing their truth through the round porthole in the stateroom's wall. It seemed a poetic moment, poignant and pure. It was too bad that the soundtrack accompanying the scene was far from suited to the emotionally charged moments. Wayne Weber panned the camera around, taking in the small cabin with its pile of luggage and coming to rest on Lakeview High's answer to Joan Jett, J.J. Jarrett. She was short, with pale skin, midnight black hair that had been teased and hairsprayed until it resembled a dark cloud. She wore black leather pants, engineer boots, and a black biker jacket over a blood-red corset that did great things for her cleavage. The flying V. Gibson electric guitar she held in her hands matched the corset, but it wasn't just for show. J.J. was shredding up and down the fretboard, her fingers a blur of motion over the strings. Such a talent, Wayne thought, pushing his Buddy Holly glasses further up on the bridge of his nose. She was a beauty, make no mistake about that. He glanced back to the porthole in time to see Rennie walk by, her red hair blowing in the sea breeze. Why can't I fall for a girl like Rennie or JJ? They are both nice. Sure, they're a little different, but breathtaking, and for all that, any guy would agree. Then why, for God's sakes, did he have to fall head over heels in lust for the biggest bitch at Lakeview High? He was worse than invisible to her. He was her doormat and her lapdog, willing to bark and perform tricks at her merest word. The answer was simple. All he had to do was look at Tamara Mason, and his blood would boil. He'd never wanted anything in his life more than he wanted her. It was like a physical need, animalistic and primal. Like a heroin addict craving his next fix, or a man dying in the desert crying for one sip of cool water. Tamara set his soul on fire. The solo came to an end, and J.J. gave him a smile as she unplugged her guitar cable from the small practice amp she'd brought along on the cruise. Wayne stopped recording and lowered his video camera. "Too cool, J.J. You're Your parents really came through." "I know, right?" she said, patting the axe's body with obvious affection. "My folks are the shit, you know? I heard there's a big power room down below where I can get Supreme Concert Hall echo. Come down and shoot a basement tape on me, okay?" Wayne smiled sheepishly, not daring to meet her gaze. He hated to disappoint her, but... "Sure," he said, "but I gotta shoot some shockumentary footage first." One look at him and JJ knew. She crossed the room to him, part of her hurting that this boy she cared so much for was enamored with someone else, part of her angry that someone would use and abuse her friend. She put her hands on his cheeks, felt self-conscious with the intimate touch, and turned the caress into a playful pinch. "Man," she said, letting her hands drop to her sides, "don't tell me you're still trying to scam on Tamara. How long have we known each other? Don't be a dweeb, Wayne. She's not interested in you. Only what you can do for her. She's a user." "I don't mind being used," he said with a shrug. "That's lame and you know it." "She's sexy," he said. "So is my guitar, so what?" Wayne smiled again and threw her a wave as he left JJ. She stared after him and then sighed. Finally, she grabbed her guitar, amp, and a large boombox radio from the floor beside her bed. She stepped out into the corridor and walked in the opposite direction from where Wayne had gone. Her head hung low. There was movement in a dark alcove behind her as Jason stepped out into the passage, the stark fluorescent light showing the complete destruction of his flesh. He watched her go, his waterlogged head cocked to one side. After a second, Jason followed. Chapter 3. Headbanging. The acrid scent of ozone filled the air as JJ exited the stairwell into the cavernous power room. Dials whirred and steam hissed through pipes along the walls and overhead. 3 huge boilers sat against one wall like brooding dragons with fire churning in their bellies. Metal catwalks weaved like spiderwebs through the dimly lit space. JJ walked to the first intersection where the catwalk spanned the length of the room to her left and right, and a set of stairs descended to the chamber floor below. She paused there to look around excitedly. In her mind's eye, she could see herself jamming away with her Gibson on MTV, while her band rocked behind her. "To those who are about to rock, we salute you," she thought. "This place is aching for a video," she said. "Wayne, you're an asshole." She spied an outlet to her left and carried her equipment down to it. She plugged the amp into the outlet and then the guitar cord into the amp. She flipped the switch on the amp's front and thrilled at the audible thrum of energy that coursed through the speaker. She fingered the frets and strummed a power chord. The room was perfect. It was really too bad that Wayne wasn't there to hear it. But hell, what was a girl to do? Boys would be boys, and she wasn't full enough to think she could hold a candle in comparison to perky divine Tamara. Still, there was hope. Wayne wasn't a complete idiot. One day he would wake up and realize that Tamara was a harpy, even if she had perfect tits. "Mine aren't that bad," she thought, glancing down at her chest. "Maybe I shouldn't hide them under this big old jacket. Maybe then he would notice me." "No," she said, her voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. She was who she was, and she wasn't going to change just to catch a boy, even if he was the boy she'd always wanted. She plugged the boombox into the outlet and pressed play on the cassette deck. Immediately, a crunchy rock anthem filled the air around her, and she hooted with joy. It was better than she dreamed it would be. She put pick to string and let the guitar sing along with the rhythm track. The result was pure and simply rock and roll gold. Hell yeah! She closed her eyes, let the notes flow over her and through her. This was magic in the making. Suddenly, a putrid, boggy stink hit JJ and she fumbled the next chord, gagging up thick bile. She vomited the remnants of her lunch on a pair of slimy boots, and then let her eyes drift up and up the legs and torso of a huge man dressed in wet, tattered black pants and shirt. She reached his face and stared into a yellowed hockey mask. The eye holes were deep black pits where no mercy dwelt. JJ dropped her prize Gibson Flying V, turned to run, and found herself staring at a dead end 10 feet further down the catwalk. She turned back, saw the monster stalking towards her. She had only a second. She grabbed the catwalk's handrail and threw herself over the edge. She shrieked as she fell towards the concrete floor 15 feet below. The skeezy-looking deckhand's name was Trammell, but everyone that knew him called him Sausage. Sausage wasn't sure why people called him that. All he knew was that the nickname had followed him for as long as he could remember. He leaned on his mop handle, taking a well-deserved break, in his humble opinion. He had it bad enough when it had been just dealing with the spoiled little brats running around half-dressed and treating him like he was their butler back home. One blonde girl and her Asian friend had tried to score heroin off of him. What did he look like, Pablo fucking Escobar? That was all bad enough, but the big dude was much worse. That big slimy dude with the hockey mask he'd seen climbing up the anchor chain like some diseased spider. He knew who the big dude was. Oh, most certainly he did. Hadn't they been just a few miles as the crow flies from where it all happened? Sausage grew up nearby, and he'd heard all the stories about Jason and his crazy mother. Shit, he'd even met the boy that was supposed to have done Jason in. Tommy Jarvis was the boy's name, though he wasn't a boy when Sausage met him. That had been just after the incident with Roy Burns. Everyone had thought that Jason was back then, but the murderer had turned out to be a grieving paramedic named Roy who'd gone insane when his son was chopped up into kindling by a juvenile delinquent with an axe. Tommy was there, at the juvenile camp when the kid was murdered, and had been responsible for Roy Burns' death. Sausage met Tommy at the hospital the following day. Sausage had seen firsthand what Jason could do, and now he and all the spoiled little shits were trapped on a boat with the big dude himself. They were all doomed. Sausage took his makings out of his pocket and began to roll himself a cigarette, losing more tobacco to the wind than he was managing to get into the rolling paper. Finally, he had enough and was about to lick the paper and seal it closed when he heard a blood-curdling screaming coming from far away. Puzzled, he turned and saw that he was standing next to an exhaust tube that issued from the bows of the cruise ship. He took a step closer to the pipe, the cigarette falling forgotten from his numb fingers, and waited for the scream to come again. A second later, it did. JJ lay on her side screaming in pain. The fall from the catwalk above hadn't looked too far from above. She'd been sure that it had been the right choice. Then she'd landed awkwardly on her left foot and her shin had exploded. She rolled onto her back, looked down and screamed afresh at the side of her leather pant leg bulging outward, pushed by the broken bone shard that had ruptured through her skin when her leg shattered. There was pain, so much pain. Yet her fear was greater still because she could feel the rhythmic tremor of the monster's heavy tread in the concrete beneath her as he strode down the metal steps towards her. She couldn't run and she couldn't hide. She looked around in a panic, trying to find anything she could use as a weapon, and found nothing. Squish, squish. The sound of the monster's wet boots was the metronome that told her how much time she had left in the world. It was not enough. The squelching ceased, and she looked up to see the huge man standing over her with her guitar in hand. He held it by the fretboard near the guitar's head, its V-shaped body poised high over his head like an... It's an axe, she thought. He's going to kill me with my own axe. The guitar came down in a flash of red and smashed the side of JJ's skull in. Bits of white bone chips, gray matter, and blood flew in a jet, painting the power room wall with the teenage girl's last thoughts. Jason tried to pull the guitar free from her head and found that it was stuck fast. He put one booted foot in the center of her face and kicked hard. The instrument came free from its owner like a cork shooting from a bottle, and JJ's body fell back with a splat that sent the rest of her brain skidding across the concrete. Jason watched it go and then tossed the guitar on top of her chest. One down, many more to go. He turned back to the stairs and began to climb. Chapter 4. Personal Experiences. Thunder rumbled in the distance as the Lazarus rode across the growing swells. Lightning flashed, its branches forming a clawed witch's hand that seemed to reach down towards the ship. A gust of wind hit the Lazarus's side, howled around the cruise ship's stacks as the approaching storm cleared its throat and prepared to roar. Rennie sat at the small desk in her stateroom, with her new pen in hand and a blank sheet of stationery in front of her. She heard the wind, imagined she felt the boat sway under the assault, and felt the familiar old fear crying deep inside of her. "Take it easy, girl," she thought. "This is a huge boat and the weather isn't that bad. Just breathe." "Right, breathe," she said. Her dog Toby perked up at the sound of her voice. He sat beside her, his ears twitching, his eyes bright. Rennie scratched his head and then put her pen down with a sigh. She'd always pictured the place her stories came from as a deep, ivy-covered well inside her mind. It appeared that the well was dry for the moment. "What do you think, Toby?" she asked. "Is it time for some personal experiences to fuel our minds?" "Woof," said Toby. "I agree," said Rennie. She stood and walked to the closet, pulling out a fresh white blouse, pair of stone-washed blue jeans, and her brown suede leather jacket. She donned her pants and shoes and then paused with her shirt in her hand, suddenly certain that she was being watched. She turned around, her shirt clutched protectively over her chest, and stared at the circular porthole over the desk. It seemed different somehow, as if it were a malevolent eye blinded by a murky cataract. Nothing moved on the outside, and she was about to release the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Then the porthole changed. "Help me!" The murky darkness turned into murky lake water, and Rennie could see a shape swimming towards her from the impossible depths. It was the boy from her fear-fueled nightmares. His head was misshapen, one eye slightly offset from the other. Hair grew sparsely on his head, and his teeth were like a collection of mossy stones, each jutting up at different angles. He reached the porthole and beat his hands on the glass that held him in the water. Bubbles plumed from his lips and struck the porthole. She heard his choking sobs as he drowned. "Oh, Jesus," Rennie moaned, covering her eyes with her hands. "It's all in your head. It's not real." Unreality washed over her like a tidal wave, and she nearly fell. Toby stood at her feet, growling at the porthole, as if he saw the same vision her disordered brain was showing her. "You missed your meds," she whispered. "That's all it is. There's no boy. There never was." Jason stood on the deserted walkway outside Rennie's room, staring through the porthole at her and Toby. For a moment, he thought she'd seen him. But then she lowered her hands and sighed with relief. It was strange that one girl could be so unlucky that she would be haunted by ghosts both real and imagined. It was enough to make the deadite voices in his head chuckle. "It's okay, Toby," she said, bending to pat the still growling dog on the head. The girl with the fire for hair might not have seen him, but the dog certainly had. Jason wondered what sound it would make if he squeezed its furry head until it popped. Rennie was coming towards him, and he backed away just in time to avoid detection as she reached the porthole and drew the curtains over it. This did little to settle the dog, and Jason could hear Rennie's continued attempts to calm it. Jason looked down at his rotten hands, at the exposed bones peeking through his tortured flesh, and imagined wrapping them around the girl's throat. He imagined digging the bony tips into her neck until they came together behind her windpipe, and then yanking outward, tearing her esophagus from her body. The Deadites thought that was a great idea, but his mother had another idea. "Be patient, my love," said Mother. "She escaped you once, and now she needs to suffer. Let her live to see you take all of her friends from her first. Save her until the last. Save her until she is nothing more than a blubbering mess begging to be put out of her misery." Jason moved off down the walkway towards the closest shadowed passage. He would do as Mother bid. After all, there were so many more victims waiting for him to come calling. Rennie stared in confusion at Toby as his attention shifted from the porthole to the closed cabin door. He'd never acted like this before, and his behavior alongside her most recent hallucination was making her uneasy. She finished dressing and moved to the door. "Calm down, boy," she soothed. "Everything is okay." Toby scratched frantically at the bottom of the door, and Rennie began to worry he might damage it. She twisted the knob to open it, reached down to grab him, but Toby was much too fast. He bolted through the opening and down the passage. "Toby, wait!" He didn't even slow. Rennie stepped out into the passage in time to see the tip of the border collie's black and white tail vanish around a corner. The sound of a gloved fist striking flesh rang out across the gym and was drowned out by the loud cheers and jeers of the crowd of students and crew members who'd gathered to watch the boxing match. Among them, or rather above them, stood Eva and Tamara, watching with interest through a skylight as the two teens circled each other in the middle of the ring. The taller young man was named Julius Gaw. He was dark-skinned and strikingly handsome, picture of Adonis in boxing shorts. He moved like a cat, and every female in the vicinity couldn't take their eyes off his body. The other boy's name was Caed Bristol. He was white and stocky, strong but slow, and obviously outmatched by Julius. "Is that a muscular bod or what?" Tamara asked, biting her full lower lip. "Righteous," Eva said. Caed dodged back, glancing up and catching sight of the two girls staring down at them. Tamara smiled and waved. Caed's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Julius didn't miss the opening. Whack! Pow! The two-hit combo sent Caed reeling to the mat, where he lay staring up at the girls with a dazed, vacant expression on his face. Julius threw his hands up, dancing like Apollo Creed. He saw Tamara and Eva watching and winked. "Did you know that he's undefeated?" Tamara asked as Julius helped his fallen opponent to his feet, and the crowd began to break up. "Julius is the only member of our graduating class I considered doing it with." "He is so good-looking," Eva said. "I'd join that party any day." Footsteps behind them. Tamara turned and saw one of the ship's crew approaching, and bumped her friend. "Gorgeous guy at 10 o'clock. Looks sensual." To Tamara, sensual came easy, natural. Eva watched her from the corner of her eye and felt a little like crying. Sexy was an awkward act for her. Sexy was simply what Tamara was. What man would look twice at her when Tamara was nearby? The answer was no one, not unless they were some weirdo with an Asian fetish. Take this man, for instance. He was muscular, bearded, and there was grease in the creases of his callous hands in spite of many washings. Eva assumed he was the ship's mechanic responsible for maintaining the engine and other systems during their voyage. A very important job. She imagined watching him working, imagined that she was walking up to him in the steam-filled dark. His eyes drifted appreciatively over her and then locked onto Tamara. The erotic vision faded into mist before it could really begin. She wouldn't even have minded if this man had a thing for Asians. They watched him until he was gone, and then Tamara turned back to Eva. "I think it's time for some recreational activity, girl." Eva brightened. "That sounds good to me. I heard there's a shuffleboard court on the top deck. It might be kinda cool." Tamara raised one perfectly tweezed eyebrow. "You're joking, right?" Eva wasn't. "Sure, of course I was," Eva said, following as Tamara walked off towards a nearby stairwell that led down to the main deck and pool area. Charles McCulloch felt like everything in his life was spinning out of his control, and this made him angry and listless. First, there was the trouble with his wife. Second, Rennie's sudden appearance and attendance against his better judgment. The meddlesome Mrs. Van Dusen would pay for interfering in his and his niece's affairs somehow. He would make sure of that. Now there was this kids running wild around the ship, completely ignoring the carefully prepared schedule of events he had made for them. Even Rennie was missing things, and that was not like her. McCulloch thrived in an ordered and regimented world. He required obedience and responsibility from everyone around him. The absence of that made him feel like he was going to go insane. He turned the corner and walked down the narrow passage, stopping to knock on Rennie's cabin door. He waited, expecting to hear her answering voice from the other side, but there was nothing. He knocked again, called her name. No answer. He grabbed the knob and found it turned easily in his hand. Another lapse on Rennie's part. She knew better than to leave her door unlocked. He gritted his teeth, pushed the door open, and looked around to make sure she was not there. Footsteps sounded in the passage outside. McCulloch stuck his head out and saw Wayne Weber coming towards him with his video camera stuck to his face. Another kid with his head in the clouds instead of focusing on what was important. McCulloch grabbed the camera and forced it down so he could look the teenager in the face. Wayne took a step back, upset but too fearful of the older teacher to make a scene. This made McCulloch happy. Finally, a little normalcy amongst the chaos. "Have you seen my niece anywhere?" McCulloch asked. "Yeah," Wayne replied, checking to see that his precious camera hadn't been damaged. "I saw her motivating up near the pool, I think. What's the problem, Mr. McCulloch?" "Senior prediction started 5 minutes ago and she hasn't shown up." "Oh, that's all?" Wayne said with a shrug. "You know, some of us don't want our futures predicted." "In your case, I'm sure that's true," McCulloch said, brushing past Wayne, heading towards the nearest stairway. Tamara led Eva towards a secluded alcove within sight of the pool and unzipped her bag, taking out the baggie of white powder, a straw, and a mirror. The sight of the drugs made Eva's stomach tie into knots. This wasn't who she was. She was a good girl, and she wanted to be a good woman. Still, she also wanted to experience more of what life had to offer, and Tamara seemed to be the ticket to new adventures. The conflict made her feel slightly sick. "Nighttime is the right time," Tamara said, as she opened the bag and poured a small amount of the powder onto their reflections in the mirror. She tried to hand Eva the straw, and Eva flinched, as if Tamara were trying to hand her a poisonous snake. "No thanks," Eva said. "I'm good." Tamara gave her the look Eva was afraid she was going to give her. The look that said Eva wasn't good enough. The look that said Eva was a disappointment. "What?" Tamara asked. "You aren't serious, right? Come on. Don't be a lightweight. This is top dollar tubes." Eva gave a small shake of her head, torn between two imperatives. "It's not that. It's just that if I get caught, I'll lose my science scholarship and everything. My mom would kill me if I managed to do that, and she had to pay for my college out of pocket." "Sweetheart, you are talking to the prom queen. Do you really think I'm going to risk getting caught?" Eva considered this, remembering how Tamara had shoved the bag full of drugs into her hands when McCulloch had questioned them prior to boarding the ship. She was sure Tamara wouldn't risk getting caught, but would she risk Eva getting caught? Maybe. "I guess not," Eva whispered. Tamara held out the mirror and straw. "Do you realize how many people would kill to be sitting here with me right now? Come on, it's grad night. You have your whole life to be uptight. Live a little." Uptight, the word stung. That's what the last boy Eva had gone on a date with had said about her. They'd been kissing in the back seat of her parents' car, but she'd stopped him when he tried to put his hand up her skirt. He called her a prude, a bitch, frigid and uptight. Eva didn't want to be uptight. She took the straw and snorted a line of coke. She wanted to look cool, almost managed it, but her nose betrayed her, and she sneezed explosively. This made Tamara giggle, which made Eva giggle. "Is that some unbelievable shit, or what?" Tamara asked, tapping out a line for herself. She took the straw from Eva, was about to bend down, when the sound of someone coming towards them reached their ears. There was no time to hide the mirror or the baggie. All the girls could do was look up and wait for their fate. It wasn't another sexy crewman, nor was it a psycho killer, or, even worse, that king of douchebags, Charles McCulloch. Instead, it was the douchebag's niece. She was dressed in jeans, probably bought at Kmart or Woolworth's, a plain white shirt, and a brown suede leather jacket. Tamara had to grudgingly admit was pretty cool. That didn't change her opinion of Rennie, though. After all, even the cataclysmically retarded could get something right every once in a while. It was clear the poor girl had no fashion sense whatsoever. Tamara noticed Rennie's eyes growing wide when she saw the baggie and the mirror and felt pity turn to hate. It was just her luck that little Miss Goody Two-Shoes saw them. She would be willing to bet anything. The first thing Rennie would do would be to run to her uncle and tattle. "Jesus," Tamara said, her hand clutching at her shirt collar. "You scared the hell out of us." A mousy squeak from Eva added credence to the statement. Rennie glanced at her, back at the bag of nose candy, and then to Tamara. "I'm sorry," Rennie said. "Have either of you seen my dog? I think he came this way." Eva issued another squeak in reply. Rennie frowned and looked at Tamara for an interpretation. Tamara shook her head. "No, we haven't." She held up the baggie, a small smile spreading across her pretty face. "Care for a hit?" "No, thanks," Rennie said with a grimace as she walked away in the direction of the pool area. Tamara and Eva watched her go. "She's a real space cadet," Tamara said, shaking her head. "I wonder if she'll narc on us." "I don't think so," Eva said. "I had creative writing with her this past semester, and I thought she was nice." "Nobody related to McCulloch can be nice," Tamara said with narrowed eyes. She picked up the baggie and the mirror and then put them back in her bag. She wasn't in the mood to get high anymore. She thought it was the right time to get a little proactive payback, to get the snitch before she could get them. Heavy footsteps behind them. The bag was still open. Tamara spun around, trying to hide it behind her back and spilling its contents across the deck instead. Spilling the bag's contents on the deck at the feet of Charles McCulloch. Stars burst at the edges of Eva's vision, threatening to blot out the world. She felt her knees trembling, and she realized she was very close to fainting. McCulloch eyed the shattered mirror with its fine film of white powder, still clinging to the scintillating surface, and then he focused his piercing gaze on the two girls. "What are you two girls doing hiding out here?" McCulloch asked. Nothing, Tamara said. Eva was impressed by how steady her friend's voice was, and how easily the lie came to her lips. McCulloch pushed the mirror shards with the toe of his dress shoe. "Are you girls using drugs?" A beat of silence, and then Tamara surreptitiously kicked Eva's heel. Eva opened her mouth, ashamed at her own apparent ability to lie at the drop of the hat. "Do you think I would use drugs, Mr. McCulloch? We were just exploring the ship." Eva saw uncertainty in his eyes. He couldn't imagine perfect little Eva doing anything so vulgar as putting drugs up her nose. Tamara, on the other hand... "I'll be coming around to your stateroom in exactly 15 minutes, Miss Mason," he said. "You'd better have your biology project ready when I get there, or I'm phoning your parents." "They're out of town," Tamara said sweetly. McCulloch bristled, refusing to back down before the spoiled debutante. "Then I'll make sure you remain on board while your classmates see the sights." He turned and walked away, confident that he had her right where he wanted her. Eva looked at Tamara and saw a determined expression blooming on her pretty face. "What are you going to do?" Eva asked. Tamara smiled. "Relax. I've got McCulloch covered. But that little narking bitch niece of his is a different matter." Eva blanched. "You don't really think she told on us?" "Oh, I think she did," Tamara hissed. "And rumor has it, she's a teensy bit afraid of the water. Come on, I have an idea." Sound of bare feet on fiberglass, the thrum of springs being compressed, and a grunt of effort as Miles catapulted himself from the high dive out into space. He twisted, flipped head over heels, and knifed through the water with barely a splash. Applause filled the night as he surfaced and swam to the edge of the pool where Colleen Van Dusen and several graduates stood, watching the festivities. "Poetry in motion, Miles," Colleen said. Miles shrugged. "It was okay. I'm a half a twist short. I'll bone that dive yet." He pushed off the side and swam away, his lithe movements followed closely by several of the females gathered around the water. A hand fell on her shoulder, and she turned to see Rennie standing behind her, her elbows clasped in her hands. The poor girl kept glancing at the pool, and then away as if she thought the water might rise up and swallow her if she stared at it for too long. "Rennie," Colleen said, smiling at her, "I was just about to come to your room to see you." Rennie made a valiant effort to return the smile that was only partly successful. "Have you seen my dog anywhere?" "No," Colleen said, frowning. "But I'm sure Toby is fine. The ship is only so big, and there's certainly no way off of it, is there?" "No, I guess not," Rennie replied. "I just wish I knew where he got off to." Toby was close, much closer than Rennie would like if she only knew what the border collie knew. There was an intruder in their midst, an intruder that smelled wrong. He'd first sensed the presence back in his person's room, and he'd known instinctively that it meant his person harm. He knew he'd been a bad dog when he didn't listen to Rennie, but he could deal with that later. He would go without his snackies for a whole month if it meant he kept his person safe. Toby had followed the bad, dead, mushy smell through the ship, below and above deck, until he came to the passage he stood in. He couldn't read the people's words on the wall, but he did recognize the familiar clean smells coming from beyond the door. He pawed the door open and walked into the steam-filled room where a young man sat. Toby didn't know it, but this was Kaed, the boxer that Julius had thoroughly trounced earlier. Kaed sat on a bench in front of the showers, dressed only in a towel and pinching the bridge of his still bleeding nose. Suddenly the bad smell swelled, blotting out all the good clean scents, and Toby whimpered. How did the man not smell it? How did he not know that something dreadful had come near? A door creaked open behind the boy, and a monster appeared. It was putrid and gassy, like something unearthed from the depths of a bog. It walked towards the boy, its feet squelching on the floor, so loud to Toby. How did the boy not hear? Toby knew he should growl, should attack the thing, but he couldn't move. He was not a good boy. He was a terrified boy, and he was helpless in the face of his fear. K-Ed perked up, finally aware that someone was behind him, but he did not turn around. "Nice fight, Julius," he said. "Guess I need to work on my left-right-left combo, huh?" The monster didn't answer. He only came on step by slow step, stalking his prey. He lifted his right hand, and Toby saw that he clutched the broken handle of a pool cue. It was jagged, splintery, and very sharp. "Hey, listen," K-Ed continued. "No hard feelings, man, okay? What do you say we track down those babes later?" "Julius?" Finally, when it was already too late, he turned. He didn't even have time to scream. The monster surged forward and buried the broken pull cue into the boy's neck, just below his jawline. Toby heard the awful tearing sound as the stake ripped up through K-Ed's mouth, tongue, and soft palate. He heard the crunch as the cue broke through into the boy's brain, and smelled the acrid stink as the boy's bowels and bladder let go. The monster lifted the boy up, held him aloft, his feet dangling a foot off the floor. The monster watched, his head tilted to the side curiously, until the boy stopped twitching and grew still. Then he tossed the boy and murder weapon into the nearest shower stall and turned. He paused when he caught sight of the border collie trembling near the door. Toby did not wait to see if the monster would come for him. Toby spun around and fled back out into the passage with his tail tucked between his pumping legs. Back on deck, Rennie and Miss Van Dusen walked along the edge of the pool. Colleen trying to coax the girl back from whatever dark pit her mind seemed to be wallowing in. "So," Colleen asked, "are you having fun?" "Oh yeah, loads," Rennie said sarcastically. Colleen raised an eyebrow. "I seem to detect a hint of disingenuousness in your tone, ma'am. Come on, level with me. Hey, if you can't trust me, who can you trust?" Rennie sighed and gave her former teacher a wan smile. "You're right. There's something I haven't told you." A flash of color, and then Rennie was falling over the edge of the pool into the deep end. She opened her mouth to scream, and the sound was drowned by the rush of chlorinated water that filled her mouth and throat. Colleen turned to see a giggling Tamara standing where Rennie had been the second before. "It was an accident," Tamara said, her expression saying it was anything but. "I swear." Colleen started to reply, but Rennie's gagging coughs drew her attention. She looked and saw that Rennie was floundering, her eyes wide with panic. Something wasn't right. She knelt down, reached out her hand for Rennie to grab, but Rennie seemed beyond rational thought. Her head sunk beneath the water. "Rennie!" A shape flew through the air beside Colleen. It was Sean, fully clothed in jacket, shirt, shoes, and blue jeans. He dove headfirst into the water and wrapped his arms around the struggling girl. Rennie saw it was him and latched onto him, momentarily dragging both of them beneath the surface. Luckily, Sean was a strong swimmer, and he managed to get both of them to the edge of the pool. Colleen helped them out and walked Rennie through the gathering crowd to a vacant lounge chair. Sean took a towel from one of the onlookers, and Colleen wrapped it around the shivering girl. "It's okay," she soothed. "I've got you. You're safe." Sean, still dripping wet, noticed the crowd standing around gawking at the spectacle and felt anger burning in his chest. He spun on them, his cheeks red. "Why don't you all take a picture, huh? It'll last longer." A few blushed, chagrined, but most took the young man's outburst in stride. This was juicy, and there was more to see. Colleen added a voice of authority to the mix. "She's fine. Just go back to what you were doing, okay? Everybody, please." Muttering and whispering amongst themselves, the crowd finally dispersed, leaving Rennie to Colleen and Sean. Rennie gripped each of their hands in thanks. Colleen squeezed it back and asked, Care to talk about it?" A single tear spilled from Rennie's left eye, and she shrugged. "I can't swim." "No kidding," Colleen said. "You seem terrified." "You know, I used to be afraid of skiing. I had an accident in high school. Broke my left leg. It took 3 winters before I could even really look at snow again. I was afraid, but one day I decided I wasn't going to let the fear beat me. I took some lessons, and I've never broken a bone since." "It's not that simple," Rennie said. She paused for a long moment, afraid to bare her soul to another person. Finally, she took a breath and continued. "Whenever I get near any body of water deeper than a bathtub, I see this young boy drowning. He tries to pull me down with him." Colleen wasn't sure what she had expected to hear, but this certainly wasn't it. "When did this start?" she asked. "I can't really remember," Rennie replied. "I think it was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I spent a few summers at Crystal Lake with Uncle Charles and my Aunt Margaret after my parents died." "Did you have an accident in the lake?" Colleen asked. Rennie shook her head. "I don't know. I get flashes and half-remembered images from my dreams where I'm drowning. Uncle Charles—" "Dear God!" It was the man himself. Sean, Rennie, and Colleen turned to see McCulloch forcing his way past a group of teenagers, his face red, his eyes blazing. "She's fine, Charles," Colleen said, trying to calm him. "Take it easy. She just had a little accident." "Oh, I can see that," he said, grabbing Rennie and pulling her away from Colleen and Sean. "You've done a wonderful job of supervising these kids, Miss Van Dusen." "It wasn't her fault," Rennie began. Charles cut her off with a shake of his head before turning back to the other two. "Stay away from her," he said. "Both of you." He put his arm around Rennie's shoulders and started to lead her away from them, only to be stopped by Sausage, the strange deckhand. The man seemed paler than ever, and there was something ominous in his dark eyes. "I heard him," said Sausage. "I heard what he did to one of your girls below deck. She was the first. He's come back, and you're all going to die." "Listen here, you," McCulloch said, wagging his finger in the man's face. "I've had about enough of your sneaking around and your doomsaying. Just what is your game?" The deckhand just smiled and walked away, muttering insane things to himself. McCulloch made a mental note to speak with Admiral Robertson about his dubious choice of crew. He turned back to Rennie, started to speak. Rennie pulled free from his grip and stormed off. "Leave me alone," she called back over her shoulder. McCulloch watched her go, sighing. He wanted to go after her to make things better for her. After all, Rennie needed him, even if she didn't realize that at the moment. But there were other things that required his attention, other responsibilities that needed tending to. He checked his watch. The little scene at the pool had cost him time he didn't have, and he was now late for his appointment with Miss Mason. Rennie would have to wait. He walked to a nearby hatch and descended a flight of stairs down to the lower deck. Chapter 5. Break Room. The handsome crewman Tamara and Eva had ogled over was named Rene. He was born and raised in the south of France and had been a mechanic on sailing vessels and cruise ships all his adult life. He was 28, bearded, muscular. If his body wasn't enough to bring him all the female company he wanted, all he had to do was speak. Women turned to mush at the mere sound of his voice. It didn't matter what he was saying. It didn't have to be poetry. He could have been reading from an encyclopedia or the phone book. All that mattered was his accent. Not that he thought he would need it to bag the blonde and Asian girls. He'd recognized the hunger in their eyes. They were both spoiled daddy's girls who had never felt the touch of a rough hand in their lives, and, oh, how they wanted it. Renee sighed in anticipation. This was going to be a wonderful trip. But first, there was another party already planned and waiting for him. He turned the corner, walking down the passage past the crew quarters, and opened an unmarked door on his left. He was met with a near-solid blast of rock music and the heavy scent of marijuana as he stepped inside. This was the staff break room, a much more humble space than that provided for the paying clients. There was no gym equipment, no pool table. The crew didn't rate that. Instead, there was a couple threadbare recliners, a sagging couch, and a battered card table, surrounded by rusted metal folding chairs. A small black and white TV and VCR sat on a repurposed wooden crate in the corner. The music was AC/DC, and it was screaming from a scuffed boombox sitting on the floor beside the couch. Hardly the soundtrack for romance, but what Renee had planned was as far from romantic as you could get. He closed the door behind him and walked to the card table, where three men sat finishing up a hand of poker. The one on his left was a black man from Somalia. He was older than the rest of them, and none could pronounce his name, so they just called him Pop. Pop was the Lazarus's other mechanic, and Renee's senior. Across from him was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed German named Franz. Franz was part of the waitstaff, along with the man sitting between him and Pop. This third was named Philippe. He was French like Renee, and he was the head of chef. Sitting nearby on the couch was a fourth man and two women. The man's name was Mark, and the Lazarus was steaming towards his hometown of Manhattan. The woman on his left was 20 years old, brunette, and buxom. Her name was Roxanne. The other woman was maybe 30, though no one was sure because she kept the number close to her vest. Her name was Jamie, and she was flat-chested and boyish in comparison to her younger counterpart. The two women and Mark made up the majority of the ship's cleaning crew. "It's about time," Pop said, slamming his cards down on the table in front of him. It was a full house, the winning hand. "We were about to start without you." "Roxy wouldn't have let you do that," Renee said with a wink at the young woman. "She can't get enough of this French boy." "You know it," Roxanne crooned, rubbing her hands over her ample bosom. "Well," Jamie said, standing up and beginning to unbutton her shirt. "He's here now. What are we waiting for?" The four other men stood up and joined Renee in a semicircle around the two women. Pop and Franz took Jamie by the hand and led her towards the table. Roxanne lay back on the couch, beckoning Renee, Mark, and Philippe with one slender finger. Yes, not a soundtrack for lovemaking, reflected Renee, but it was the perfect accompaniment for what they were about to do. The heady scent of lust and the sound of heavy breathing filled the room. Renee reached for his belt, began to undo it. The break room door slammed open, startling them all. They turned towards the sound and saw a monster straight out of the pages of a Tales from the Crypt comic. The man was massive, well over 6 feet tall, and dressed in a tattered button-down shirt, pants, black gloves, and boots. He wore an old hockey mask with red hash marks on the cheeks and forehead. What skin was exposed looked ghastly, damp, and rotten, as if the man had drowned weeks before, and had just floated to the surface. His shoulders seethed as he stared through black eye holes, a thing of anger and death made flesh. A long butcher's knife taken from the ship's galley was clutched in each hand. Jamie jumped off the table, pulling her shirt closed over her small breast, and joined Roxanne near the couch. The 5 men formed a line in front of them, ready to protect the women from the intruder in their midst. "Hey, fuckface!" Pop shouted. "What you doing on my ship? You ain't on the guest list." Mark studied the mask, the knives, and gasped. The others might not have heard the stories, but he certainly had. Hadn't they been docked just miles from the old Camp Crystal Lake campgrounds, where all of those murders had taken place? "Oh shit!" Mark shouted. "I know who this is. It's Jason fucking Voorhees." "Don't know who that is, and I don't care," Pop said, reaching into his boot and pulling out a 6-inch long bone-handled hunting knife. "All I care about is that he doesn't belong, and he's standing in my way. You hear me, boy? You better take your moly ass back where you came from, or old Pop is gonna split you from end to end." Jason stood still, blocking their exit, waiting. On the radio, "You Shook Me All Night Long" ended, and Hell's Bells came on. Brian Johnson's vocals and Angus Young's screaming guitar rang out. "That's it!" Pop cried, charging forward, knife raised. Jason didn't move, didn't try to deflect it. Pop brought the knife down and buried it into the center of Jason's chest. Jason lowered his head to stare at the hunting knife's handle and then looked back up unfazed. Pop took a step backward, his eyes growing wide. Jason didn't let him take another. He lashed out, swiping both knives across the Somalian's neck. Flesh and bone parted, and the last thing Pop saw was the world spinning as his head toppled to the floor and rolled away towards the silent television. "Oh, Jesus, Pop, no!" Roxanne screamed. "You motherfucker!" Franz yelled as he lifted one of the metal chairs over his head. Jason stalked forward to meet him. Franz swung the chair. Jason sidestepped and lashed out, cutting both of the man's hands off at the wrists. Franz collapsed, bleeding to the floor, screaming at his maiming. "Shit on this!" Jamie cried. She ran to her right, around the killer and towards the door. Philippe saw what she was doing and ran after her. Neither made it. With the flick of his wrist, Jason flung both the butcher knives across the room, the blades piercing both of them to the hilt. Each collapsed to the floor beside Franz, their spines cut in two, paralyzed from the waist down. Jason stared down at the three squirming victims and then turned back to the only two people still on their feet. Roxanne moved behind Renee, her small hands clutching at his belt. Renee tried to swallow, heard a soft click in his dry throat. He stared at the black eye holes of the mask, trying to think of a plan that ended with both he and Roxanne still breathing. He couldn't. The best he could come up with was getting Jason's full attention so that Roxanne could run. That was less than ideal, but it would have to do. "Roxy," he whispered, "listen to me. I'm going to grab the bastard. When I do, you make a run for the door and get help. Don't you wait for me and don't you hesitate. You run. You understand?" "Okay," she whispered back, her voice choked with her sobs. "On three," he said. 1, 2, 3. Renee charged forward. He wrapped his arms around Jason's waist and held him fast. Time seemed to slow. He saw Roxanne running out of the corner of his eye. He felt Jason move, not trying to dislodge him, but wrapping his own arms around Renee's back and crushing Renee to him. The flesh beneath the slimy clothing was ice cold and soft and smelled like roadkill. Renee began to gag. He felt Jason's arms tighten around him like a vice, too tight. Breath exploded from Renee's mouth. He felt his ribs grinding together and then screamed as his back broke. "Oh God," he prayed inside his head. "Let Roxanne make it. Let this be worth it." A heroic sentiment, but it wasn't meant to be. Renee felt Jason pivot, and then he was flying through the air. He struck Roxanne hard, knocking her down 3 feet from escape. Roxanne was trapped beneath Renee, and there was nothing the Frenchman could do, not when he couldn't feel his own legs. He heard the heavy tread of Jason's boots coming close, and then he saw one huge hand grip her by the throat and lift her from underneath him. Renee was rolled over onto his back, and he stared up helplessly as Jason took Roxanne's head between his hands and began to squeeze. "Gah!" She spat as she kicked and hit Jason, trying to make him let her go. It was like punching a mountain. Her small fist and feet had no effect. Jason squeezed harder, and Roxanne's groans turned to high-pitched keening. Renee felt hot drops of blood hit his face, and then Roxanne's head collapsed, her eyeballs shooting from their sockets and smashing on the floor like overripe grapes. "You bastard!" Renee screamed. "I'll kill you! I'll fucking kill you!" An empty threat. Jason tossed Roxanne's corpse into the corners beside Pop's severed head and moved to stand over Franz. Most of the fight had run out of the German, along with the blood flowing from his wrists. He looked up at his murderer with glazed eyes. He lifted his right arm, meaning to shoot Jason the bird, and then remembering he had no hands. "Go to hell!" Franz said. Jason stomped down on his head, popping it like a melon. Renee felt fresh splatters of blood and brain matter hit him and almost gagged. "Don't you do it!" he shouted to himself. "Don't you fucking gag or you'll choke to death on your vomit!" Jason moved from Franz's twitching body to Philippe. Philippe didn't make a sound as the boot came down. Crunch. More blood, bone, and brain. There were only 2 left, Renee and Jamie. Jason stepped over Renee's numb legs and stood over Jamie. Jamie shook her head, tried to crawl away using her arms. Jason put one foot on her knee and held her in place. "No!" she sobbed. "Please don't do this. Don't kill me." "Leave her alone!" Renee shouted. Jason paused to look at the Frenchman. Then he slowly lifted his foot and placed it on the side of Jamie's head, forcing it to turn so she was staring at Renee. "Help me!" she moaned, snot and tears streaming down her face. "Renee, please!" Her supplication turned into a blood-curdling scream as Jason began to apply pressure ever so slowly. The killer never took his eyes off Renee as he did this. Renee saw the blood vessels rupturing in her eyes, filling them with blood that mixed with her tears. Her scream became the shrill cry of a tea kettle ready to serve, and then her head collapsed, covering Renee with yet more gore. He was alone now, alone save for this monster that should not be there, that should not be alive and yet was. Jason stepped over him, his feet on either side of Renee's own head. Jason stared down and Renee stared back, defiant to the last. He promised himself he would not scream, would not give the beast the satisfaction. Jason put his booted foot on the side of Renee's head and pressed down. "Oh God, it's too much, not like this!" He heard his own bones groaning under the ever-increasing pressure. His vision turned cloudy and red as the vessels in his own eyes ruptured. He clamped down on the cry that was building in his throat. "I won't scream, I won't scream!" Then his eardrums exploded, and it didn't matter that he was screaming because he could no longer hear. He felt it as a fissure opened along the crown of his skull. There was one final bright bolt of agony, and then darkness took him, and Renee knew no more. Finished, Jason pulled his foot from the man's head. It came free with a wet squelching noise. He looked around at his handiwork and felt his mother's satisfaction deep inside. They had been doing the awful thing, the same thing the two teens had been doing on the boat he'd taken to get to the harbor, the same thing the two counselors were doing the day he drowned. Now they could do the nasty thing all they wanted in hell. Jason turned and walked from the room. The swinging door cut off the last measure of hell's bells. The song ended and another began. Angus Young, the guitar god, played to a room full of ghosts. Chapter 6. Anatomy and Biology. A sharp knock sounded on Tamara's door and she smiled to herself. If the next few minutes went as she planned, she wouldn't have to worry about Charles McCulloch ever again. That was as long as that nerd Wayne did his job. "It's open," she called in her most sultry voice. The door swung inward and McCulloch stepped in. His eyes went wide when he saw her standing beside the bed, dressed in a thin silk robe and high heels. "I'm in no mood for any more of your stall tactics, Miss Mason," he growled. "Where is your final project?" "What's the rush?" she asked coyly. She stepped to the small closet beside the bathroom and pulled out a bottle of Dom Perignon and 2 flouted glasses. "Wouldn't you like a glass of champagne first, Charles?" McCulloch saw red and found his fingers itching to squeeze the spoiled brat's throat. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and took a step forward. "Where did you get that alcohol?" Tamara popped the cork and began to pour. "I packed it, of course. Just for us. You know, I've always secretly found you attractive." That was too much. McCulloch crossed the space between them, taking his hands out of his pockets. He snatched the bottle and glasses from her and slammed them down on the bedside table. "That is it," he said. "You are not setting foot off this ship until we return home." This was it. McCulloch left the door ajar when he entered, and Tamara saw a shadow moving in the passage outside. She touched the belt at her waist and pulled it loose. "But I haven't even shown you my biology project yet." She slipped the robe over her shoulders, and it puddled to the floor at her feet like fabric woven from water. She stood there before him, dressed in a flimsy, see-through bra and matching panties. A picture of beauty. But that wasn't all. She had painted all of her major organs on her bare skin. Below her navel she had painted an arrow pointing down beside a question mark, an unspoken inquiry. McCulloch stared at her, his mouth dry, unable to look away in spite of himself. "Take a closer look, Charles," Tamara said, running a finger between her breasts. "I want to make sure I labeled everything correctly." She reached out and wrapped her arms around him, pressing her nubile body against his. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his lips. The spell was broken, and McCulloch pushed her away, his eyes wild with righteous fury. "Oh, you've done it now. Not only are you going home, I'll see to it you spend next year back in a high school classroom." He turned on his heels and stormed off towards the door. He yanked it open and came up short when he almost ran into Wayne and his video camera. Wayne gave the older man a smug smile as he lowered the recorder. "I somehow don't think so, Mr. McCulloch," Tamara said. "Did you get anything good, Wayne?" Wayne pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, unable to look away from Tamara's body. "Good? Oh, good, yeah, yes, very kinky." McCulloch paled as he realized what Tamara had done. He looked to her, shaking his head. "You'll never get away with this." Tamara grinned, unconcerned, as she picked up her fallen robe and put it back on. "And you," McCulloch said, his finger in Wayne's face, "you can forget about ever attending any film school. You are both going to be very, very sorry." He didn't wait for them to reply. Wayne stepped aside and watched as McCulloch stormed off down the passage out of sight. "That couldn't have gone any better," Tamara said, tying her belt around her waist. "Yeah," Wayne said nervously. He stepped inside and shut the door behind him. "Relax, Wayne," she said, stepping close to him. "He won't risk doing a thing. Can I have the tape?" Wayne ejected it and handed the tape to her with a profound sense of loss. He'd been hoping to have enough time with it to make a copy. "Thank you," she said as she stowed it away in her luggage. I should be thanking you for letting me film you like that," he replied. He stepped to the bedside table and picked up one of the champagne flutes. "This is going to sound supremely lame, but I've had the major hots for you since sophomore year, Tamara." Tamara grimaced, patting him on the shoulder like he was a retarded puppy. "That's sweet, Wayne." The pat became a push as she ushered him outside into the hallway. "Look," she said, "I'd really love to chat, but I'm really pressed for time. Let's try to get together later. Okie dokie." "But I thought maybe we could—" "Thanks for the camera work," she said, slamming the door in his face. Wayne stared at it, his cheeks red, his eyes damp. He lifted the fine champagne and took a sip. The drink tasted like failure. "Wayne," he said with a self-deprecating smirk, "JJ was right. You're an asshole." The thought of the rad rocker chick and the smug "I told you so" expression she would be wearing the next time he saw her sent him spiraling down into a dark depression. He drained the remaining champagne in one huge gulp and turned away. Inside, Tamara leaned against the door, listening to the sounds of his retreat. She hadn't really meant to hurt him. Truth be told, she had thoughts of his feelings had never really registered to her. He was a sad, geeky boy with useful talents. Talents Tamara could exploit. Wasn't that the way of the world? It must be, because that was the way her father and mother treated the less fortunate around them. Wayne just needed to learn his place. He would be much happier when he did. She pushed off and crossed the room, shedding her robe as she went. She entered the small bathroom and paused to examine herself in the mirror. She was gorgeous. It was no wonder that boys like Wayne wanted her. It was no wonder that McCulloch had hesitated when she threw herself at him. Hell, She was 90% sure the old man had been sporting a boner before he came to his senses. It was too bad for them. She was meant to be the wife of an actor or politician. She was meant to live in a mansion in Beverly Hills or a penthouse in Manhattan overlooking Central Park. Who knew? Maybe she would meet that man when they reached New York. Tamara turned from her reflection and twisted the faucet knob, turning the shower on. Steam rose immediately, fogging the mirror over the sink. So much for personal experience to fuel creativity, Rennie thought sadly as she entered her stateroom and stepped into the bathroom to examine herself in the mirror. Her hair, so pretty and curly earlier, now hung like tangled seaweed. Her shirt, pants, and suede jacket were soaking wet, as were her shoes. The jacket itself was probably ruined, and to top it all off, Toby was still missing. She bent over, turning the faucet on and running her hands beneath the flow. She splashed her face with the cool water, trying to calm her frazzled nerves. If only she had her medicine. She could really use it right now to take the edge off her building anxiety. She could feel a full-blown panic attack building, and she desperately wanted to stop things before they got to that point. Things had been bad enough when Tamara knocked her into the pool, but a real episode in front of her classmates might send her over the edge and into the hospital again. She never wanted to go back to a place like that. She ducked her hands under the water and frowned when the previously cool water turned lukewarm and then hot. She glanced down and screamed. Bright arterial blood ran from the tap and splattered on the white porcelain sink. There was a loud glug sound and a large purple clot fell out, followed by a tangled ball of black hair and 2 teeth that appeared to have been yanked out by the root. Rennie gagged, looked up, expecting to see her own horrified face, and instead seeing the ghastly twisted face of the drowning boy. He reached out, his fist shattering the mirror as if it were a thin sheet of ice that capped a winter lake. She felt his turgid hands grip her throat and began to squeeze. "It's not real," she choked, as black stars began to burst at the edges of her visions. And just like that, it wasn't. They were not a child's hands choking her, but her own. Rennie let go with a sob and looked around in horror. The blood and tissue were gone from the sink, and the water ran crystal clear from the tap. The mirror was unbroken and whole. There was no water lurking in its depths, no dead alive boy asking for help and trying to kill all at the same time. "Oh, Jesus," she wept. "Oh, Christ, I should have listened to Uncle Charles. I never should have come." She ran from the room, still dressed in her wet clothes, and out into the hallway where she nearly knocked a very surprised Sean on his butt. He started to laugh it off and then froze when he saw the tears gleaming on her cheeks. "Are you all right?" he asked. "No," she replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in it. "I want to go home. I want off this ship." Sean hugged her back and whispered in her ear, "Me too. Come on, let's go talk to my dad." Rennie hugged him harder for a second, and then they walked off up the hallway towards the ship's bridge. Almost imperceptibly, but growing more intense with every passing second, the Lazarus began to rock on rising swells. Tamara didn't hear the cabin door open nor the intruder's heavy footsteps. She was too busy singing a snatch of Cyndi Lauper's latest hit. She didn't feel the air cool in the room as the bathroom door swung open, releasing the trapped humid air because she stood beneath the scalding water. Something did register, but by then it was already too late. She wrinkled her nose as the faint scent of putrid essence mixed with her lavender shampoo, spoiling the good smell. Suddenly, the shower wasn't fun anymore. She turned it off and stepped out onto the bath mat in front of the steamy mirror. She reached up and wiped the moisture from the mirror's surface so she could see a huge man in a hockey mask standing just outside of the bathroom door. She was naked, defenseless, and trapped. Worse than that, she knew who the man was. She turned to face him, her butt pressed against the sink. He just stared at her, still as the grave he'd crawled out of years ago. Tamara opened her mouth to beg, but no words came out, only a dry rasp like wind-blown dead leaves. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Please, don't!" Jason surged into the small room and swung his balled-up fist at her face. Tamara's knees buckled and she collapsed to the floor, barely avoiding instant death. Jason's punch shattered the mirror, sending jagged shards raining down into the sink and on Tamara's exposed flesh. She cried out in pain as the glass cut, bringing small diamonds of blood welling up. Jason ignored her cries. He stood over her, reached down into the sink and pulled out a long dagger-like shard of broken glass. Tamara looked up into her own reflection, staring back at her from the makeshift knife, and wondered if she might have been unlucky when Jason's punch didn't land. After all, there were much worse ways to go than having your head caved in instantly. Jason seemed to be staring at himself in the shard, lost in thought. Maybe she had a chance, if only he would keep staring long enough for her to get to her feet. She tried to turn over, to crawl away. The bathroom door was only a foot away. A huge, icy hand pressed down on her upper back, pinning her to the floor. "No!" Tamara screamed. "No, don't!" The shard came down, sliding through her skin in between two of her ribs. Jason pulled it out and plunged it back in. 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7. Tamara coughed and saw a huge gout of her own blood shoot from her mouth and nose. "My lung," she thought. "He's punctured my lung." Then the shard came down again, struck her shoulder blade and snapped off. Jason pulled his hand back, leaving the shard embedded in her flesh. "God," Tamara prayed, "let it be over, please, no more." She heard the clink of glass shards and turned her head so she could see up out of the corner of her eye. Jason was rummaging around in the sink. He paused and then lifted a small, wide shard up to examine. The overhead light sparked off the mirror like fireworks. Tamara thought she would have found it beautiful were it not for the fact that she was dying badly. Jason leaned down and wrapped his fingers in her damp blonde hair and yanked her head back, exposing her vulnerable throat. She welcomed the quick oblivion the shard would bring. One more quick slice through her neck and it would be, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." Only Jason didn't go for Tamara's throat. He held the shard of mirror glass in front of her eyes and twisted it back and forth. She caught brief glimpses of his mask and the black holes that hid his eyes. Jason brought the shard closer and went to work on her face. Chapter 7. The Bridge. The Lazarus's bow rose high and came crashing down in a deep trough between rising waves that sent water over the gunnels and across the shuffleboard court. Lightning forked down to strike the midnight black Atlantic, briefly illuminating the mountainous swells around them and leaving an afterimage on the viewer's retinas. Just as quick as it came, the light faded, leaving the world outside the ship's meager spotlights a dark void. Very few places could be as dark as the open ocean on a stormy night. It made a person feel claustrophobic and very small. An imaginative individual might even imagine that otherworldly or cosmic forces were at work just out of sight or beneath the roiling tide. Admiral Robertson was such a man and found himself musing over such things as he sat in the captain's seat watching dark waves crest his bow. He imagined gigantic, scaled fingers reaching up from the depths to clutch at their rudder. Imagined the gargantuan owner of the claws reaching up from a drowned Cyclopean city to claim them. In sunken relay, dead Cthulhu lies dreaming, Robertson thought. Sean always enjoyed that story. Robertson remembered his son sitting on his lap while he read him that and other classics. What was the last book he read to Sean? He thought it was Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, a great melancholy book. Somehow the ending of the tale had somehow signaled the shattering of something between the two of them. Robertson wished he could say he wasn't sure how it had happened, but that would be lying to himself. He had dug the trench between them with forceful words and immense pressure, never stopping to realize that his own son was not him and didn't need to be. Hell, Sean didn't even know how proud Robertson was of him and the man he was becoming, because Robertson kept getting in his own way. The words "I love you" had come too rarely to the Admiral's lips, and he thought he would go to his grave full of regret because of that. Another huge wave struck the ship at an angle to the last, rocking the Lazarus to the side, and sheets of heavy rain pelted the vessel. The storm was really coming on, and he had better quit moping and get it together before he had a ship full of seasick graduates. "Let's kick in the stabilizers and get the seas off the quarter, Mr. Carlson," Robertson said. "These kids are in for one hell of a storm." The chief engineer leaned to his right and toggled a switch. Then he adjusted their heading by a minuscule amount. The roll and yaw of the vessel seemed to die down, though it was still a rough ride. Robertson spied the gold wedding ring on the man's hand as he put it back on the instrument panel before him. Carlson had been married for 5 or 6 years, and they'd had their first child more than a year ago. Robertson remembered when Sean was so small he nearly fit in one of his hands. So many years stretched out between that moment and this. So many lost opportunities to love fiercely. "How old is your boy now, Carlson?" he asked. Carlson smiled, his pleasure at the sudden topic obvious by the cant of his head, the twinkle in his blue eyes. "He's 19 months, sir." Robertson returned the man's smile sadly. "That's a tremendous age. Take some advice from a salty old man. Don't push him too hard." Carlson favored him with a knowing frown. He'd been there earlier when Sean had stormed out. He'd seen the look on his superior's face. Carlson nodded, wishing he could put a hand on the older man's shoulder, wishing he could give comfort. It really was too sad that their working relationship made that interaction impossible. Robertson stood up and moved towards a hatch that led out onto the storm-lashed deck. "Take the helm, would you?" Carlson nodded and took the Admiral's seat. He watched Robertson take his leave and then turned back to the helm and the windows beyond. They really were useless in the storm. Rain struck the panes like pebbles, obscuring his view of the bow. Beyond the bow, all was darkness. Carlson couldn't hear the door at the bottom of the stairs at the rear of the bridge open and close. The wind howling around the ship's smokestacks was too loud. He didn't hear the footsteps as they approached, didn't hear them stop near a large nautical chart of the Atlantic Ocean that was tacked to a corkboard on the wall behind him. He didn't hear someone lift the antique whaling harpoon from the brackets mounted above the chart. It wouldn't have mattered if he did, because it was already far too late. A shadow had crept up behind him, and Carlson's time was up. It didn't hurt as much as he would have thought. It felt like someone had punched him very hard between his shoulder blades, pushing him forward and yet holding him up. He felt warm wetness flowing down his back and chest, felt his pants and underwear become saturated by it. He looked down and felt his whole world tilt on its side, as if the Lazarus had been struck astern by a huge rogue wave and knocked over on its side. There was a huge harpoon tip jutting from the center of his chest. It looked funny, almost like it had grown like a tree from his body. He reached up to touch it, certain it would vanish the moment his fingers came near. After all, harpoons didn't grow from people's hearts. That was absurd. That was impossible. That was... The sharp point pierced his fingertip, and blood dribbled down onto his palm. It wasn't absurd, after all. Wasn't impossible. There was a moment where the pain grew worse, and then it faded away, taking the bridge and the storm outside away with it. Chief Engineer Carlson slumped forward over the helm instrumentation. His last thought was that he was supposed to take his son to the park when he got home from this cruise. Now his son wouldn't even remember him. He would be nothing, a still, cold image in pictures that would fade with time until there was nothing left. Despairingly, Carlson died. Robertson leaned against the railing, relishing the cleansing sensation of the rain as it washed over him, seeming to take the largest part of his depression with him. He'd certainly been in a melancholy mood since earlier, and that wasn't like him. Sure, he still felt that things with his son had reached an all-time low point, but the fact wasn't beating him down anymore. He was in good health for his age, and he wasn't nearly ready to be carted off to the old fart's home. There was plenty of time to make things right between Sean and him. They had all the time in the world. He pushed off and made his way down the deck towards a set of lifeboats tied to a rack ahead. He checked them and found them ready should the need arise. He was sure that it wouldn't, but he hadn't survived all his years of military service by assuming anything. Satisfied with his inspection and making a mental note to have the crew check the other remaining lifeboats, he made his way back towards the bridge. "I checked the starboard side lifeboats," Robertson said as he entered the bridge. "We better get the guys to check the other." Robertson froze mid-sentence. He stood staring, not caring that he was dripping rainwater on the bridge floor. He stood staring at where his engineer lay slumped in a loose ball by the helm, a long harpoon rammed into his back. Robertson moved towards the man, almost slipping on the wet floor. He went to his knees beside Carlson, reached out to check for respiration and a pulse, sure, even as he did so, that it was a waste of time. No one could take such a wound and live. "Oh my God!" he moaned. Two muddy boots stepped into view on the other side of Carlson's limp form. Robertson slowly lifted his gaze up past the sodden, slimy pants and shirt to the yellowed hockey mask above. He didn't know how he'd missed it before, but the room was suddenly full of the thick stench of rot. The big man gripped Robertson by the hair and forced his head back, exposing his throat to the long and very sharp fillet knife he held in his hand. Sean and Rennie's footfalls echoed along the corridor as they drew near to the Lazarus's bridge. Sean felt his trepidation grow with each step. He ran scenario after scenario through his mind, and each one seemed worse than the one before. Not for the first time, he wondered why his and his father's relationship couldn't be easy. Why couldn't they just love each other and that be enough? "Can your father really take us home?" Rennie asked. Sean nodded. "Not completing a voyage is against everything he stands for. But I think I can convince him to call a Coast Guard cutter for you." Rennie frowned. "What about you?" "If I go with you, he'll never speak to me again," Sean said with a shrug. "But I'm never, ever gonna live up to his expectations anyway, so maybe it's the right thing to do." Rennie paused at the base of a short metal staircase that led up to the bridge, turning to him. "Are you sure?" Sean took her hand in his, giving her a small smile. "I'm sure." They came to a short flight of steps that led to the Lazarus's bridge and climbed them. Sean knocked hesitantly and waited for a response. None came, so he knocked harder, frowning over at Rennie. "This is weird," he said. "There is always someone on the bridge." He grabbed the knob and tried the door. It was unlocked, but only opened an inch before encountering resistance. Something was pressed against it on the other side. "Dad! What's going on? There's something blocking the door! Dad!" The only response was the soft clicks and beeps of the instrumentation coming from the other side. Sean put an ear to the door, listening with a sinking feeling of dread blooming in his guts. The softly ticking dials sounded like the clicking of Death Watch beetles in a benighted tomb. He leaned his shoulder against the door and pushed, felt whatever was holding it shut give a little beneath the pressure. "Dad, I'm coming in!" He shoved harder, and the door came open by inches, revealing a pair of polished shoes and the hem of a pair of white pants that were marred by streaks of drying blood. Sean pushed harder, forcing his way inside, and looked down to see Carlson laying on his side with a harpoon stabbed through his chest. His unseeing eyes stared into the corner of the room, the ghost of his terror still lingering on his face. "Jesus!" Rennie cried from behind Sean. He felt her hands on his shoulders, her fingernails digging into his flesh through his shirt. Sean turned his head, his gaze following a thick trail of dark blood to the captain's chair near the helm. Admiral Robertson sat slumped in it, his back to them. Sean stared at him, trembling. He'd never seen his father so still. "Dad?" he whispered. Sean went to him, slipping and nearly falling in the gore that covered the floor. He reached his father, spun the chair around, and gagged when the Admiral's head flopped back on his mostly severed neck. The flesh and meat had been sliced cleanly down to and through the bone. Sean could see down into his father's esophagus. He backed away until he felt Rennie at his back. She touched him with trembling hands, unsure what to say, but trying to give comfort. Sean barely felt her touch. "Jesus!" he said, his hands clasped to his face. He's dead. My dad is dead." Chapter 8. Off Course. Colleen Van Dusen walked down the hall and stopped short in front of Rennie's room when she found the door was ajar. It wasn't like Rennie to be careless, and the lapse after the trauma Rennie experienced earlier gave Colleen pause. She reached up and tapped hesitantly on the door. "Rennie, I just came by to see how you were feeling. Are you all right?" She heard footsteps approaching, started to smile, and stopped when Charles McCulloch opened the door. "I thought I told you to stay away from Rennie," McCulloch growled. He stood to his full height and squared his shoulder in an attempt to look menacing. Colleen was not impressed. "Where is Rennie?" she asked. "That's a very good question," McCulloch spat. "I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on the subject." "How would I know?" she replied. McCulloch opened his mouth to retort and froze when a burst of static came from a speaker mounted in the hall just behind Colleen. A second later, the static resolved into a very frightened-sounding voice. Attention, everybody, attention. This is Sean Robertson." Miles stood in the shelter provided by a doorway, with towel in hand as rain pelted down on the nearby pool, listening as Sean began to lay out their suddenly dire situation. "There's been there's an emergency." "Emergency?" Miles thought with a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He glanced past the pole to the edge of the ship and the rain-choked darkness beyond. Had something happened to the Lazarus? Were they taking on water? He imagined what it would be like to be lost on that pitch-black sea and shuddered. A shape moved along the edge of the pool towards him, a jacket held over its head. It drew near, and Miles saw that it was Wayne, his camcorder cloistered under his arm to protect it from the rain. "Miles," Wayne said, "have you seen JJ? She was supposed to be jamming down in the power room, but..." Miles held up a hand to cut him off. He could tell from the sound of Sean's voice that things were going sideways fast, and he didn't want to miss a single word. "Repeat, this is an emergency." Julius sat on a bench in the locker room, lacing up his tennis shoes and listening to two of his fellow graduates talking about their plans for when they reached New York City. Finished with his shoes, he glanced over at the two young men and contemplated appearances. Take himself, for example. Julius had been the undisputed king of Lakeview High. He was universally liked by both teachers and his fellow students. All the girls wanted to date him, and all the boys wanted to be him. He was handsome, a fantastic athlete that could excel at any sport that he turned his mind to. His family had money, so he always had the best clothes and drove around in a nice car. He had all this as a young black man, something that would have been impossible before great men like Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Nelson Mandela made their contributions to history. He could be the poster child for an advertisement about the American dream. It was too bad that no one really knew him at all. Julius had a secret, a dirty little secret that would change everyone's view of him if they knew. A secret that would turn friends into strangers, admirers into haters. A secret that would make his successful conservative parents disown him. A secret that would lead him to be ostracized from the community he'd grown up in and come to love. Julius had a secret. Julius was gay. No one knew, not his parents, who spouted all the time about how much they loved him and that nothing could ever change that, not his closest friends. No one knew, and that fact kept him up at night. How could the world move so far ahead, overcome generations of prejudices, only to hold on to others? Julius should feel free, but instead he felt trapped in a gilded birdcage. The injustice of it all brought tears to his eyes. One of the other boys noticed Julius watching them and gave him a hearty, manly man pat on the back. The teenager's name was Mike Davidson, and he was a linebacker for the now defunct Lakeview High's football team. Would he be so ready to touch Julius if he knew? Surely not. Julius would not be the boy's bro anymore. He would be something to ridicule and shame. Maybe things could be different for him at college. Julius hoped so. Mike started to speak, and then Sean's voice issued from the speakers, reverberating around the ship with the message of doom. "Attention, everybody! This is Sean Robertson. This is an emergency." Mike and the other boy frowned down at Julius, unsure whether this was a joke or not. If it was in very poor taste. "I want everybody to meet on the bridge," Sean continued. "Stay calm, but get here as quickly as possible. Walk with a friend if you can." "What the fuck is this?" Julius asked as he stood up to face the other two boys. Mike shrugged and twitched his head towards the locker room exit. "I don't know, but I think we should go find out." Rain pounded the Lazarus and wind howled around its stacks, sounding like a freight train speeding through. Sean felt the growing pitch and yaw of the vessel beneath his feet and began to worry that they were running in a beam sea. He glanced at his father's corpse, saw that his half-severed head was lolling back and forth gently with the motion of the ship, and nearly vomited. He turned away, unable to look at the body any longer, and ashamed of himself for that. He met Rennie's eyes, saw fear and concern for him, and reminded himself that he couldn't fall apart. With his father and Carlson dead, he very well could be the only person on board the Lazarus who had any idea how to navigate and operate the ship. He lifted the microphone to his lips and started talking again. "God, I wish this was a joke," he said. "But it is not. Get here as quick as you can, people. He couldn't think of anything else that needed to be said over the intercom, so he hung the microphone on its hook by the helm. He started towards Rennie, and then the ship took the biggest wave yet, rocking it to the side hard enough to nearly knock her and him off their feet. Sean heard a heavy thump that sounded like a bag of potatoes hitting the deck and felt his world going gray when he realized that the sound was that of his dad's body falling from the captain's seat and hitting the floor. "Don't you do it," he thought desperately. "Don't you pass out." Sean stuck his tongue between his teeth and bit down hard enough to draw blood. The pain was bright, and it brought the world back into focus. He moved to Rennie, put a hand on her arm to steady her. "What's happening now?" Rennie asked. "I'm not sure," he replied. He crossed back to the instruments and checked the readouts on the Loran. He racked his brain for everything that his father had taught him, and felt panic rise when he drew a blank. He was drawing a complete blank. The information on display might as well have been written in Chinese for all the sense he could make of it. He sensed Rennie at his elbow, heard her speak his name. I don't know," he said. "I think we've gone off course or something?" If his panic was a rumbling lion, hers was a roaring dragon in her chest. She grabbed his arm with enough force to leave bruises. "What do you mean?" Here it was again, the crushing pressure. He'd lived with it for years, lived with the weight of his father's expectations. Oh, how he wished his father was standing beside him right then. Oh, how he wished he had paid more attention to the lessons his dad had tried to teach him. He looked into Rennie's face, felt her fear, wishing he could do something to assuage it, and knowing that he was not up to the task. "I don't know what I mean," he said. "All I know is that there is no one guiding this ship anymore." "Can't you call for help?" Rennie asked. Sean took a breath to calm himself and nodded. I think so, but we have to lower the anchors and so we don't drift any further off course." Some of the fright left Rennie's face. They had the beginning of a plan, a task that needed to be accomplished. "Okay, where are they?" "They are at the bow," he answered. Rennie frowned. "The bow?" "The front of the ship. There's a hoist on each side that lowers them." "Got it," she said, turning and starting towards a door on the right side of the bridge. "Hey, wait a minute," he called after her. "I didn't mean for you to go. You don't know what to do." "I'll figure it out," she said. "Just radio for help, okay?" She opened the heavy metal door, struggling against the howling wind, and then she was gone. Sean felt fresh apprehension at her absence and forced it back. Rennie was right. He needed to call for help before things got any worse. He looked around, located the radio handset, and switched the channel to the emergency frequency. He lifted the microphone and depressed the talk button. "Mayday, mayday, mayday, this is the motor vessel Lazarus calling for assistance. Mayday, mayday, mayday." The door on the left side of the bridge opened, and Sean looked up to see Julius, Mike, and the other boy from the locker room enter. They stopped short when they caught sight of the blood-streaked floor and the two bodies lying nearby. "Mayday! Mayday!" Sean continued. "This is the motor vessel Lazarus. Please, can anybody out there hear me?" The door that Rennie exited from opened and Miles and Wayne strode in. "Sean, what's going on?" Miles asked. Then he saw and needed no explanation. Wayne saw it too, and backed up against the wall, his face pale. "Jesus Christ!" They all looked to Sean for answers, each asking questions Sean had no answers to. "Who did this?" Julius asked. "Is the radio even working?" Wayne asked. Isn't there some international SOS thing you can do?" Miles asked. "Yes!" Sean shouted. Each question was one more straw, one more pound of pressure threatening to break him and leave him a trembling, weeping husk on the floor beside his father's remains. "I'm trying! Mayday! 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 I repeat, this is the motor vessel Lazarus. If anybody can hear me, please respond." A burst of static came through the radio's speaker, and then a masculine voice spoke. "This is the Coast Guard, Cutter Dallas. What is the nature of your problem, Lazarus?" A thrill of relief washed through Sean and the others, and they had to stifle cheers as Sean keyed the microphone to relay their situation. "The ship's captain and chief engineer have been killed. I repeat, the captain and engineer are dead." A second's pause as the man on the other end of the radio absorbed this information before continuing. "Roger that. What is your location, Lazarus?" Sean looked to the instrumental readouts. I'm not sure." "That's all right," said the cutter radio operator. "I'll walk you through it. Do you know if your ship is equipped with Loran or Omega satellite navigation?" Sean brightened slightly, happy he could at least answer that question. "Loran." "Okay, good," said the man. "Do you see the digital display on the side of the machine?" Sean checked and nodded, then blushed when he remembered the guy couldn't see him. He keyed the mic. "Yes, I see it." "Great. The Loran's display shows your latitude and longitude. Give me the coordinates and we will be there as quick as we can." "Okay, hold on," Sean said. He grabbed a piece of paper from a printer near the device and a pen. Then he leaned over the display and began to copy the numbers. Lightning arced across the turbulent sky, briefly illuminating the Lazarus's decks and the surrounding ocean. Rain fell in sheets, pelted down on a lone figure that stood on the roof of the bridge. The falling rain and gusting wind didn't bother him. Jason had been through much worse. He cocked his head to one side, listening, not to the panicked voices of the teenagers just below, but to the voices of the deadites and his mother. They told him what the nasty kids were trying to do, that they were about to call for help so that they could escape him. They told him what he needed to do to stop that. He reached out with his decayed right hand and grabbed the ship's radio antenna aerial. "Yes," crooned the dead voices in chorus. "Don't let them escape. They belong to us." "Do it, Jason," said Mother. "Stop them." Yes, Mother, he thought. He would. Sean double-checked the numbers he'd copied from the display and then picked the radio headset back up and keyed it. "Okay, I have the coordinates." "Roger that," replied the Coast Guard radio man. "I need you to give me the degrees first, followed by the minutes, and then the sec." A burst of static cut the voice off, and then silence took its place. Sean keyed the radio over and over again, called out and received no response. The radio was dead. The door behind Miles and Wayne burst open, striking Wayne in the arm, and everyone looked to see McCulloch and Colleen walking in. As usual, McCulloch looked mad at the world. "I demand to know what is going on." He trailed off when he saw the two dead men, speechless for a moment. Colleen pulled up short at his elbow, her hand over her mouth. "Dear God!" McCulloch squared his shoulders, his jaw set as another wave rocked the ship. Things were skidding out of control, and someone needed to take charge. Of course it should be him. He had shouldered responsibility his entire life. There was no better person for the job. He pushed through the graduates to where Sean stood and held out his hands expectantly. "Where's the radio?" Sean pointed to the handset. "I've already tried it. I was on with the Coast Guard when the radio went silent. It's dead." "Are you sure you even know what you're doing?" McCulloch asked peevishly. The question hit Sean right where it hurt the most. The ghost of his father's voice rang out in his head, telling him he had done something wrong again, that he wasn't good enough. Sean paled, tried to speak, but his throat was suddenly too dry. He swallowed hard, heard a soft click in his throat. He tried again and was interrupted by a new voice speaking from the dark stairwell behind them. You're all gonna die. The group spun around to see the grimy deckhand named Sausage looming on the top step like some smelly gargoyle. You're the last ones, he said. He's come back for you. He's come back to finish what his mother started. What are you talking about? McCulloch asked. Jason Voorhees, Sausage hissed. You are insane, my good sir, McCulloch said with a shake of his head. Jason Voorhees has been dead for over 30 years. Jason doesn't die like you or I, said the deckhand. They thought he drowned when he was a child. That was until he reappeared as an adult and started killing the counselors at Packanack Lodge. They thought he died when they put an axe through his skull. They thought he died when Tommy Jarvis chopped him up with the machete. All those deaths and so many more. They were all wrong, and so are you. Jason walks this ship here and now. Oh yes, McCulloch said. There's a killer on this ship, and it's certainly none of us. Sausage's rheumy eyes popped wide as he realized what the teacher was hinting at. He took a step back down the stairs and pointed at McCulloch. You're the one that's insane. You don't believe what your eyes are showing you. That was too much for Charles McCulloch to take, to think he would be called crazy by a madman. He charged forward and snatched a flare gun from a shelf and brandished it at the deckhand. His finger found the trigger, began to squeeze, and then Colleen was between them. Sausage took the opportunity to flee back down the stairs and away into the shadows below. What are you doing, Charles? She asked. Have you lost your goddamn mind? Here was another person insinuating that he had gone crazy. The world seemed to shift slightly beneath McCulloch, the tilt having nothing to do with the roiling sea. What had happened? He needed to take control of the situation before it got more out of hand, and comments like that undermined his authority. No! He shouted, pointing to the corpses. I haven't lost my mind. It seems like I'm the only person on this goddamn ship who hasn't. That lunatic has been spouting off about Jason since we boarded. I don't think it's a coincidence. That doesn't prove a thing, Colleen said, rolling her eyes. So the guy is a few cans short of a six-pack. Big deal. That doesn't make him a murderer. McCulloch puffed up his chest. It must be him because Jason Voorhees is dead. Walking corpses are not real. Yeah, but these dead bodies are real enough, Julius said, cutting in. He glanced around at the others. We can't sit around waiting for whoever it is to come looking for us. I say we regroup and find this motherfucker before he finds us. There was a murmur of assent from those gathered around, and McCulloch felt his blood boil. Here was another challenge, another person trying to take his responsibility away from him. He took a step towards Julius and shouted in his most authoritative voice, You'll do no such thing, and I expect you to watch your language, young man. I am in charge here. No, Julius scoffed. You aren't. In case you haven't noticed, school is out, McCulloch. Julius turned to go, followed by most of the teenagers. Colleen reached out to grab one of them. Please stay here, everybody. We need to stick together. Her words went in one ear and out the other. None of them slowed. 5 seconds later, Sean, Colleen, and McCulloch found themselves alone with the dead. McCulloch looked around in anger, and then froze when he realized who hadn't been present during his time on the bridge. He turned on Sean. Wait a minute, where's Rennie? Sean saw fresh anger on the older man's face and paled. She's dropping the anchors. I thought the Coast Guard could find us easier if we weren't moving. McCulloch's face turned red and then purple, and Sean could see a vein pulsing at his temple. He clenched and unclenched his hands as if he wanted to choke Sean. You did what? McCulloch said. You sent my niece out there alone with a psychopath running loose. Sean was at a loss for words. He backed up until his legs met the helm instrumentation and he could retreat no further. He had never seen the teacher like that before, had never even imagined that he was capable of such rage. McCulloch finally looked down at his fist and then turned away. He walked out of the bridge into the stormy night. Chapter 9. Eva. The cold rain fell hard, pricking Rennie's face like falling pebbles. She shielded her eyes and moved forward along the gunwale towards two large shapes at the front of the ship that she assumed were the anchor hoists. The bow lifted 10, 20 feet more on the crest of a wave and then came plummeting down. It struck the water and tilted to the side, throwing Rennie into a wall to her left. She hit, rebounded, and found her balance, thanking God that the ship hadn't rolled in the opposite direction. If it had, she probably would have gone screaming over the railing into the black ocean below. How long would it have taken before the others even figured out what had happened to her? Whether minutes or hours, it didn't make a difference. She would be just as dead regardless. She moved on, shivering with fear and cold. She ran her hand along the wall to steady herself, her fingers trailing over a circular porthole, unaware that she was being watched. Jason stood in the corridor on the other side of the thick glass, staring at her as she passed. Memories flashed through his mind. The young girl with the fire for hair. The young girl who had grown into the young woman walking just outside. The young woman who grew up only because she had managed to escape his grasp years before. She would not escape him again. He moved to his left, trailing along beside her, watching her progress through portholes set at regular intervals along the corridor. She was so close, separated from him by a single metal wall. He glanced up ahead and saw a door on his right, near the end of the corridor. The door would open out onto the deck, would take him right to Rennie. He felt a thrill of excitement run through his decayed nerves. Rarely had he looked forward to a kill like this. Jason moved along the passage, in step with Rennie, her dark shadow. Eva was frantic as she climbed the stairs towards where she thought the Lazarus's bridge waited. Something was terribly wrong, and it was just like her to get lost on the way to find out what the trouble was. She reached the top of the stairs and paused when a group of her classmates, led by Julia, strode by along the corridor. Each boy's face was set, determined, even exhilarated, as if they were marching off to the biggest football game of the year. She spotted Wayne bringing up the rear and grabbed his arm before he could pass her by. "What's going on?" she asked. "I heard Sean on the PA system." "Sean's dad, the captain?" Wayne trailed off, glancing after the others. Energy seemed to thrum through his body beneath her fingers. He was like a startled rabbit coiled to spring away. "What about the captain?" "The captain was murdered, and so was his first mate, or whatever the hell you're supposed to call him," Wayne said. "The buzz is that Jason might have snuck on board." Eva's blood turned to ice in her veins. As in Jason Voorhees, the Crystal Lake Killer? As in Camp Blood? Wayne nodded, glancing up the passage again. Julius and the others were out of sight, but Eva could still hear the echo of their footfalls. She squeezed his arm to get his attention and asked, "Have you seen Tamara? She wasn't with the group that went by." Wayne frowned. "No, I haven't, and I'm not losing any sleep over it." "But she could be in trouble." Wayne shrugged. "So, what else is new?" "Look, Eva, you're asking the wrong dude to feel sorry for Tamara Mason. I was infatuated with her too. Then I saw the real Tamara. You need to wise up like I did. It's not hip to be her friend." Eva paused, remembering the drugs and how Tamara had pushed Rennie into the pool earlier. "I don't care about being hip anymore, but I still need to make sure she's all right." "I'd give up on that one too if I were you," he said. "She's a lost cause. Anyway, I need to find JJ. Have you seen her?" Eva shook her head. "No, I'm sorry." Wayne shrugged again and started off down the corridor. "I've got to find her. Stay safe." "You too," Eva called after him. Wayne threw her a wave with the hand not holding the camera. Then he was gone, and Eva moved off in a different direction, headed towards Tamara's stateroom. Jason stood at the door, his hand on the knob. He could see Rennie through the small window set in the door. She was there, 20 feet away, staring at the starboard anchor hoist, trying to figure out how to operate it. He twisted the knob and inched the door open, unperturbed by the blast of wind that whistled through the opening. "Yes, Jason," Mother said. "She's right there, waiting for you. Take her, Jason. Kill her." He would. He started forward and then froze when a loud bark sounded nearby. Rennie whirled, not noticing the open door and the monster just beyond, only seeing the flash of white and black fur running away down the starboard gangway. "Toby?" she called. She took a step and Jason tensed, ready to meet her when she drew near. Then another voice rang out from behind him, and Jason paused, listening. "Tamara, are you around here anywhere? Something happened, it's bad." Jason glanced behind him towards a nearby stairwell. The voice was coming from there. He looked back and saw that Rennie had walked by him while he was distracted. He had a choice to make. Which girl should he take first? The voice below called out again, and he made his decision. He would catch up with Rennie later. He let the door close and walked down the passage towards the sound of Eva's voice. Eva approached Tamara's stateroom door and felt her heart skip a beat when she saw that it was ajar. Tamara would never leave her door cracked. Eva reached up and knocked. The sound of her knuckles like a hammer driving nails into a coffin. "Tamara, it's me. I just want to talk with you." No answer. Eva pushed the door open and shivered when an icy hand gripped her heart. She'd felt this sensation once before when she was a little girl. She'd been 7 years old and staying at her grandmother's house. She'd wanted something to eat, so she went to find her granny because she hadn't seen her around the house for a while. She'd knocked on her granny's door, walked inside, and found her grandmother dead of a heart attack on the floor beside her bed. The feeling was the same then as it was now. Death had come for a visit. "Don't be stupid," Eva chided herself. "You aren't a little girl anymore. It's just a draft of cold air. Nothing more." Yet, the chill persisted, freezing her to the very depths of her soul. She forced herself to walk inside the room, and what she saw was not good. The room was a mess. Clothes lay scattered about the floor, and there was a faint, unpleasant odor of pond scum and mud. "Tamara," Eva whispered, "if this is your idea of a joke, it's not really funny. People are dead, and we have to go meet the others. Tamara!" The bathroom door was open a crack. Eva crept to it and slowly pushed it open. She caught sight of what was inside and began to shriek. Tamara's body sat slumped against the shower wall, her nude body pierced in a dozen places by shards of broken mirror glass. Her face, "Oh, Jesus!" Eva cried inside her head. "Oh, Christ! She has no face!" It was as if her killer had known just how to hurt the pretty vain girl the most. He'd taken one of the shards of broken mirror and peeled her face like an onion until all that remained was bloody bone and bits of meat. Tamara's blue eyes stared from the middle of the mess, and Eva imagined she could still make out the remnants of her friend's terror in the sightless orbs. Eva turned away and caught sight of one last travesty. Tamara's face lay discarded in the sink amidst the shattered glass. Eva ran from the bathroom, made it halfway across the stateroom, and then vomited on the bedspread. She felt the world begin to spin, saw black walls closing in at the corners of her vision, and realized she was about to pass out. "Snap out of it, girl! If you're gonna faint, do it somewhere else. What if the maniac comes back?" Eva lifted her right hand and brought it down across her face. The sharp pain brought the world back into focus, and she staggered from the room out into the passageway. She turned to her right and came face to face with Tamara's murderer. He was bigger than she imagined, like a masked grizzly bear. He stopped walking when he saw her, and each stared at the other for a frozen moment. Then he started forward, and she was running away down the hall, not sure where she was fleeing to, only sure that she must run or face the same fate as Tamara. She came to a stairwell, descended to a lower deck, and ran through a double set of doors into a wall of sound and flashing lights. The neon sign on the wall behind the bar read, "Club Ruby," in a sweeping cursive script red as blood. A disco ball hung from the center of the ceiling over a dance floor that was surrounded on all sides by tables decorated with paper graduation caps and confetti. Why was the lights and music on? She saw no staff or partygoers. There was no help to be had, and she was sure that she hadn't given Jason the slip yet. She looked around, saw another set of doors opposite the one she entered through, and sprinted for them. She hit them at a full run and crumpled into them, nearly losing her feet. The doors were locked tight. "Shit!" she cried, spinning back around in time to see why the music and lights were on. There had been people here, but the party had gone on without them. She saw 2 adults and 4 or 5 of her classmates tacked to the walls with knives and other utensils. Each had been opened from neck to groin, and their guts strewn about like party streamers. Eva looked away before she could recognize familiar faces, and saw Jason surge through the entrance and slam the door shut behind him. He stood, shoulders heaving, all rage and hate. Shadows seemed to cling to him in spite of the flashing club lights, turning the mask's eye holes into dark gulfs. Yet even though she couldn't see his eyes, she felt his stare like fire on her skin. Eva spun on her heels, desperate for any avenue of escape. If not to the outside, then maybe to the kitchen, where she might find something she could defend herself with. The light strobed off and back on. No more than a quarter second of darkness. One blink and he wasn't there, the next, and Jason was standing in front of her. She turned back to the main doors. Blink, he was there waiting for her. "That's impossible," she thought. "He moved 20 feet in the blink of an eye?" Another flash and he was gone. Eva backed into the center of the dance floor and turned in a swift circle, searching for him. Strobe, he was 15 feet away on her right. Flash, he was 10 feet away. Blink, he was gone. Eva smelled rotten flesh and foul, muddy earth. She froze, knowing what she would see when she turned around. She spun, hands raised to scratch and tear. Jason was there, a foot away. He thrust his hand out, terribly fast, and gripped her throat. His touch was clammy ice against her skin. He squeezed, cutting off her breath as he lifted her from the floor. Her head hit the disco ball, nearly knocking it from the hook, but she didn't notice. All her dwindling attention was fixed on the single eye she was now close enough to see. It was glazed over, as if covered in a cataract, and it was nested in a bed of maggot-eaten flesh. Surely the man could not be alive. Surely this dead man wasn't killing her. She grabbed his wrist, clawed at the leather gloves and slimy flesh beneath. It did no good. The world grew dark, drew down to a single point of light that glinted off that baleful eye. Then the light went out. Jason flung the dead girl to the dance floor like a sack of potatoes and stepped over her on his way to find the girl with fire for hair and the rest of her friends. Eva watched him going, not seeing. For her, the party was over. Chapter 10. Accidents Happen. For the life of her, Rennie couldn't fathom how a little border collie could keep disappearing on a ship at sea. It wasn't like he could even open doors. Even so, he'd given her the slip again. Rennie stood amidships for a moment, feeling hysteria building like a head of steam in her chest. Everything could be better, would be better, if she could only get her hands on Toby. She really needed a hug from her furry friend right then. "Oh, Toby," she said to the stormy night. "Where did you go?" Another large wave struck the side of the Lazarus, tilting it on its axis and reminding her that she still had a job to do. Sighing, she turned back towards the bow and the two anchor housings. She moved to the starboard side and stepped inside the small shed that held the hoist controls. It was dark as a cave inside. She felt around, found the switch, and flicked it on. A single fluorescent bulb flickered to fitful life, and she saw a hulking coil of chain coming out of the deck, over a spool, and out a hole that opened onto the outside. Beside the anchor chain sat a small console with two buttons, one green, the other red, and a lever on the side. A diagram on the side seemed to show how to operate the equipment. "Looked simple enough," Rennie said, moving to the console and reading over the instructions. She grabbed the lever, pulled it back towards her, and then depressed the green button. She heard a hydraulic motor whine into motion, and then the world was filled with the overwhelming cacophony of the anchor chain as it blurred into motion. Rennie took a step back, afraid of what might happen to her should the heavy chain slip from its track and hit her. She didn't hear the person behind her. She couldn't hear anything over the sound of the chain. Instead, it was a feeling like static electricity running over her skin. She started to turn, her hands raised to shield her face. The shape moved by her, pushed the lever back into the original spot, and pushed the red button. The chain slowed, stopped, leaving Rennie's ears ringing. She looked and sighed with relief when she saw that the person with her was her Uncle Charles. He grabbed her arms and shook her, relief and anger at war in his features. "Thank goodness I found you," McCulloch said. "You had me worried to death. Why would you run off by yourself after seeing what happened on the bridge?" "I'm sorry, Uncle. I was just trying to help. Sean said we should drop the anchor." McCulloch scoffed. "I'm the one you should be listening to. Do you really think that dropping the anchor in the middle of a storm makes any sense whatsoever? I don't know, she replied, flustered. I don't know anything about sailing a cruise ship. Exactly, McCulloch said, pulling her towards the shed door. And neither does Sean, apparently. Come on! Here we go, Julius said as he stepped out of the gym office and tossed a handful of items down onto an exercise mat. I managed to scrounge this shit from the office and hallways. Grab what you want. Wayne, Miles, and 2 other boys surveyed the makeshift arsenal and were pleasantly surprised. Wayne counted 3 fire axes, several pole cues, a flare gun, and even 2 double-barrel over and under shotguns used for skeet shooting. Wayne grabbed one of the guns and popped open the breech to make sure that it was loaded. Miles grabbed an axe, and the other 2 boys did the same. Thus armed, their fear shrunk. Each imagined himself valiantly vanquishing the monster amongst them, saving the day and winning the girl, or boy in Julius's case. What are you taking, Julius? Wayne asked. Julius grinned and cracked his knuckles. I've got all I need right here. Wayne raised an eyebrow skeptically. Dude, I know you're a certified badass, but this is Jason Voorhees we're talking about here. Julius frowned, considering, and then he knelt and picked up the other shotgun. This. I'm taking this. Good choice, Miles said. Rennie felt like a child as McCulloch pulled her along the passageway by her wrist. His grip was strong enough to hold on without hurting her, and she was sure she could yank free if she really wanted to. But what would be the point? Better to let him lead her until they reached her room and then try to talk some sense into him. They turned a corner and came to the door to her stateroom. McCulloch pushed it open and walked Rennie inside, finally releasing his grip. Rennie turned towards him, her hands crossed over her breast, a determined expression on her face. Well, we are here now. Happy? Now, can we please talk about this? He walked over to her bathroom and returned with a fresh towel. She took it and began to pat her hair dry. Her clothes were a lost cause. They were completely soaked through with rain. Damn, she thought, as she waited for him to speak. This is the second set of clothes I've gotten all wet this evening. I'm going to run out of clean clothes before I ever get to New York at this rate. Uncle! McCulloch waved his hand in front of his face as if he were shooing away a pesky fly. What is there to talk about? I refuse to discuss this ridiculous notion that a ghoul is terrorizing this ship. Well, something is going on here, she said. What about the drowning boy I keep seeing? What about him, Rennie? You know you see and hear things that aren't there sometimes. Remember what your therapist said? This isn't that, Rennie said with a shake of her head that sent drops of rainwater flying around the room. I know the difference. McCulloch was silent for a second as he looked around the room. He walked over and tapped the vacant bedside table with one finger. You usually keep your medicine here. How long has it been since you took it? Rennie closed her mouth, not wanting to answer and feeling trapped. McCulloch nodded once. That's what I thought. Listen, Rennie. I know you may not believe me, but I really do have your best interest at heart. Whatever you have been seeing has nothing to do with Jason Voorhees, and neither does the terrible things that are taking place on this ship. I care about you very much. You believe that, don't you? Rennie nodded her head reluctantly. McCulloch smiled at her. Good. I want you to be safe. That's all I care about. Rennie felt the noose tightening and fought against it. I'm not staying locked up in here, Uncle Charles. McCulloch stepped to the door and opened it. I'm sorry, but that is not a request. Rennie crossed the room, calling his name. McCulloch gave her an apologetic smile and closed the door in her face. Steam hissed from poorly welded pipes, fogging Wayne's glasses as he descended the metal steps into the bowels of the ship's power room. He came to a catwalk that stretched out into the dimly lit space and walked along it, the shotgun cradled under one arm and his camera held high in the other. He looked up at the dim overhead lights that did little to expel the darkness around him inside. He reached up, found a switch on the side of the camera, and flipped it. Suddenly, a bright light shot from the sun gun attached to the top of the camera. It wasn't much, but it was better than before. He juggled the gun, nearly dropped it, and then walked on. "JJ?" he called, his voice echoing off the walls, sounding timid and afraid in his ears. "Are you down here?" No answer. There was a set of stairs just ahead that led down to the lower level. Wayne started towards it, and then cried out in pain when a jet of steam shot from a pipe over his head into his face. He jerked back, struck the railing, and the already steamy world went even blurrier as his glasses slipped from his nose and fell down into the darkness below. "God damn it," he said. "We got major problems, Wayne." "No shit, Sherlock," he thought bitterly. He glanced around at the amorphous shapes that now comprised his world. He had a decision to make. Should he turn back? There was a spare set of glasses in his suitcase back in his stateroom. Did he have time to make his stumbling way there and back again? What if JJ were laying down there in the dark, maybe hurt, maybe dying? What if it were too late when he got back and he could have saved her if he had just pressed on? The thought of JJ alone and hurting sent a bolt of pain through his heart. What had he been thinking? Why had he been so hung up on the vapid Tamara when a cool woman like JJ was standing right in front of him? He'd been stupid, blind. He wouldn't be blind anymore. Well, metaphorically speaking anyway. He couldn't help being mostly blind at the moment. His choice made, he put his hip against the handrail and slowly walked along the catwalk. He thought he remembered how far the stairs had been when he lost his glasses. He just had to be careful not to go tumbling down when he came to them. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? Sure, and pigs could fly. It was a close thing, even with him moving at a snail's pace by the time he reached the head of the stairs. He only saved himself by going down on one knee, ripping his jeans and his skin beneath. This sucks, he thought, as he found his way to his feet and started down the stairs one slow step at a time. This has turned out to be one stinker of a senior trip. First you let yourself get used by the world's shallowest bitch, then a fucking psycho killer comes back from the fucking dead to kill your classmates and the only two men on board that know how to sell the ship. Then the ship decides to fart in your face and you lose your glasses. What else could possibly fucking go wrong? Wayne reached the bottom of the stairs and paused, listening to the hissing shadows around him. Which way should he go now? He felt a rhythmic thrumming in the metal beneath his feet, a thrumming that grew more intense with each passing second. He heard the squelch of someone's shoe right behind him and turned to see a large shape lunging towards him with what looked like a knife in its hand. Wayne didn't have time to aim. He lifted the shotgun with his left hand and pulled both triggers. The blast of light and sound was deafening. The recoil unmanageable, one-handed from the hip. He fell onto his back, his head striking the floor hard enough to send stars sparkling across his vision. Shit, he thought with a groan. Who did I just off? Man, please let it be Voorhees, please. Wayne got up on his knees and then to his feet, his head like agony, his heart pounding. He had no more shells for the empty shotgun, so he left it on the floor and picked up his camera. He had an idea. Maybe there was a way for him to see without his glasses. He put the camera's viewfinder to his eye and breathed a sigh of relief when he found the camera undamaged. He adjusted the focus in and out until the black and white image projected on the inside became sharper than his normal sight. Now we're cooking with gas, he thought. He panned the camera along the floor until he saw a blood-spattered pair of booted feet protruding from a pair of blue work pants. He followed the long legs up to the thin waist and saw a mechanic's work belt full of various tools. The man's hands were calloused and large, the knuckles covered with a forest of black hairs. A Phillips head screwdriver lay on the ground beside his right hand. A cold sensation ran from the top of Wayne's head and down his body to his toes, and he suddenly felt like he might vomit. Not a knife! Oh Jesus, it wasn't a knife! Wayne panned the camera up the man's abdomen to his chest. His still chest. Gore soaked the left side, the shirt burned by gunpowder, the chest beneath dented in by the twin shotgun blasts. Wayne saw the broken ends of white bone sticking out of the wound and moved the camera before he could see any more. The man's face came into view, destroying Wayne's last hopes. There was no hockey mask, only the clean-shaven face of one of the Lazarus's crewmen. "No!" Wayne moaned. He took a step back and bumped into something that smelled like a damp marsh in the deepest part of a forest. Wayne turned, looking through the viewfinder, seeing a man's broad chest. Wayne panned slowly up until he finally saw what he'd hoped to see seconds earlier. A yellowed hockey mask with chipped red markings on each cheek and forehead. "It's him," Wayne thought, his bowels turning to mush. "It's really him, Jason fucking Voorhees." And then another thought, "I'm a dead man." Wayne didn't have time to move. Jason lashed out with one hand, lightning quick, and knocked the camera from Wayne's hands. Virtually blind again, the teenage boy ran. He stumbled over the dead crewman and continued on, his hands outstretched, seeking the telltale break in the railing that would signal he had come to the stairs that led up to the catwalk and escape. He didn't feel it. He should have by now. Had he gone the wrong way? Had he somehow taken a turn down a side path he had not known was there in his panic? God, he hoped not, because he might never find his way out, not before Jason caught him. He heard a heavy tread behind him and knew he was running out of time. He ran faster, knowing it was a mistake when he couldn't see, but knowing deep inside that, trip or not, it probably wouldn't make a difference. His feet caught on something and he fell hard, his cheek striking the corner of something square. He felt warm blood running down his face, quite a lot of it. He reached for the square object and found it. He got to his knees and brought the thing close enough to his face to recognize what it was. It was a guitar amp. No, no! He dropped the amp, searching around until his hands found something new. He picked this up and ran his fingers along its long neck to its V-shaped body. It was an electric guitar. JJ's electric guitar. JJ would never have left her equipment there, not unless she had no other choice, not while she was still breathing. What did I trip on? He thought. It wasn't the guitar and it wasn't the amp. So what the fuck did I trip on? He let the instrument fall from numb fingers and began to feel about himself frantically. He touched a pole of something cold and sticky, and then his fingers found something new. It was round, covered in something that felt like hair or soft fur. There was a ragged opening and his fingers slipped inside to fill a pulpy yet firm mass. He leaned down until he could make out what he was touching, and all thoughts of Jason vanished from his mind in the face of this new, unspeakable horror. It's JJ, she's dead, and I have my fingers in her head. Oh Christ, I'm touching her brain. Wayne jumped to his feet, screaming the scream of the newly mad. He ran away from the husk that had once been his friend and right into the waiting arms of her killer. Wayne no longer cared. The monster would bring him death, and Wayne was okay with that. Death would bring the end of memory, would stop the sensation of JJ's brain from singing along his raw nerve endings. Death would bring peace. Jason lifted him from the floor and threw him across the power room. Wayne struck the ship's circuit panel and was galvanized. Muscles went rigid, and blood streamed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Sparks flew, filling the cavernous space with light. Jason stood and watched as raptly as a child watching a fireworks show on the 4th of July. The smell of charred flesh reached Jason, but he did not flinch. The scent was nothing new to him. Orange tongues of flame sprouted from Wayne's clothes and hair. It began to spread over the instrumentation. The lights in the power room flickered and began to dim. Chapter 11. Things Fall Apart. Colleen stood beside Sean, her arms crossed protectively over her chest as she watched him trying to step into his father's shoes. He was the only person on board that could, and the weight of all their lives on his shoulders seemed to be compressing him. He looked small, a child again, as he went over the displays and instrumentation for the 5th time in the last minute. She felt sorry for him, wished she could step up and take charge or do literally anything to help, knowing all she could offer was empty platitudes. The facts were the facts. It was all on him. How did it come to this? She wondered to herself. We haven't been at sea 24 hours yet. How did things go so wrong so fast? Suddenly, the bridge lights and those visible outside the windows flickered, grew dim, and went out. Colleen felt panic grip her heart as a snatch of a poem by William Butler Yeats came to her mind. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed. She thought about the monster stalking the ship, and another part of the piece came to her. A gaze, blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving, while all about it, real shadows. The lights blinked back on, pushing the crushing darkness back just a little. Colleen glanced around at the instruments and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw each still displayed text and numbers. "What was that?" she asked. Sean shook his head, a bead of perspiration glistening on his forehead. I don't know." "What happens if we don't get control of the ship, Sean? I want you to tell me the truth." The truth?" he said. "We could hit a reef or another ship and sink. We could drift so far off course that we get lost in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. If that happened, we could be out here for weeks before anyone found us." Colleen opened her mouth to ask another question, but stopped when a door slammed open and McCulloch strode in. He looked uptight and rigid, which was normal for him, but he also looked smug and pleased with himself. She thought of Rennie and anger flashed in Colleen's chest. She had to force herself to remain calm. "Did you find Rennie?" she asked. His smug grin grew wider. "She's locked away safely in her room, no thanks to either of you." "You did what?" Colleen barked. "You locked her in?" McCulloch ignored this. He nodded to the helm. "Has he brought the ship back on course yet?" "He is standing right here. Why don't you ask him?" McCulloch kept staring at her, not deigning to look at the teenage boy. "Has he or not?" Colleen bit back a retort, telling herself that arguing with him wouldn't do any of them any good at the moment. Instead, she said, "He's doing the best he can, Charles." "His best?" McCulloch spat. "He is the son of the captain, for Christ's sake. You'd think he would be able to operate this thing." "That's not fair," Colleen said. "Sean is his father's son, not his father." Sean closed his eyes, listening to the two adults arguing about him, his insides a whirl of conflicting emotions. He felt anger at McCulloch's presumption and dismissal of he and Miss Van Dusen. He felt shame that he had never lived up to his father's expectations, and felt fear that his failure to do so might doom everyone on board. Another wave struck the ship on its side, and he had to grab the side of the console to keep from falling to the deck. A new emotion emerged as he righted himself. Miss Van Dusen called him his father's son. She had faith in him, and so had his father. He glanced to the floor beside the helm and saw the box containing the present his father had given him, the one containing the brass sextant and new handheld navigational computer. He bent, picked it up, held the box in his hand. "This is the last gift I will ever get from Dad," Sean thought. Navigational equipment. He believed I could make use of them. Dad believed I could really do it. Sean pulled the sextant and computer out of the box and put them in his jacket pocket. Then he turned to the Omega and Loran readouts. He made a few quick calculations based on the data and then turned to the helm. "Well?" McCulloch asked, hands on his hips. Sean ignored the older man, moving around him to his father's seat at the helm. He put a hand on the back and imagined he could feel the last vestiges of warmth from his father's body on the leather. The thought brought sudden tears to his eyes, and Sean hastily wiped them away. There would be time to mourn later. His dad would understand. He had a job to do. Sean climbed into the seat and studied the control panel in front of him. After a moment, he made a few quick adjustments and then pressed a button. A light flashed green on the panel, and Sean felt hope kindle in his heart. "It worked," he said. "I did it!" "What worked?" McCulloch asked. Sean turned to him and Colleen, a broad smile spreading across his face. "I got the autopilot back on. We're back on course." "That's fantastic!" Colleen cried. She rushed forward past McCulloch and wrapped Sean in a fierce embrace. Sean blushed, embarrassed that his former teacher was hugging him. "Well," McCulloch said again, "at least that's a stop." Suddenly, a strident alarm filled the bridge, cutting off his words. Flashing red lights lit up the panels around them. "What's that?" McCulloch asked. Sean paled as he checked the readout, already sure what it would tell him. He turned back to the adults in terror. "It's the fire alarm." Colleen met his gaze, felt his fear as her own. "We just got the ship back on course," she thought. Yeats was right. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. The fire was spreading. Already the dead boy's corpse was completely engulfed, and the yellow tongues of flame were finding new things to devour. Jason stood back and watched this and thought that it was good. "Yes, Jason," said Mother. "They will panic, they will try to run, and you will catch them. You will catch them and make them wish that they were never born." Yes, he would do that. He would kill them all, and then he would go home. Who knew? Maybe his old shack would still be standing. He would make the woods his again, and people would come to know what fear truly was. The alarm was like an ice pick being driven into McCulloch's eardrums over and over. He put his hands over his ears, but he could still hear it. Worse, he could feel it as it vibrated inside his head. It blared out its strident call. "Danger! Trouble! Be afraid!" McCulloch ground his teeth together. It was as if the alarm was all his troubles from the last couple of days all rolled into one and given voice. He thought he might go mad if it went on much longer. "Can't you shut that damn thing off?" he barked as he made his way towards a small white cabinet with a red cross stenciled on it. He pried it open, saw what he was looking for, and withdrew a bright orange flare gun. He opened it to make sure it was loaded and then snapped it back shut. Colleen saw this and frowned. "What are you planning on doing with that?" she asked, pointing to the gun. "Nobody could possibly see it in this storm." McCulloch grinned without humor. "There's only one person who needs to see it, and I'm going to find it." "What about the fire?" "I doubt very much that one even exists," he said, pocketing the flare gun. "What are you talking about?" Colleen shouted. McCulloch tapped his temple with one long finger. "Use some common sense, woman. Setting off a fire alarm causes panic. The same kind of panic caused by suggesting Jason Voorhees is on board. I'm going to find that deckhand. Enough is enough." McCulloch marched to the nearest door and out into the raging storm. A few seconds later, Sean managed to find the right switch and shut off the fire alarm. A few seconds later, Sean managed to find the right switch and shut off the fire alarm. The relative silence left in its wake was deafening. He crossed the bridge and took 2 black raincoats from pegs and handed one of them to Colleen. Come on, we need to get everybody together in case the fire's for real. Good thinking, Colleen said. Lead the way, Captain. Captain. Part of him thrilled at the title, drew confidence from it, but the greater part of him felt sick to his stomach at the very thought. Pale as a ghost, he walked towards the exit with Colleen close behind. Julius felt like a lion as he stalked along the corridor with his skeet gun shouldered and ready. He was lethal, a predator on the hunt. He rounded a corner, came to a door, and stepped through it out onto an exposed walkway that ran amidships. Rain pelted down like needles and the wind howled, whipping the collar of his tracksuit around. He squinted against the downpour, making out the hulking mass of lifeboats stored up ahead, and something else. He wasn't sure, but it seemed that something or someone was moving near the boats, moving as if they were trying to stay hidden. Julius gripped the shotgun stock tighter and crept forward, virtually silent and invisible in the pouring rain. He was 20 feet away, 10. He leapt forward, shotgun raised. A dark shape loomed from the shadows, a fire axe raised over its head. Julius felt his finger tighten on the trigger. Shit, man, it's me, don't shoot! Julius knew that voice. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart tried to beat out of his chest. He lowered the gun, terrified at how close he'd come to pulling the trigger. How much more pressure would it have taken? 1 pound? A half? Miles, Julius breathed. Fuck, dude, why did you jump out at me like that? I almost blew you away! Why did I jump out? Miles asked, his eyes wide. Why did you creep up on me, bro? I thought you were him. I think I need to change my underwear now. Listen, why don't you keep looking around here? I'm going to search the upper deck. Julius threw Miles a quick salute, and the two teenagers went their separate ways. Neither noticed the thin wisp of black smoke that drifted from a nearby vent in the deck. Fully half of the power room was on fire now. Paint bubbled on the ceiling and walls. There was nothing left of Wayne except for a charred skeleton and the melted plastic remains of his glasses and camera. The flames had consumed him, and they were still hungry. They crawled along the floors, up the walls, closer and closer to a large metal tank nestled under the web of catwalks that spanned the room. Bright red block lettering on the side of the tank read, Danger, fuel tanks. Miles reached the top of the ladder and climbed up onto the pool deck with his axe in hand. The rain-lashed pool was much changed in the time since he'd last been there. Upturned chairs and tables lay scattered about the deck, having been flipped over by the violent wind. The pool water was now a foot below the top after much of it had spilled out during the Lazarus's rocky voyage. The water that remained was as turbulent as the sea itself, rocked by waves. Miles gripped his weapon tighter and moved along the pool's edge, searching the shadows for any sign of his quarry, and finding none, never considering that he was the one being hunted. He came to a short set of stairs that led up to another level and climbed them. A huge towering smokestack rose into the air ahead of him, its top seeming to sway among the lowering storm clouds overhead. Miles reached it, walked around to the other side where the worst of the wind was blocked by the massive pipe. Squelch. Miles froze. He could hear much better with the wind knocked down, could hear what he hadn't noticed before, could hear the sound of someone close behind him. Squelch, squelch. They were right behind him. He didn't have time to run, to create space. All he had time to do was turn and fight. Miles took a deep breath, spun around, and brought his axe down. He was fast, but Jason was faster. The big man caught the axe deftly in his right hand and yanked it from Miles' grasp as easily as an adult taking candy from a baby. Jason flung the axe away into the night and surged forward. Miles turned and ran. Julius thought he heard someone shouting. He stopped walking to look around, and it was at that momentary pause that saved his foot. He heard a whoosh as something came hurtling towards him out of the darkness. It struck an inch in front of his toe, embedding itself in the wooden deck planks. It was a fire axe, identical to the one Miles had menaced him with only minutes before. Miles, he thought. Miles went to check the upper deck. That's where the shout came from. That's where the axe came from. Julius looked up as a bolt of lightning crossed the sky, illuminating two figures above him. The glance was brief, but he was able to make out Miles's blonde hair and the round, pale face of the man following him. Not a face, he thought. Not a face. That was a fucking hockey mask. It was true. In spite of all his bravado, Julius hadn't really believed that the actual Jason Voorhees was on board. Hadn't really believed that a dead man could walk again. Now he did. Julius was a practical man. He believed what he saw, and what he saw told him that his friend was running out of time. There was a ladder to his right that led to the upper deck. Julius jumped for it and began to climb. The deck was wet and slick under Miles's shoes. Each staggering, slipping, sliding step was a gamble for his life, and he knew that it was a gamble he was going to lose. How much farther could he make it? 20 yards? 40? He needed to do something else before it was too late. There was a mast rising up out of the deck ahead of him, its top a forest of antennas and tubes. Miles saw a large metal bolt sticking from the mast's side at regular intervals, and realized that they were a ladder. Maintenance crews used to scale the mast when they needed to work on the sensitive equipment at its peak. Bad idea, muchacho, he thought. You'll be trapped if you climb up there. All Jason will have to do is climb up after you. Miles's foot slipped on the wet mahogany planking under him, and he almost went down. He didn't have a choice. Maybe he could climb up and defend himself. Maybe he could knock Jason down from the mast and hurt him, maybe even kill him. A slim chance was better than no chance at all. He reached the mast and started up. The thrum of the metal beneath his fingers told him that his pursuer hadn't given up. He chanced to glance behind and cried out when he saw Jason only 2 rungs below him. Miles climbed faster. He was 30 feet in the air, halfway up the mast now. There was a crossbeam 10 feet further up, where he could get a better foothold, a place where he might be able to fight back. Miles's foot slipped. He fell half a foot, and that was all that it took. Suddenly, Jason was right on top of him. Miles felt strong hands grip the back of his shirt, and then he was yanked free. He fell 40 feet. He didn't even have time to scream. Pain exploded in his chest as something pierced through him, arresting his fall and leaving him skewered like a bug 5 feet from the deck. Miles tilted his head up and saw a 5-inch wide flagpole jutting from his breastbone. Rain fell into his eyes, blurring his fading vision, but he could still see clearly enough to make out the form of his murderer as he descended the mast. Vision faded then, though his eyes stayed open. Miles went limp. The last thing he was aware of was the sound of frantic footsteps coming towards him. These weren't the footsteps of his killer, but of a classmate, a friend. He heard Julius calling his name. No, Julius, he thought. Stay away. Don't let him get you, too. Julius was like lightning as he ran past the pole and climbed up to the smokestack. He ran fast, faster. He rounded the stack. Oh no, he thought, as he skidded to a halt. Not him! Miles was there, impaled on a flagpole, his blood streaming down to mix with the rainwater on the deck beneath him. His unseeing eyes were open and more rain puddled in the sockets. Julius reached out to touch the boy's face. A cold, hard hand fell on his shoulder, and Julius was spun around to face a nightmare. "Jason!" Julius hissed. "You son of a bitch!" He started to raise the shotgun, but he was far too slow and Jason was far too close. Jason grabbed his arm, preventing him from bringing the gun to bear, and then Julius was lifted from the deck like he weighed nothing. The world shifted and Julius found himself flying through the air, over the railing and down, down, towards the cold, dark waters of the Atlantic far below. Chapter 12. Rennie's Worst Fear. This is not happening, Rennie thought as she paced back and forth across her small stateroom prison. I'm not locked inside my room with alarms going off and a storm outside. What if there was a fire and she couldn't get out? She'd choke to death on the smoke or burn up. What if the ship began to take on water in the storm? She could be drowned in her room. The thought of being trapped made her claustrophobic, and the idea of cold, dark seawater flooding in around her made her knees go weak. I'd rather take my chances with Jason, she thought as she stepped to the stateroom door and tried the handle. The knob barely turned. The door was locked. She slapped the smooth wood with her palm in frustration. How could her uncle do this to her? How could he lock her in here all alone? Didn't he care? Of course he does, stupid, she thought, rubbing at her right temple with her thumb, trying to soothe the sudden spike of pain that had flared there behind her eye. He is just strict. He wants what's best for you. Or does he? Rennie paused, confused by this new alien voice in her head. The voice sounded like her own, only cynical and tired. She'd never doubted her uncle before. She'd never had reason to. Haven't you? Asked the voice. Don't you remember? No, she said to the empty room. I don't remember anything. What are you talking about? The pain in her head grew more intense, and then she heard it. A noise in the room behind her. A voice that couldn't be there. Help me, please help me. Don't do it, Rennie, don't turn around. She turned and felt cold dread wash over her. It was the boy, the hideous boy from her nightmares. He was standing in the center of the room, dressed in a pair of swimming trunks and shivering. Ice-cold water dripped from his body and soaked into the thick carpet at his feet, leaving dark spots that resembled drops of blood. No, Rennie moaned, taking a step back. The carpet under him rippled, darkened, became a puddle of black lake water. The boy sank down into it and began to thrash about, barely able to keep his head above water. His eyes were wide, panicked. He held out his hands to her. Help me, I'm drowning! It's not real, she screamed to herself. It's all in your head. You haven't taken your medicine. Part of her knew the truth, but knowing and believing were two separate things, and what she was seeing seemed all too real. The boy's terror was like acid. It burned her, made her want to cry out. Hallucination or not, she couldn't just stand there and do nothing. She ran forward and grabbed his outstretched hand in hers. His grip was fierce, like cold steel. It froze her very soul. Fear vanished from his face, became a terrible joy and hatred. He reached up with his other hand, took hold of her wrist, and began to pull her down towards the dark water. No, let me go! Rennie shouted. No, said the boy, his voice changing as his face changed, becoming her own face. The boy was gone, and the thing that had a hold of her looked like the little girl Rennie had once been. No, you're coming down here with me. Rennie's fright lent her strength, and she pushed back with all of her might, tearing free of the apparition and falling back against the stateroom wall. Rennie blinked stars from her eyes and then looked back to the center of the room. There was nothing there. The younger version of herself was gone, along with the water, leaving the dry expanse of thick pile carpets in their place. Rennie sighed, started to step away from the wall. The porthole window to her right shattered, sending slivers of glass across the room, and a huge gray-green arm burst through. A cold hand clamped down on her throat, cutting off breath. Rennie clawed at it, beat on it, but her efforts did no good. The hand only squeezed tighter. She looked out of the corner of her eye, saw the hockey mask, and knew who had her. Darkness was encroaching at the edges of her vision, threatening to blot out the world and take her down to whatever waited on the other side. She had seconds. She dropped her hands from the arm and began to feel about for anything she might use as a weapon. Her right hand touched something cold, and she picked it up. It was the metal fountain pen that Colleen had given her before they boarded the Lazarus. The pen Stephen King supposedly used to write his first scary stories when he was still a kid. Rennie turned the point towards herself and jabbed it at the hockey mask. The point passed through one of the eye holes, and Rennie felt the point pass through soft tissue. She heard a pop, and then the unbearable pressure on her neck was gone, and she could breathe again. She fell to her knees, coughing and gagging. A second later, someone pounded on her stateroom door, and she croaked out a gasping cry. It was far too fast. There was no way that Jason could have made it inside the ship and down the corridor to her door. Who was there? Rennie heard the click of the door lock, disengaging, and was finally able to make it to her feet in time to watch the door swing wide open. The lights in the hall flickered, veiling the person standing outside in shadow. She thrust out the pen in front of her in a feeble attempt to defend herself, but let it drop to her side when Sean stepped into the room. "Rennie?" he asked, bewildered. He took in the scene quickly, the shattered glass, her reddening throat, and moved to her side. She pointed to the porthole, and he crossed to it, looking through and seeing nothing. He turned back to her, and her heart sank at the confusion written across his face. There was no one outside. Her attacker had vanished. Surely Sean believed her, right? The window was broken, and there was glass shards on the floor. Yeah, she thought. You also thought your childhood self was drowning in the middle of the room in a pool of water that appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. Maybe you broke the window. Maybe you choked yourself. Maybe you are finally going off the deep end and turning into a full-blown wacko. She glanced down at the pen she still clutched in her hand. The sharp tip was wet with a foul-smelling, viscous fluid. What was it? It certainly wasn't blood. It's the fluid from Jason's eye. I stabbed him, remember? She did remember, but her memory was an untrustworthy witness at best. The drowning boy's hands had felt so real on her arms, and so had her own. Maybe the fluid came from the drain in the bathroom sink or shower. Rennie, are you okay? She looked back up and met Sean's kind eyes. He wasn't accusatory, incredulous, or angry. He wasn't judging her like her uncle would. Sean simply cared and was worried about her. I don't understand what's happening to me, she said as tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her knees buckled, and she would have fallen to the floor, but Sean was there to catch her. She felt the warmth from his body as he wrapped his arms around her, and she knew what it was to feel safe and warm and loved. It's going to be okay, he whispered, stroking her still damp hair. Sean didn't get to finish his sweet lie. Something deep within the Lazarus ruptured, sending shockwaves thrumming through the ship's massive frame. Down in the power room, the fire blazed bright, raging like a long-caged beast finally tasting freedom. It was hungry, and it had finally found something that it liked. The fuel tanks went up with a coughing bang that shook the ship. A half-second later, the sea rushed in, beginning to fill the room, quenching the fire's fury and sounding the motor vessel Lazarus's death knell. Rennie looked around the stateroom as the lights began to flicker. What was that? Sean had to swallow the bile that burned in his throat before he could even answer. His eyes locked on the dying lights. I think that was the fuel tanks. Rennie went stiff in his arms, her fear growing with every second. The fuel tanks had exploded? An explosion like that would tear a hole in the hull, wouldn't it? Were they taking on water? Oh, God, she whispered. Roll 1. Don't panic, Sean said, calling on distant memories of lessons his father had tried to teach him that he had stupidly ignored. Roll 2. Assess the damage and act accordingly. Sean, Rennie said, we're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Are we going to sink? Sean considered lying to her and then decided against it. Instead, he shrugged and said, I don't know. Just then, the flickering lights went out, plunging them into complete darkness. Rennie hissed and clutched at Sean with painful tightness. He could feel her shaking like a leaf, and he whispered reassuring words. The dim emergency lights came on a moment later, and he gave her a little smile. See? We are still okay. Those are the emergency lights. Come on. I need to check on things, and I want you to wait by the lifeboats until... I'm not going near any lifeboat, interrupted Rennie, taking a small step back. But Rennie, I'm not! Sean felt the Lazarus shift slightly under his feet and frowned. Had the explosion forced them off course again? Did the autopilot computer run on backup power, or were they adrift and powerless on the stormy sea? He felt the Lazarus sway again and decided he didn't have time to baby her. He would be direct and ask for forgiveness later, if need be. He closed the distance between them and gently grabbed her arm. She tried to pull away, but he held her, staring into her two bright eyes. That's enough, he said. I know you're afraid of water, and I'm sorry, but you don't have a choice. Think about it. Do you want to be below decks if the ship goes down? Do you want to be trapped inside this small room while the ship drags you down into the dark? Rennie's eyes grew wider and fresh tears spilled down her cheeks. Sean saw and hated himself for it, but he went on. It was worth it, as long as he could keep her safe. No, she whispered, so low that he had to read her lips. He squeezed her arms, trying to comfort. Oh, okay, then I need you to listen to me. We need to get out on deck, and I need you to wait by a lifeboat. Believe me, you would much rather be in one of them instead of treading water in the middle of the ocean. Rennie lowered her gaze, but then nodded. You're right. Just don't leave me alone, okay? Sean said he wouldn't, and Rennie nodded again, pointing to the stateroom floor. Then lead the way. McCulloch was in the ship's galley when the lights went out. He froze, waiting to see if they would come back on, unaware that he was not alone in the dark. The emergency lights came on 10 seconds later, and he breathed a sigh of relief. To be certain, he hadn't been afraid. He was a grown man, and he was not scared of the dark. The sweat on his brow was merely from a momentary bout of anxiety at the thought of navigating his way out of the dark ship by memory. Sure, he thought, gripping the handle of the flare gun tighter. You weren't scared? You aren't scared now. Having convinced himself, McCulloch moved on towards the galley, the exit, and out into the hall. The deckhand, Sausage, waited until he was gone to step out of his hiding place behind an oven. He clutched a large carving knife to his chest. He glanced to the doors to his left and to his right, uncertain. Finally, he came to a decision. Some company was better than being alone, even if that company thought you were a psychopath. He turned to his right and followed McCulloch out of the galley and up the passage. Sean and Rennie moved along the corridor, sloshing through 2 inches of freezing cold, dirty water that soaked their shoes. Water dripped from the ceiling of the passage and from pipes bolted overhead. A steady rain. He grimaced as a drop landed on top of his head, hoping that it was clean, potable water, or even salt water from outside rather than the gray water or sewage from a ruptured pipe. Seriously, dude, he thought. The ship is probably sinking and you are worried about getting a little piss or shit water in your hair? They rounded a corner and came to a short hallway leading to a stairwell. There was a sealed hatch to their left halfway down the passage, and Sean could see streams of water seeping through the crack along its edge. He glanced down and saw that the water was deeper there, maybe 4 inches deep. Rennie looked down, her already pale face going the gray shade of a corpse. Sean reached out to steady her, sure that she was about to faint. She didn't, and she looked into his eyes with equal measures of hope and fear in hers. "Sean, where is all this water coming from? Is it from the rain, or—" He studied the leaking hatch, the deepening water at their feet. He wished he could comfort her and knew that he could not. He pointed to the worsening streams from the sealed hatch and said, "We're taking on water. The explosion must have breached the hull. We have to get everyone off this ship before it's too late." "Off this ship?" she thought, trembling. "We're going to abandon this huge ship for a little boat in the middle of a raging storm in the middle of the ocean? I can't take it. I'll go insane." She remembered the visions and hallucinations she'd been having and thought she might already have. Sean took her hand and started to lead her towards the stairs. They were halfway along, just past the sealed hatch, when they heard the groan of expanding metal. Sean turned in horror as the hatch burst open, disgorging a wall of frigid water and a gruesome surprise, the charred corpse of Wayne Weber. Rennie didn't even have time to raise her hands before the dead body struck her and bore her under. She tumbled head over heels, limbs entangled with Wayne's. She opened her mouth to scream and gagged as the oily salt water flooded her mouth. She fought, pushing against the suffocating weight of the water and the dead boy, terrified that she would die in his macabre embrace. Hands on her, pulling her out of the water onto the stairs and away from Wayne. It was Sean. He stood waist deep in the slowly rising water, sputtering and coughing, bleeding from a shallow gash at his hairline. She clung to him, weeping hysterically into his chest. "I touched it," she choked. "I touched it." She stared at her hands for one horror-struck second, and then she began to rub her palms on her jeans furiously, as if she wanted to scour the very skin from her hands. "Dirty! Dirty!" Sean grabbed her hands and held them to his stomach. "Rennie, stop! Look at me!" Rennie shook her head, trying to pull free of his grasp. "I can feel it on my fingertips. His skin is on me." "Rennie, stop!" Sean yelled. He had never raised his voice at her like that before, and it brought her up short. Seeing he had her attention, he held her hands up for both of them to see. Her flesh was smooth and unblemished. He raised her fingers to his lips and kissed each one. "You are clean, Rennie," he said, finishing by kissing each of her palms. "There's nothing there." Rennie stared at him for a long moment, her pale cheeks reddening as she thought about what he'd done. Sean stared back, blushing as well, but still holding her gaze. "Better?" he asked. "Uh-huh," she mumbled. "Good," he said, pulling her gently by the hand. "Let's go. We still need to find the others." Rennie nodded and allowed herself to be led. Below them, the water continued to surge, rising inch by steady inch, tumbling the earthly remains of Wayne Weber like a piece of driftwood in the surf. Pandemonium rolled the Lazarus's upper decks. Gale-force winds roared and howled like a banshee, and lightning flashed, illuminating the frightened faces of teenagers and adults alike. This trip had turned out far more adventurous than they had planned, and they feared that the biggest adventure was yet to come. Even the most unobservant among them could tell that the ship was listing to port and riding lower in the water. could tell that the Lazarus was slower to right itself after a wave pushed it over on its side. They were going down. God help them, they were going down. Colleen Van Dusen looked around the storm-tossed vessel with a deepening sense of dread. The alarm should have brought everyone up on deck or to the bridge. If that wasn't enough, the explosion that had rocked the ship should have done the trick. There are so few of them, she thought in horror. There were at least 15 students unaccounted for by her quick estimate, and all of the crew were missing. Rennie was among their number. I convinced her to come. Oh, God! Forgive me, I talked her into coming. A quiet sob from behind her drew Colleen from her brooding. Rennie wasn't her only concern. There were still other kids to take care of. She turned to the group of 5 frightened teens and motioned for them to step into the lifeboat nearby. What? By ourselves? Asked one panicked girl named Whitney. Her hair was so blonde it was almost white and thin. Wet as it was, Colleen could almost see the girl's scalp peeking through. She looks like a little old lady standing there, Colleen thought. She gave the girl a gentle smile and said, Of course not. I just want you all in the boat as a precaution in case something happens and we need to launch the boat in a hurry. I'll be right here, and one of us adults will go with you if it comes down to it. Now off with you all, climb on board. The girl and the others did as they were asked, each choosing a seat and staring off in silence, watching the roaring night with haunted eyes. Satisfied they were as safe as she could make them for the time being, Colleen turned back to the upper deck, searching for any sign of the others. Sean shoved the hatch open and flinched as the gale force wind struck him in the face like a fist. He stumbled for a second under Rennie's weight, righted himself, and moved out onto the upper deck. Shapes moved ahead of them near the bulk of a lifeboat. Good, he thought, the others are gathering on their own. That makes things a hell of a lot easier. He took a stumbling step and then cried out when a dark shape came out of the night and snatched Rennie from him. Sean raised a fist and then lowered it when he saw who held her. "This is all your fault!" shouted Charles McCulloch as he wrapped a protective arm around his niece. "She never should have set foot on this ship!" This was one outrage too many. How stupid and pretentious did the old man have to be to think that Sean was at fault for anything that had happened thus far? Sean squared his shoulders, staring at the old fool as he spat. "Are you an idiot? This is Jason's fault." McCulloch's jaw dropped open at the insult, and he stammered for a second before rediscovering his haughty demeanor. He pointed a warning finger at Sean and said, "The apple really did fall far from the tree, didn't it? I don't want to hear another word from you. Do you hear me?" Sean certainly had more to say, but McCulloch wasn't going to give him the opportunity. The old man spun and marched Rennie out onto the upper deck in the direction of the lifeboat, leaving Sean with no choice but to follow after them. Cursing under his breath, he started walking. Colleen saw 3 people approaching and held her breath. It was almost midnight black outside the small circles of illumination cast by the emergency lights, but she thought she saw one of the shapes had fiery red hair. She took a few steps in their direction, praying her mind wasn't playing tricks on her, praying that it was Rennie walking towards her. A hatch opened somewhere behind her, and Colleen looked back to see the hulking shape of Jason Voorhees come stalking out with a fire axe in his gloved hands. She screamed, made ready to run, and then realized that the mass murderer wasn't coming for her. "Oh, Jesus, no!" she cried. Jason took no notice of her as he strode to the group of 5 teenagers who were still sitting in the lifeboat. They saw him coming, began to shriek for help, but it was already too late. Jason was right beside them, the axe raised over his head. There was no way for them to escape. Jason brought the axe down, not on one of the teenagers, but on one of the hoist cables holding the lifeboat. The blade passed through the cable with ease, and one end of the lifeboat fell, spilling the teenagers down into the roiling surf below. There was nothing Colleen could do for them, but there was something she could do for herself before the monster turned his attention on her. Sobbing and ashamed, she turned and ran towards the three shapes that were drawing nearer. Chapter 13, Abandoned Ship. Sean had finally caught up with Rennie and McCulloch and was reaching out to grab the man's shoulder when Colleen skidded to a halt in front of them. She was sobbing, her tears washed away by the driving rain. Seeing her, Rennie pushed away from her uncle and wrapped her arms around the older woman, beginning to cry herself. McCulloch frowned, irritated that Rennie clung to another person and not him. "Why aren't you with the others, woman?" he asked Colleen. She heard the accusatory tone in his voice. He was always seeking to lay blame at the feet of someone else, and yet he refused to accept the truth. Colleen cleared her throat, trying to choke back her sobs so she could speak clearly, trying to make him understand. "I was with them, but they're gone. Jason, he had an axe." "I don't want to hear it," McCulloch spat. He reached to pull Rennie away from Colleen, but Rennie flinched away and buried her face in Colleen's chest. McCulloch growled, "Jason Voorhees is dead!" A primal scream of agony rent the night, and they turned to see the deckhand Sausage staggering towards them with a carving knife in his hands. McCulloch didn't hesitate. He drew the flare gun from his pocket and fired without aiming. The shot struck Sausage in the chest, the flaming shell embedding in his flesh and setting his rain-damp shirt to smoldering. He glanced down at it, gave a small cough, and fell forward onto the deck, revealing the fire axe embedded in his spine between his shoulder blades. "Dear Christ!" McCulloch said, letting the empty flare gun fall from his numb fingers. "We have to get off this ship," Sean said. "Come on, there are more lifeboats this way." They ran across the deck to the starboard side of the ship, where another lifeboat swung from its hoist. The little boat's canvas cover had been pulled free at the bow by wind or some other force, and a small amount of water had accumulated in the bottom of the boat. Sean grabbed the cover and threw it aside. McCulloch waited until he was finished and then pushed ahead of everyone else, climbing into the lifeboat. Sean stared at the man in disbelief. What happened to women and children first, Sean thought. I'm gonna knock your teeth out when we get back on dry land, asshole. Colleen ushered Rennie forward. Come on, sweetheart, climb in. Rennie's eyes went wide, her body rigid. She planted her feet and refused to move. McCulloch saw this, glanced behind them for any sign of pursuit, and then climbed out of the boat. He grabbed Rennie by the shoulders and began to shake her. We are out of time. Get in the boat, Rennie. She tried to pull away, shaking her head. I can't. McCulloch held her in place, shaking her harder. You can and you will. Rennie shook her head again, and McCulloch cursed. He raised his open hand, and Sean realized he was about to slap Rennie. Sean caught the older man's arm in mid-swing and squeezed it hard enough to leave a bruise. Stop it! Sean shouted. Colleen stepped in and pulled Rennie away from McCulloch, staring daggers at the man. Leave her alone, Charles, or so help me, I'll make sure you aren't on the lifeboat when we leave. McCulloch glared back at her, and then yanked his arm free of Sean's grasp and climbed back into the boat before Colleen could make good on her threat. Satisfied he was cowed for a time being, Colleen turned back to Rennie. I can't, Rennie whispered, her whole body trembling like a leaf. I'm sorry, sweetheart, Colleen said as she rubbed the teenager's back. It's the only way. Let's get in the boat now, okay? Please? For me. Rennie hesitated and then nodded once. She moved like a crippled old woman, her body instinctually resisting the commands of her mind. Nevertheless, she managed to climb on board and kneel down in the bottom of the boat with her head between her knees. Colleen started to climb in after her, and froze when a low growling whine came from the shadows beneath the lifeboat's front bench seat. They all looked and saw Rennie's dog Toby hiding under the seat. Rennie felt some of her fear vanish at the sight of him, and she crawled forward and bundled him into her arms. She buried her face in his fur and sobbed. "Toby," she wept, "I thought you were lost." The dog, for his part, had thought the same. After all, he'd known longer than anyone else that something evil stalked the Lazarus. He licked his master's ears and face, his own fear melting away to be replaced by the pure joy and powerful love that only an animal can feel for its owner. That's a win, Sean thought. A small one, to be sure, but a win regardless. Everyone was on board the lifeboat save for himself. He looked back one final time at the deck of his father's ship, and then he engaged the hoist. The lifeboat began to descend. Sean jumped inside and took a seat near Rennie and Toby. A bolt of lightning illuminated the upper deck, and they all saw him. Jason stood tall, his broad shoulders heaving, the bloodied fire axe in his hands. "Oh shit," Colleen said. "Can't this thing go any faster?" McCulloch asked. "We're going to end up like the kids on the other boat." Sean didn't reply. There was no need to. The hoist had one speed, and that speed was slow. He kept his eyes locked on Jason until the side of the ship blotted out of sight. Sean glanced down at the roiling water and found a sliver of hope. The Lazarus had taken on much more water than he'd expected, and she was sitting very low in the water and listing to the starboard side. Combined, these two things brought their boat probably 20 feet closer to the ocean and freedom. Still, they had 30 feet to go, and the hoist dropped them only inches at a time. 20 feet to go. Where was Jason? He must be near. 15 feet to go. They would see his head peeking over the rail any second. 10 feet to go, and then 5. The hockey mask was like a small moon peering down at them, its black eye holes craters punched into its surface by meteors long ago. Jason raised the axe. The lifeboat came to rest on the surface of the sea just as Jason swung the axe. The severed cable coiled down on them. They were away, but not free yet. Would the undead freak jump in and follow? Sean thought he might. He grabbed one of the oars and tossed the other to McCulloch and shouted, "Start rowing!" McCulloch did, and they began to slowly draw away from the Lazarus, in spite of the waves. Lightning struck again, and Sean risked a glance behind them, a quick one. The ship's bow was sinking deeper into the surf, causing the stern to lift free of the water. Sean saw the massive props peeking above the waves like the bones of a long-dead dinosaur. He looked to the railing and felt fear anew. Jason wasn't there. Sean heard a splash behind them, far too close. He twisted around on the bench, nearly pitching himself into the water, and lifted the oar over his head. A shape lunged for the side of the boat. Sean started to bring the oar down. "Wait!" cried Rennie, grabbing Sean's hands to hold him still. It was Julius. He was gasping, completely exhausted, barely able to move. He hung limply on the side of the lifeboat, only half conscious. Sean dropped his oar, and he and McCulloch pulled Julius into the boat. The young athlete collapsed at their feet, eyes closed, his lips moving. Sean leaned down until he caught Julius's words. "Bastard knocked me overboard, almost drowned. If you hadn't come along, I'd be dead by now." "Thank God we did," Colleen said, brushing the teenager's wet hair with her hand. "It's a miracle you kept your head above the waves." "It certainly is," thought Sean. "I couldn't do it." There was a colossal tearing sound, and then a crack. They all turned back and stared in awe at the dying ship. The Lazarus had broken apart at the center. The bow end turned completely upright. Its shattered end opened to the stormy sky. The stern came down with the shattered end to the water, and great bubbles and foam rippled across the waves as the back end of the ship began to take on water in earnest. Sean picked up his oar and started rowing frantically. "Come on, help me," he said. "We need to get as far away from the ship as we can before it goes down. It might drag us down with it if we're too close." "That's a load of bullcrap," McCulloch said, his arms crossed over his chest. "That's a tall tale told by drunken sailors." Curious, Rennie looked and caught sight of a heavy stateroom door that had somehow come loose and was floating 30 feet away from the stern section of the Lazarus. Suddenly the door turned upright and vanished below the waves as if it had never been there. She looked back at her stubborn uncle and then picked up his oar and began to row herself. McCulloch spat over the side of the boat and turned away from them all. Sean met her gaze and nodded his thanks. Rennie nodded back and kept rowing. "Miss Van Dusen," Sean said, "there should be a survival kit stowed under your seat. Could you please get it? There should be a battery-powered lantern or flashlight inside. We're going to want it." She felt around, found it, and produced a large flashlight and a few extra batteries. She clicked it on and played the beam about. It showed a group of frightened people and a few meters of roiling white-capped waves. Beyond that was total darkness. The Lazarus was a dim shape in the night, only visible by the pinpricks of light cast by the few remaining emergency lights. What was out there waiting for them beyond that dim illumination? Was Jason trapped on the Lazarus? Or had he swam free? Was he even now treading water just beyond their sight, watching them and biding his time until they let their guard down? Sean didn't know. All he could do was hope and pray that the killer went down with the ship. Frowning, he rowed on into the dark unknown. Chapter 14. Lady Liberty. The storm had finally passed, rain giving way to thick fog that limited sight to 10 yards. With no visible stars, Sean had no choice but to rely on the navigation computer his father had given him as a present. He'd been studying it for the last hour, making minute adjustments as needed and praying he was reading the device right. After all, he thought, it's only everyone's life in your hands. No pressure, right? No pressure at all. I could just read the numbers backwards and send us rowing east out into the North Atlantic instead of west to land in safety. We could drift for years before someone finds us. There'd be nothing left but skeletons after the birds peck our bones clean. We'd be a real ghost ship. Hell, the vessel they'd fled from had the perfect name. The motor vessel Lazarus, named after the man Jesus raised from the dead. There is some poetic irony to that. McCulloch cleared his throat, drawing Sean from his musings. Sean glanced up to see the older man sitting with his arms crossed beside his niece. He'd long since given his oar to Julius, who seemed to have made a full recovery after his prolonged time in the water, and had welcomed the task. Sean looked around at the others shivering in their cold, wet clothes and thought, at least rowing keeps us a little warmer. "Do you have any idea where we are?" McCulloch asked. Sean checked the computer again. I think so." McCulloch raised one bushy eyebrow. "You think so? Our lives are in your hands, and all you have is you think so?" "Charles," said Colleen, "give him a break. It's not like any of us could do any better." McCulloch turned his acidic gaze on her. "We don't have time to play nice here. You do realize that we are all going to die out here if we don't find shore soon?" "A bit melodramatic there, Teach," Julius muttered as he worked his oar. "We've only been in the lifeboat a couple of hours, and there are survival supplies in a bag under the seats. I think we can avoid eating each other for a while." "What was that?" McCulloch snapped. Julius didn't bother with a reply. Colleen looked at Sean, her lip trembling. She didn't want to add more pressure to the young man, but she was only human and couldn't quite shut out her own fears. "Do you know where we are, Sean?" Sean glanced up from the computer, and everyone could see the twinkle of tears in his eyes. Colleen looked away, ashamed that she had made things worse for him. McCulloch rolled his eyes. Rennie took her hand off Toby's head long enough to squeeze Sean's knee, and Julius tapped him with his foot. "Hey man," Julius said. "You got this. If I can make it, so can you." Sean grimaced, made a course correction, and began to row. How long had it been? 4 or 5 hours since the Lazarus sank to the bottom of the Atlantic? Sean wasn't sure. In fact, he wasn't sure of much at the time. All he really knew was that he was exhausted and wanted nothing more at that second than to curl up in the bottom of the lifeboat and sleep. The fog had cleared somewhat, though thick patches still pressed down on them like a blanket from time to time. Overhead, the moon stared down and found Colleen, McCulloch, and Rennie asleep. Sean and Julius were half asleep at the oars, the rhythmic sound of their rowing like a ticking metronome lulling them further down toward oblivion. Julius's head drooped to his chest, jarring him from the beginnings of a daydream, and he looked around expecting to see the dark expanse of ocean. For a second, he couldn't understand what his eyes were seeing. The fog had cleared, and instead of darkness, there was light. He looked up into the most beautiful face he'd ever seen. His shout of joy woke the others, and they all looked where he pointed. Hey, everybody, wake up! Check it out! It's the Statue of Liberty! Said Julius. He reached over and slapped the startled Sean a high five. God damn, we're in New York! You did it, my man! And so he had. Rennie and Colleen exchanged tearful embraces while McCulloch looked around sheepishly, happy they were safe, but unwilling to give credit to the teenage boy that had brought them there. Toby watched his mistress and began to bark, happy because she was suddenly happy. I did it, Sean whispered to himself in wonder. I actually did it. He'd heard that most people's first impression of Lady Liberty was that she was smaller than they thought she would be. Sean thought she was majestic with her pedestal on Liberty Island and her torch stretched towards the night sky. He looked north and saw Ellis Island, and beyond that the lights of the city. How many millions of people came through Ellis Island over the years, Sean thought. They all left there and found their way home. Hopefully we can too. It's beautiful, Rennie said. Sean stared at her, saw the lights of Manhattan reflecting in her eyes, and thought that she was the beautiful one. They rowed, Sean and Julius no longer tired, Julius singing to himself as they neared a concrete pier where several other small boats were tied. Start spreading the news, you're leaving today. I wanna be part of it, New York, New York. They reached the pier and Julius dropped his oar, grabbing the rungs of a metal ladder bolted into the concrete pier's wall. He held on while McCulloch, Colleen, and then Rennie climbed up onto dry land. Sean lifted Toby so that Rennie could pull him up, and then he climbed up himself. Julius came last, letting the lifeboat drift away with the tide, perhaps to one day join its fellows along with the broken Lazarus at the bottom of the sea. Whoa, Rennie said, putting a hand on Sean's shoulder to steady herself. They'd been on a boat in rough seas for close to 15 hours, and it seemed to Rennie that the ground still pitched beneath her feet. She looked down to the water and felt fresh terror fill her soul. The drowning boy was back. He thrashed and flailed beside the pier, his hand outstretched, screaming for someone to save him. No, she moaned, stepping back from the edge. They all looked where she stared and saw only the dark water lapping at the pier. Colleen moved to Rennie's side and put an arm around her. It's all right. There's nothing there, honey. You're safe now. Rennie looked again and saw that it was true. The water was calm. No drowning children or undead boogeymen in sight. Come on, Colleen said, moving Rennie away from the side of the pier towards the rows of dark buildings nearby. Rennie allowed herself to be led, and the group headed off in the direction of the buildings. The closest two had once been warehouses that housed industrial equipment. Now they sat vacant save for the wharf rats and homeless men that made use of them. They were like the forgotten, abused wives of the old city, their boarded-up windows like black eyes, the graffiti marring their walls, the makeup that hid scars. Sean and the others found the alley between these two and vanished into the foul-smelling warren of streets beyond, unaware that they had all been wrong. Their undead boogeyman was there. The walk across the bottom of the sea had been arduous. At times, Jason had almost sunk into the silt and muck on the ocean floor. He'd almost welcomed it. After so long trapped beneath the waters of Crystal Lake, a return to the quiet depths would have been peaceful. It would have been peaceful if it weren't for the voices of the Deadites cackling with malevolent mirth in his mind and fueling his rage. No, there would be no peace for him, and so he pressed on. Finally reaching the harbor just after the Lazarus' survivors, Jason emerged from the water and climbed the ladder to the pier, unhurried now that he had drawn near to his prey. The Deadite voices in his head would tell him where to go. Mother would tell him what he should do. And heaven help them when he caught up, because nothing on the earth would stop him now. He would have them all. The girl with the fire for hair last of all, the girl named Rennie. He reached the top, set foot on solid ground, and froze, staring at a billboard set atop one of the buildings facing the water. It showed the shoulders and head of a New York Rangers hockey player. The figure wore an old-style hockey mask with red marks on the forehead and cheeks. The message beside the mask read, "Meet the competition." "Meet the competition," laughed the voices in his head. "Wait until they get a load of you." A soft chuckle from Mother emphasized this. The people of New York had better get ready, because they'd never seen something like Jason. He started walking in the direction his victims had gone, hands clasping and unclasping in anticipation of the kill. Chapter 15. Back Alley Party. Sean and the others might have finally come to the Big Apple, but they certainly were not in the area frequented by tourists or shown in television commercials. There were no trendy restaurants, no historical landmarks. The only history on display there told the story of decay and degradation. They walked down alleys and streets drifted with trash and burned-out cars. Gang tags covered most walls, and there was not a single intact window to be seen. They passed down a new alley and grimaced at the fresh scent of rot. Sean glanced to his right and saw the maggoty corpse of a cat lying on the ground by a rusty dumpster. The feline's flesh writhed and pulsed as the grave flies consumed it. Sean stifled a gag and moved by. McCulloch noticed and smirked. This was just another confirmation to the man that the teenager was not man enough for his niece. Colleen paused at the mouth of the alley and looked around. "There must be a payphone around here somewhere." "I wouldn't hold my breath," McCulloch remarked, sniffing the air with an expression of utter distaste on his face. "Then again, this place smells so vile that I'd rather not breathe at all. This was a wonderful choice of places to dock a boat, Mr. Robertson." Sean gritted his teeth, biting back a retort. His knuckles itched to smash into the old man's face. "That's not helpful, Charles," Colleen said witheringly. She pointed down a new alley to her right, where a single streetlight blinked on and off. "Let's try that direction." She took a step, and then they all froze when two dark shapes leapt from behind another dumpster into their path. "Hands up!" The man was thin to the point of emaciation and pale, with dark bruises under his eyes. He had long, knotted hair and a large sore at the corner of his mouth. He held a .38 revolver in his right hand. The second man was just as thin, with the scraggly, lice-infested beard, rotting teeth, and piss-yellow eyes. He lifted a long piece of rebar in his fist, his shirt sleeve rolling back to reveal scabbed needle marks in the crook of his elbow. "Do it now!" he bellowed, brandishing the rebar like a club. God, thought Sean, as he and the others lifted their arms. Why this? Why now? Did we do something to make you mad? He took a step towards Rennie, wanting to be near to protect. The man with the gun noticed and flicked the barrel of the revolver in his direction, a clear warning. Sean stopped in his tracks and watched as the bearded man began to frisk McCulloch, taking his wallet and gold watch. "You got some good shit here, Holmes," he said as he rifled through McCulloch's wallet and removed a wad of folding money and several credit cards. "You got that right," said the gunman, eyeing Rennie with a hunger that sent icy dread down Sean's spine. The gunman stepped up to her and brushed her hair from her face with the barrel of his gun. Something glinted at her throat, and he lifted the Statue of Liberty necklace Sean had given Rennie the day before in his hand. He turned it this way and that, smiling venomously. "Now ain't that sweet?" "Stop," Rennie whispered, tears in her eyes. The gunman took no notice. He yanked the necklace free, breaking the chain. "You bastard!" Sean cried, surging forward, fist raised. First his dad, Jason, McCulloch, and now this. It was all too much, and Sean saw red. He was going to put his hand through the two men's faces until their brains leaked out onto the ground. He was going to. The gun barrel pressed against Rennie's temple, and Sean halted, the fire dying inside of him. The gunman grinned, waved Sean on with the hand holding the necklace. "Come on, Superman, be a hero!" Sean wanted to. Standing by and doing nothing would rip him apart. He caught Julius's eyes, hoping Julius would help, but Julius shook his head. The gunman and Rennie were too far away. He would kill her, and then before they could get to him. Seeing something he didn't like, the gunman glared at McCulloch and asked, "You got a problem, Dad?" McCulloch looked at the gun pressed to his niece's head, and then shook his head. The gunman nodded. "Good. Now here's what we are gonna do. My compadre is going to..." The gunman's words were cut off by a sudden growl. All eyes turned to Toby, the little border collie, who was crouched down at his mistress's heel, teeth bared, ready to pounce. The gunman pulled the gun from Rennie's temple, and she knew what he was about to do. "No!" she cried, shoving his arm just as he pulled the trigger. The bullet went wide, kicking up chunks of asphalt. Toby yipped and fled into the darkness. The gunman swung back, taking a handful of Rennie's long hair and yanking her head back. "Please don't hurt her," Colleen begged. The gunman grinned, licking his filthy lips. "Hoit this, princess? Would I do that?" The bearded man laughed, bouncing from foot to foot. He'd scented what his partner was thinking, and he liked the sound of it, liked it very much. The gunman forced Rennie to look at him and said, "You look like a party girl, princess. How'd you like to go on a date with me and my friend? If you're free, that is." Rennie tried to shake her head, but his grip on her hair was too tight. He began to walk backward in the direction of the alley they'd come from, never taking his eyes off the others. His partner hustled to get behind him, laughing like a loon. Sean and Julius started to move, and the gunman shook his head. Boys. You follow and I'll blow her fucking brains out. Comprende?" Sean growled deep in his throat, his eyes blazing. "If you hurt her..." "What?" asked the man. "What will you do?" "Nothing, that's what. You'll do nothing because you are nothing. Just relax, man. I'm gonna break her in real good for yins." "You son of a bitch!" The gun drifted to Rennie's head again, and Colleen put a restraining hand on Sean's arm. The gunman saw this and smiled. He started moving again, he, his partner, and Rennie blending into the shadows. They were gone a moment later. "We can't let them get away, man," Julius said, moving up to Sean's side and pulling Colleen's hand away. We have to follow them and surprise them before they can start in on her." "Have you lost your mind?" McCulloch asked. He moved forward and grabbed the young boxer's shirt before he and Sean could move away. "You heard him! We have to call the police!" Julius slapped his hand away. "Are you kidding me right now? Call them from what phone, man? You have any idea how long it could take us to find one that works? How much longer it will take for the cops to find us? Do you even know what street we're on? They could have their way with her 10 times before we get to her. Don't you care?" "Of course I care, but what choice do we have? What's your plan? Are you and Mr. Robertson gonna charge in there and disarm them with your boxing skills? They'd shoot her before you got close. We need the police." Julius looked down at the ground and then back up. He knew the old man was right, but the knowledge tasted like shit in his mouth. All he and Sean could see when they closed their eyes was Rennie, degraded, her innocence stolen forever. "Fine," Sean said. "Good," McCulloch said, looking around at each of them. "I think we should all split up. We will cover more ground that way." Colleen blanched. "I don't think that's such a safe idea, Charles. That's the kind of thing people do in dumb horror movies right before they all get killed." Veins bulged at McCulloch's temples. "My niece's life hangs in the balance right now, and you want to talk about movies? Every second counts." Colleen opened her mouth to say something further and then shut it. Shaking her head, she turned and walked away into the night. McCulloch went a different direction without another word, leaving Sean and Julius staring after them. They looked to each other, each afraid they were making a terrible mistake, one that would cost lives. Julius shrugged. The decision had been made. He held out his fist and Sean bumped it before walking away. Julius watched him for a moment and then went his own way, hoping against hope that they would all see each other again. They dragged Rennie down a maze of narrow alleyways so choked with trash and refuse that she was barely able to keep her feet. The gunman's grip on her arm was fierce, much stronger than his drug-addled frame would indicate he was capable of. He pulled her along lefts and rights until she was utterly lost. They took another turn, ushering her down a short flight of stairs into a space barely 10 feet across that was covered by a leaky canvas tarp that someone had strung up. The moth-eaten couch and chair sitting against one wall seemed damp in spite of the covering, their threadbare cushions dotted with mildew. A large wooden spool that once held telephone wire sat between the two pieces of furniture to serve as a makeshift coffee table. A steam vent protruded from one wall nearby, spouting a steady white cloud that provided a modicum of warmth to the space. The bearded man gave Rennie a shove in the back, sending her sprawling across the couch. She cringed back from the contact, the sensation of the damp fabric revolting on her skin. "Welcome to the cash bar, princess," said the gunman, stuffing his revolver into his waistband at the small of his back. Behind him, the bearded man reached under the chair and produced a syringe and other drug paraphernalia. Rennie sat up, scooting to the end of the couch farthest away from the two men. "Please, don't," she begged with a shake of her head. The two men paid no attention to her pleas, unaware that someone in the shadows paid attention to them. The gunman reached behind him to take a syringe full of yellow liquid from his cohort, and then he rolled Rennie's jacket sleeve up. Rennie resisted, and he put his hand on her throat, not squeezing yet, only letting the weight of his hand tell the tale. "Relax, baby," the gunman said, his hand tightening for a brief second. "It'll feel better if you're stoned." Rennie tensed, wanting to fight, but afraid to. There was the hand on her neck and the needle in the dirty bastard's fingers. What if she fought back and he jabbed her anyway? What if the needle broke off in her arm? The thought made her shudder, and her Momentary hesitation was all the gunman needed. He stuck the needle in her arm and depressed the plunger, pushing the vile fluid into her flesh. A single tear fell from Rennie's eyes as a strange sort of numbness spread over her. Suddenly, she didn't care so much what was happening around her or to her. She felt euphoric even though a small part of her screamed that it was bad, that she was in deep trouble. There was fear, but the fear did not touch her. "That's it," the gunman said, taking his hand from her throat. "Let it happen." He looked over his shoulder at the bearded man. "Hey, Jojo, why don't you run and get us some more blow? We're in for a long night." Jojo, the bearded man, giggled with excitement at the idea of what was to come and jogged off to find their dealer. He passed less than a foot from Jason, who stood watching in the mouth of another alleyway. The skinny man was trying to hurt the girl with the fire for hair, the girl named Rennie. He'd had his hand around her throat. Now he was trying to undress her, and Rennie was starting to fight back again. She spit in his face and he slapped her hard. Anger flared in Jason's chest. The Rennie girl was his to kill, and he was not going to let anyone else take that from him. He glanced around for a weapon, briefly considering a few discarded syringes he saw lying near his feet. They would hurt the man badly, but they would not kill him. They would not do. Jason looked behind him and heard his mother's elated voice. He bent down and picked up the rusted length of rebar. It was heavy, its tip flat and dull. It would tear rather than pierce. That would hurt more. Mother and the Deadites liked the idea just fine. The thin man pinched Rennie's chin in his fingers and stared into her eyes. "It's your parade, princess. It can be smooth or it can be rough. Your choice." Jason saw Rennie turn her head and close her eyes, accepting her fate. The thin man saw this as well and smiled. He leaned down towards her and said, "I think I's in love." Jason stepped from the shadows, the piece of rebar held at his waist. Rennie and the man heard him coming, but they didn't have time to do more than gasp before Jason rammed the rebar into the man's back. The man convulsed, howling in agony, as Jason lifted him into the air. Jason gripped both sides of the impaled rebar, put a foot on the man's side, and kicked out. There was a meaty ripping sound, and then hot blood rained down as the man's side was torn open, spilling his guts out onto the ground. The man saw that he was undone and began to squeal like a pig. He grabbed his intestines and tried to stuff them back inside, tried to hold himself together. Jason watched this, his head tilted to the side. Something dark and glistening caught Jason's eye, and he bent down. "No!" screamed the man. He held on to his viscera with one hand and tried to beat Jason's questing fingers away with the other. It did no good. The glistening thing was the man's liver. Jason reached into the man's side and ripped it free. Fresh blood flowed from this new wound in a torrent, much too fast. Jason stood up and watched the lights go dim in the man's eyes. He heard a sound behind him and turned to see Jojo coming down the stairs. "Hey, Holmes," Jojo said, patting his empty pants pocket. "I forgot the cash." He looked up and froze, staring at the remnants of his compadre and his killer. "Who the fuck is you?" he asked. Jason lifted the bloody rebar in reply and started towards the bearded man. Jojo took a stumbling step back and tripped on the stairs, falling flat on his ass. Jason was close now, only 5 feet away. Jojo pulled his own .38 revolver from his pants and pointed it at the hulking demon that menaced him. There was no need to aim. There was no chance he could miss at that range. Jojo pulled the trigger until the hammer fell on spent casings. 6 bullets found their mark. Six point-blank shots to Jason's chest. Jason didn't even flinch. He bent down and lifted Jojo into the air by the back of his pants and shirt. He turned towards the nearest building, swung JoJo back, and then thrust him face first into the brick wall. Bone crunched and JoJo wailed. Jason swung him back and then forward again. Blood and shattered teeth flew. "Oh, Jesus!" JoJo cried. "Who killed me? Stop! Stop!" Jason thrust him forward once more, flattening the front half of JoJo's head and ending his cries for good. Jason dropped the quivering mass of dead flesh to the ground, taking a moment to study the round bloody stamp left on the wall by the bearded man's crushed face. There were 2 rounded voids and 1 crescent-shaped in the blotch that made the mess resemble a smiley face. The Deadites howled with laughter seeing that. Jason didn't get it. He turned back to the sagging sofa and saw that Rennie had fled while he was busy with her attackers. It didn't matter. He could sense she was still near. There were other presences as well, the rest of her friends. Jason had made himself a promise and he intended to keep it. He would take every one of them from her, and only then would he take her. That was the reward she had earned all those years ago when she had eluded him. One of them was very close now, almost within his grasp. Jason stepped over JoJo's corpse and walked past that of his partner. He looked down and saw a few bloody footprints left by Rennie as she'd made her escape. Soon, hissed the dead voices. Yes, he would have her soon. But first, the others. Chapter 16. Julius's Final Bout. Julius sprinted along a deserted street beneath the looming eaves of empty buildings, the echo of his tread bouncing back at him. There was no sign of Rennie, no sign of the scumbags who took her, no sign of a police officer or phone booth, only emptiness and deep shadows. He reached a corner, turned, and felt his heart sing. There on the corner a block away was a phone booth. Its sides were covered in graffiti, its windows dirty and cracked, yet he thought it was the most beautiful thing he had ever laid eyes on. He redoubled his speed, sprinting towards it, and flinging the door open. He stepped inside, gasping for breath, and dialed 0 for the operator. He put the receiver to his ear, heard the clicks as connections were made. "Come on!" he breathed, tapping his fingers against the glass. "Come on!" "Operator," said a tired voice on the other end of the line. "How may I direct your call?" "Thank God," Julius said. "Oh, thank you, Jesus!" "Sir," asked the voice, "are you all right?" "Hell no, I'm not all right. This is a fucking emergency, lady. I need the police. My friend..." The glass wall of the booth exploded inward, cutting off Julius's words and slicing his hands and face. He gagged as a cold hand gripped his throat, and then he was flying through the air and landing on his stomach in the middle of the street. He felt the flesh torn away from his hands, knees, and face as he slid to a stop on the asphalt. He rolled to his knees, turned to look, and felt his heart skip a beat. It was Jason. He stood by the destroyed phone booth, his shoulders heaving, his dark eyes fixed on Julius. How was it possible? How had this thing managed to follow them across the ocean with no boat in the middle of a storm? "It doesn't matter, kid," Julius thought. "What matters is that he's here and he means to put an end to you and all your friends. What matters is that he is gonna do it unless you get your sorry ass up and start running." Julius took off like an Olympic sprinter at the sound of the starting pistol. He was a blur as he crossed the street and fled up a side street. His feet barely seemed to touch the pavement. He was lightning. He was speed. He chanced a glance back and saw Jason walking slowly after him. The masked killer would never catch him. He was the wind. He was free. That's right, Julius thought. I'll lose the bastard and then find the others. I have to warn them. Julius turned the corner, losing sight of his stalker. He turned back around and skidded to a halt in shock. Jason was there, standing in front of him in the middle of the street. How? Julius screamed inside his head. It's impossible! He spun to the left and sprinted down another alley, vaulting over piles of garbage and around a dumpster that took up more than half of the alley. He burst out into the street. Jason was there 30 feet away. He stood still, watching, silent, chest heaving. Julius cast about for anything that might save him, and his gaze fell on a fire escape. Are you stupid? How is climbing up a building going to save you? The answer? There should be another fire escape on the other side of the building. Maybe he could gain some space. It couldn't be any worse than running from this ghost that seemed able to teleport at its whim. Beam me up, Scotty, Julius thought sourly. It's not fair. Julius turned towards the fire escape, but even that route was taken from him. Jason was there, standing at the base of the ladder that led up to the side of the building. With a gasping cry, Julius sprinted off up the street and into a dark alleyway, littered with burst-open trash bags. He heard a crunch and glanced down to see that he had stepped on the desiccated remains of a dead cat. His gorge rose in his throat, and he choked it back with sheer force of will. He couldn't vomit, not now. If he did, he might stumble and lose his footing. At the very least, he would slow, and that would spell his doom. He burst from the alley, crossed a road, jumped a curb, and found himself running across a large empty parking lot beneath orange arc sodium lights. He glanced behind him, and Jason was there, 20 feet behind him, trailing Julius like an insidious shadow. He walked with a singular focus, unhurried, sure that he would have his prey in his good time. Julius turned back and saw a huge building ahead, its sides curving in a smooth, gradual arc. Its profile was familiar. The stuff of dreams now became his nightmare because of the thing that haunted his steps. Julius put on an extra burst of speed, and yet Jason remained close. It's not fair! It's not fucking fair! He heard his pursuer's tread a foot away. Jason was within grabbing distance. Julius leaned forward, trying to gain a little more momentum. It wasn't enough. Cold hands fell on him, biting into his flesh like a vice, and Julius was yanked off his feet and hurled through the air. He struck a door in the side of the building and crashed through. Everything hurt. The breath had been knocked from him. Julius groaned, getting to his feet. He didn't have time to feel the pain. He had to run. He was in a dim maintenance corridor lit by sporadic emergency lighting. A double set of doors was just visible in the twilight hallway ahead. He surged forward, not looking back now, certain that Jason was right behind. The echo of their footfalls resounded and redoubled off the tile floor and cinder block walls, making it sound like Jason chased many and not just one. Julius reached the doors, hitting the release bar with both arms at full speed. He would have broken his wrist had they been locked. They weren't locked, and he spilled through into a lobby lined with counters and closed concession stands. Their service windows shuttered. Julius heard a shout from his left, looked to see an overweight man dressed in a gray uniform shuffling towards him. He clutched a flashlight in one hand, playing the beam over Julius. A laminated name tag, bearing a blurry picture of the man, swung from his shirt. The name Taylor was printed in block letters on the bottom below the photo. "Security!" Taylor shouted. "Stay right where you are!" "Run, you idiot!" Julius shouted back as he ran by the man. "He's coming! He'll kill you too!" "What?" Taylor began, turning to the double doors in time to see the monstrous figure of Jason step through them. Taylor shined the flashlight into Jason's face, held a hand up. Jason never broke stride. He swung a vicious backhand as he drew near, striking the man in the center of his face. The sound of his skull shattering was like the noise a fine china plate would make as it broke apart on a concrete floor. Taylor crumpled to the ground, spitting and gagging, his entire body racked with convulsions. "Oh, fuck!" Julius cried as he passed into an alcove and ran through another set of double doors, coming out into a cavernous space. Rows of seats encircled a large central space where giants sometimes played basketball. A boxing ring had been set up on the court beneath the four-sided hanging scoreboard. A huge banner read, "Welcome to Madison Square Garden." "No freaking way," he thought. Heavy footsteps behind. There was no time to geek out. Julius ran towards the ring, turned left to run for another door, and froze. Jason stood in front of him, blocking the way around the boxing ring. Julius didn't pause to think, only reacted. He dove beneath the ropes up into the ring. He rolled to his feet, ready to cross the boxing ring. He would put the ring between him and his pursuer, create space, and be away. Great plan, even if it wasn't meant to be. Julius skidded to a halt, panting, angry, and more frightened than he had ever been in his entire life. Jason stared back at the teen with his dark eyes, unconcerned. He had Julius right where he wanted him. Julius gritted his teeth and armed a bead of sweat from his brow, fighting his rising panic. He was trapped. There was no choice now. He looked down at his hands, the only weapons left to him now that he had come face to face with a real monster. He looked back up into the hockey mask black eye holes, his jaw set. After all, what had he been training for all these years? He balled up his fist and dropped into a fighting stance. "You got this," Julius told himself as he started forward. "He's just a big old maggoty bag of dead meat, and the last time I checked, zombies are slow and stupid. Just use your combos and stay light on your feet." Jason watched him come, stoic as a mountain. "Come on," Julius thought. "Let him have it. First one pays for all." He stepped forward with his left foot and swung a haymaker with his good right. Flesh met mask like a semi-truck, and Jason staggered back a step. Julius's knuckles burst, but so great was his elation that the punch had been effective, that he did not even feel it. He gave Jason a left jab and then a right hook. He rained punch after punch, each knocking the killer back a step. Julius ducked down and then surged upward, landing a devastating uppercut that would have floored a normal man. The strike knocked Jason's mask askew, obscuring the monster's sight, and Julius went at him in earnest. He pummeled Jason's stomach, driving him backward towards the ropes 20 feet away. A flicker of hope filled the teenage boy's chest. If he could work Jason back to the edge of the ring, he could send him over and down to the concrete. Undead creature or not, a fall like that would have to have some of the wind knocked out of his cells for a few minutes, and a few minutes was all the time Julius would need to make his escape. There was just one problem. Julius was flagging. He wasn't superhuman after all. He'd sprinted down dozens of streets and alleys, been thrown through a door. The fight would have been easy for him if not for all of that. "It's not fair, man!" The boxing ring's edge was 10 feet away now. Jason had fixed his mask and could see again, so Julius went to work on his face. He landed a right hook that barely moved the killer's face. Jab, jab, another hook. The edge grew no closer. Julius staggered back a step, gasping for breath. He lowered his hands to his sides and stared into Jason's face. He was done in. He was all used up. Take your best shot, motherfucker," Julius said. The punch was like a nuclear bomb going off on the side of his head. Tendons, skin, meat, and bones separated, and the world flipped end over end. The last thing Julius was aware of in his too short life was the green bulk of a trash can rushing up to meet him. Jason watched the severed heads flight down into the trash and then turned back to the twitching body that hadn't realized it was dead yet. Blood gushed in a torrent from the torn arteries, spreading out in a wet, crimson fan of gore that collected like a sinister lake beside the corpse, staining the ring's pristine mat. One down, 4 more to go. That was, unless someone got in his way. After all, there was always room for more. "That's right, my special boy," said Mother. "They all deserve to be punished. All the filthy teenager and dirty adults. They all deserve to die." They did, and they would. Jason would kill the whole world if Mother and the Deadites willed it. He walked to the edge of the ring and climbed over the ropes in search of the boy's head and his next victim. Chapter 17. Back Together Again. The world was covered in a scintillating fog full of dancing colors Rennie had never seen before. Colors on a spectrum no normal eye would see. They swirled about, forming shapes that thrilled her to see. She reached out to touch one and then froze as a snatch of prose from an old story by H.P. Lovecraft came to her addled mind. It came from the stars where things ain't like they are here. It's just a color, but it burns. It sucks, and it burns. That and another. Chaos which had come creeping and waiting to be seen and heard. Jason came creeping, didn't he? Rennie thought. He came creeping and crawling and oozing up from the bottom of Crystal Lake. He came up like a putrid bubble of toxic gas. Rennie pulled her hand away, shaking it to clear the cobwebs. That was a mistake. The world swam around her, and stars exploded in front of her eyes. She stumbled, had to lean against the alley wall to keep from falling. She moaned as fresh tears spilled down her pale cheeks. This trip was supposed to be a celebration, she thought. More, it was my chance to free myself from the fears of the past. Instead, I've gotten a whole new set of fears. "Oh, God," she sobbed. "Why is all of this happening to me?" "Rennie?" She knew that voice. Was it real, or was it a cruel trick of the drugs and fog? She heard running footsteps approaching, opened her eyes, and turned to see Sean sprinting towards her. He reached out, and she felt his fingers on her skin. He wasn't a dream. He was real. She fell into his arms and wept into his neck, letting all the night's poison drain from her throat and eyes. "What did they do to you?" Sean asked as he ran a hand over her hair. Did they hurt you?" Started to," she gasped. Drugged me. Then Jason came and killed them before they could. Sean, he followed us. He's here in New York." Rennie felt Sean stiffen against her. He pulled away to study her, making sure that she really wasn't hurt. Satisfied, he began to help her walk up the alley. "Shit," he breathed. "We all split up after those assholes took you. Your uncle said it was the best way to help you. We have to find them before Jason does. They don't know he's here." Colleen leaned against the wall of a derelict building, hiding from circling shadows in an oasis of illumination cast by a flickering streetlight. Darkness seethed all about her, barely held at bay. How had things come to this? It was all her fault. Rennie was gone, spirited away into the night, and who knew what awful things those men were doing to her? Maybe McCulloch was right. She'd meddled in other people's lives, and this was her just reward. "Freeze!" Colleen became a statue, afraid to turn, sure that she would be staring down the barrel of a gun if she did. "Let me see your hands, lass," commanded the voice in a smooth Irish brogue. Some of her fear melted away as she raised her hands over her head. There was something about the voice's authoritarian nature that comforted her. Surely a thug wouldn't sound so. Maybe help had finally found her. She started to turn around, and, as she did so, she heard a familiar voice speaking from behind the first. "It's okay, officer. She's with me." "Charles?" Colleen asked, lowering her hands and turning to see a balding NYPD officer holstering a .38 revolver. The cop was middle-aged, a little pudgy around the middle. His cheeks and nose were red and crisscrossed with broken veins, what Colleen's father had called alcoholic's nose. A sure sign the man enjoyed a good tip of the bottle from time to time. The name tag on his chest said his name was Nell, McCulloch stood behind him with a slightly smug expression on his face. "Oh, look at me," she thought. "Aren't I smart? I found help and no one else did. What a pompous asshole. Never mind the fact that his niece is still missing." "I'm sorry I pointed my pistol at you," Officer Nell said, giving her the once-over to make sure she wasn't hurt. "Your friend here explained everything. Don't you worry, we'll find your lost barn. But first we need to see about you. Follow me. My patrol unit is this way." Officer Nell turned and began to walk. Colleen fell into step beside McCulloch, and the two of them followed the officer up the street. She glanced over at McCulloch, hoping against hope for some good news. "Did you see any sign of Rennie?" McCulloch shook his head. "Nothing, but it's okay, I found us help." Officer Nell reached behind him to pick the seat of his uniform pants out of the crack of his ass. The sight did not give Colleen much confidence in his ability to help. They rounded a corner and Colleen saw a blue and white patrol car parked at the curb near a rusted metal railing. Beyond the railing lay an empty parking lot and more dark buildings. They were halfway down the street when they heard running footsteps behind them. Colleen and the others spun to see Sean and Rennie rushing towards them from another alley. Colleen felt a rush of joy so monumental that she feared her heart might burst. The two teenagers looked dirty and tired, but whole. It was a miracle. Maybe there was a God somewhere out there looking out for them. If not God with a capital G, at least some positive power or force that aligned itself against whatever fueled the demonic Jason Voorhees. "Rennie!" McCulloch shouted, rushing forward to meet her. "Oh, thank God!" Rennie ran past him into Colleen's waiting arms, where she buried her face between the older woman's breast and began to cry silent tears. Colleen hugged the girl to her fiercely, crying herself. Colleen glanced over the top of Rennie's head at McCulloch, who stood rigid as a marble statue as he tried to process what had just happened. He met Colleen's gaze, and she couldn't help a small smile. McCulloch's eyes narrowed in anger. "Where did you find her?" McCulloch asked, turning to Sean, who was standing beside Officer Nell. "I found her wandering down an alley alone," Sean replied. "There was no sign of the bastards who took her. Listen, Rennie said that Jason showed up and killed them. She said that Jason followed us and is here in Manhattan." "Oh, for Christ's sake!" spat McCulloch, throwing his hands in the air. "Don't be ridiculous!" Sean was far beyond being cowed by the older man. He squared his shoulders and stared his former teacher down. "What do you mean, ridiculous? How much more do you have to see and hear before you take your goddamn blinders off?" "Is it true, Rennie?" Colleen asked. Rennie nodded into her chest, still crying. "Am I to assume this is the lass in question?" Officer Nell asked. "Yes," McCulloch muttered, looking from Sean to the two women. Officer Nell looked at each of them in turn for a moment, reading the tension in the air, and then asked, "Who is this Jason?" McCulloch laughed, shaking his head. "He's a walking corpse, a phantom from hell." Officer Nell raised one eyebrow. "Pardon me? Do you want to run that one by me again?" "I'm afraid you'll have some trouble believing us," Colleen said. Officer Nell put a hand on Colleen's shoulder and gave her a small grin. "Madam, I grew up in the old country, and I've heard and seen many a strange things. My own grandmother claimed she'd been bewitched by a fae in her youth, and my father swore to his dying day that a banshee passed by our house the night I was born. Myself, I wasn't always a New York cop. I began my career to the north of here, don't you know. I was a police officer in a town called Derry. That was in Maine. I saw things and heard tell of things that ought not to be. Let's just say that I believe in magic, so why don't you try me? You might be surprised." Colleen looked from Sean to Rennie, who shrugged at her. "Why not? What could it hurt?" It was Sean that spoke, starting from the beginning as he knew it. "Once there was a young boy named Jason that drowned in a lake. "You're right," Officer Nell said after their story was told. "That is one well of a tale. Am I willing to believe that a Feargorda or Arbitak is chasing after the lot of you? No, I am not, but I do believe that someone is taken after you and means to harm you." That was enough for Colleen. She sighed as a heavy weight seemed to lift from her chest. "You believe us? Thank you for your trust and your help, but there's something else. We're still missing one of our group. We still need to find Julius." "We will find him, don't you worry your little head off," Officer Nell said. "But first things first, I need to make sure you four are safe, and if this man is still after you, I think I should radio for backup." Officer Nell started walking again. They came to a stop on the sidewalk between the parked patrol car and the fenced-in parking lot. Officer Nell put a hand on the patrol car's rear door handle and opened it for them, motioning for the four survivors to pile inside. Sean went first, followed by Rennie, Colleen, and finally McCulloch. Officer Nell shut them in and then opened the driver's side door. The vehicle dome light burned to life, filling the car with a stark glow, revealing the horror that waited for them up front. "Oh shit!" Sean screamed. It appeared that their wait was over. There was no need to search for Julius anymore because he was there with them. At least part of him was. Someone had severed the handsome boy's head and jammed it down on the patrol car's gear shift. "Holy Mary, Mother of God!" Officer Nell shouted, crossing himself. He reached into the car, careful not to disturb Julius's remains, and took hold of the patrol car's radio handset. He put it to his mouth, ready to key the mic. Someone grabbed his ankle. Officer Nell had just enough time to look down through the railing into the deserted parking lot below, to see the hulking shape of the masked man who had him. Then he was yanked off his feet and dragged out of sight through the fence and out of sight. Officer Nell still had the radio handset in his hand. The rubberized cable stretched taut, frayed, and then came apart where it connected to the base station. There was a muffled cry, and then a loud crack, and then silence. "This isn't happening," McCulloch muttered to himself with a furious shake of his head. A large shadow climbed over the railing, the yellowed hockey mask it wore like a harvest moon in the dim light. McCulloch saw it and froze mid-sentence. Tears stung his eyes. It wasn't possible. It was an affront to his rational mind, one so strong it threatened to crack his soul in two and leave him a screaming, blubbering mess, ready to be carted off to the nearest insane asylum. "It's him!" Colleen cried, pointing at the shape that studied them from the shadows. "He's really here! We have to get out of here!" Sean was nearest one door. He reached for the handle and froze. There was no door handle. Of course there wasn't. This was a police cruiser. You couldn't very well allow arrestees the ability to open the door and let themselves out. That would be bad policing, bad for business such as it was. Sean hammered his fist against the smooth panel. "We're trapped!" Rennie took all of this in with the mild sense of detachment made possible by the last vestiges of the drugs in her system. She studied Sean's fruitless struggle, then looked out the windshield to where Jason Voorhees stood in the twilight. Finally, her eyes drifted down to the glint of keys dangling from the patrol car's ignition. If they couldn't go out the back doors, she would go up front. She leaned forward over the seat, dragging her body along until she was sitting behind the cruiser's wheel. She turned the key and the car roared into life. "Rennie!" McCulloch called out, his hands clutching the back of the seat in front of him. "What are you doing?" "Playing chicken," she replied, shifting the car into gear and causing Julius's severed head to roll off the gear shifter into the passenger side floorboard. She jammed her foot on the accelerator, sending plumes of smoke into the night. The car lurched forward and Jason marched to meet it. It struck Jason head on, bearing him under and rolling him under the chassis like a rag doll. Rennie slammed on the brakes, bringing the cruiser to a stop. "What the hell, Rennie?" McCulloch said. "Are you trying to kill us?" "Nope," she said. "Just playing chicken. He lost." She pointed a thumb behind the car, looked into her rearview mirror to verify that Jason was down for the count. She saw his crumpled form laying on the pavement 20 feet behind the car. He twitched as if in the throes of a convulsion, and then began to rise. Rennie shifted the cruiser into reverse and floored it. The car fishtailed, the back end swinging side to side. Then the tires caught and they lurched backward. The driver's side wheels passed over Jason, jouncing the hapless captives in the rear seat so high their heads struck the roof. Rennie stopped the car and they all stared out in disbelief as Jason sat up and stared daggers at them. "Not real," McCulloch moaned. "Not real." Jason found his feet and started towards them, clenching his fists, ready for the kill. Rennie gripped the steering wheel so tight that her knuckles stood out white through her pale skin. She shifted into drive and jammed the gas pedal down. Jason watched them come and then dove out of the way at the last second. The car missed him by less than a foot, jumped up onto the curb. The front bumper smashed into the fence and passed through. They fell 5 feet down into the parking lot, where kind, trusting Officer Nell met his untimely end. The car careened off a guardrail and shot off across the vacant lot towards an alleyway on the far side that looked barely wide enough for the car to fit. McCulloch glanced over the seat at the speedometer and gasped. He reached out to grab her shoulder, felt her rigid muscles through her jacket. She was galvanized, electric, a tense spring on the verge of catastrophic failure. "Rennie," McCulloch said, "for God's sake, slow down. You aren't gonna make it." But they did make it. The speeding police car threaded the mouth of the alley like a thread pushed through the eye of a needle. They burst out the other end into another deserted street lined with more derelict buildings. Straight across from the alley's opening was a vacant lot nestled between a warehouse and an abandoned apartment complex. Rennie didn't try to turn. She crossed the road, jumped the curb, and sped into the lot. "Help me!" cried a soft voice only she could hear. It was the boy. He stood at the back of the lot, dressed only in damp swim trunks. He was dripping wet, shivering. He reached out towards her. Rennie gritted her teeth and gave the car more gas. The cruiser passed through the apparition and struck the brick wall that stretched the width of the vacant lot from the back corner of the warehouse and apartment building. All were thrown forward. The steering column struck Rennie in the chest, knocking the breath from her lungs. The world around her faded away, and then she felt strong hands on her, lifting her from the car. "It's Jason," she thought, struggling against the embrace of the darkness that tried to swallow her. She swung her arms, kicked, tried to break free. "It's me! It's Sean!" Rennie opened her eyes and saw that it was. He sat her down on her feet, making sure she wasn't going to fall. There was a strange chemical smell in the air. Rennie glanced around and saw that she, Sean, and her uncle were standing in the middle of the lot 30 yards from the crippled police car. Both men seemed fine, but where was Colleen? "Miss Van Dusen?" Rennie asked. "Don't worry," Sean said, turning back to the smoking vehicle. "I had to get you out first. I'm going back to get her right." They heard a soft flump, saw tendrils of orange flame flickering beneath the car's undercarriage. Then the night became bright as day as the fire ignited the car's gas tank. The explosion knocked them all back, peppered them with shards of broken glass and burned metal. Sean jumped in front of Rennie, using his own body to shield her as best he could from the flying debris that rained down like fiery brimstone. "No!" Rennie cried, pushing past Sean, yanking her hand free from her uncle's grip when he tried to hold her back. Flames burned everywhere, and somewhere in the back of her mind, Rennie thought they'd been lucky the surrounding buildings were made of mostly brick. The last thing they needed was to get caught between two burning buildings if the demon that haunted them made an appearance. She walked forward, had to shield her face from the heat that radiated out of the inferno. The patrol car's roof had been peeled back as if it had been cut free with a giant can opener. The doors had been blown off. Something lay on the ground near the cruiser, something that wasn't part of the car, something that wasn't whole anymore. "Oh, Jesus!" Rennie screamed. "Colleen!" She tried to run forward, but strong hands wrapped around her and held her back. She heard Sean whispering in her ear, "Don't, Rennie. You can't help her now." A sob escaped her lips, and she hugged him back fiercely. She looked over his shoulder to where her uncle stood watching the blaze. The fire danced in his eyes, and she realized that he was crying too. She glanced away from him, feeling that the normally stiff man would be offended if he knew she had watched him come apart even for the briefest moment. A puddle of burning liquid caught her eyes, and she stared into it. Something moved in its depths, an image from her forgotten past. She felt a click inside her head and gasped as the true memory of the trauma that set all her troubles in motion fell into place. She pulled away from Sean and walked to the puddle, kneeling down beside it and peering inside. She saw a lake reflected there, and in the center of the lake, a small rowboat floated. Chapter 18. Truth. It was almost noon, and the sun set high in the cloudless sky above Crystal Lake, its beams like crystals shining on the dark water's surface. Little Rennie sat on the seat across from her uncle, who was rowing the small boat along the shoreline towards deeper water. She looked up at the collection of rundown cabins and an old lifeguard tower lying on its side curiously. She'd heard stories about an old abandoned summer camp somewhere near her uncle's home, but this was the first time she'd ever seen it. She shivered, wondering if any of the stories the other kids she played with had told her, ghost stories about a masked murderer that lived in the woods near the lake, were true. She ran a finger through the cool water and turned away. It was too nice a day to think about bad things like that. "It's a beautiful day," she said, smiling at her uncle. Charles McCulloch smiled back. "Yes, it is. Very nice. Nice enough for a swim?" Rennie frowned and looked down at the water, trailing lazily by, not answering. Her uncle's smile grew thoughtful. He put the oar down and leaned forward to put one long finger under her chin, making her look at him. "You've been coming out here every summer for the last 3 years, young lady, and you still haven't learned to swim." Rennie shifted her head from his touch and put her hand in the water, feeling its bracing coolness. Hadn't she thought just a minute ago that the water was nice? Now the cold felt forbidding. The dark lake beneath the boat seemed as deep as the black spaces between the stars. What if she jumped in and something grabbed her? What if she felt a clawed, scaly hand on her skin and looked down to see a fish man, like in that old black and white horror movie her dad liked to watch? What if it pulled her down? She would open her mouth to scream, and the lake would fill her lungs and throat, and she would die down there in the dark with the thing. The daydream was so vivid in her mind that she could almost feel the monster's chitinous hands on her throat. She pulled her hand out and rubbed the goose flesh from her arms. "I'll take some lessons this time," she said. "I promise." McCulloch stared at her sadly. "That's what you said last year. No, I think the time for your first swimming lesson has come. You don't want to end up drowning like that Voorhees boy, do you?" Rennie's eyes went wide, and she shook her head. No, she certainly didn't want to drown. The mere thought of all that water over her, pressing down on her with its icy weight, nearly sent her into a panic. Her lips trembled, wanting to let a moan or scream out. She closed them tight. Uncle Charles would only get mad if she acted like a little baby. "He never learned to swim either," McCulloch continued. He leaned over the boat's railing and stared down into the water. "He drowned, and you know what? They never found his body. He's still down there at the bottom of this lake." It was too much. Rennie felt fear winning. She put her fingers to her mouth and began to chew on her fingernails. "He is not," she said. "Oh," McCulloch said, "he is indeed. And he's ready to pull down anybody who falls in and can't swim." "You're telling a lie," Rennie replied. "Am I?" McCulloch asked, one eyebrow raised. "Why don't we find out?" He moved fast. 1 second they were talking. The next he had pushed her over the side into the water. It was far colder than she'd thought, like an ice on her skin. She flailed her arms and legs, pushing her head above the surface. She opened her mouth to cry and gagged on a rush of water that spilled in. It was just like her daydream. Any second now she would feel the fishman take hold of her foot. Her uncle leaned over, staring down at her as she panicked and struggled. His face was calm, serene. He knew he was doing the right thing. "Quick, Rennie," he said. "You better swim before Jason drags you down. Come on, you can do it." I can't," she coughed. "You can and you will. Swim, Rennie." She reached up, tried to grab the edge of the boat, and then she felt a hand grab her ankle. It was soft, squishy, like the flesh of an octopus or like the hand of a dead person. The hand yanked her down with amazing force. She was 5 feet under the surface, more. It was funny how the hand seemed small and large at the same time, as if it belonged to an adult and a child at the same time. She kicked with both feet, pulled with her arms, trying frantically to escape, but it was no use. She stilled herself and then looked down at her attacker. It wasn't the creature from the Black Lagoon that had her after all. For a split second, she thought that a man had her, a huge man with a mutilated face. Then her vision cleared, and she saw that it wasn't a man at all, but a boy, about the same age as herself. The boy's head was slightly misshapen, one eye offset from the other, and his teeth were ghastly square knobs that looked like tombstones jutting from his gray gums. He howled with rage and hatred as he yanked her again, down, down into the cold, wet, dark. The sound of shuffling feet drew Rennie from the memory, and she looked towards the mouth of an alley that ran between the lot's walls and the rear of the warehouse. A homeless man stood there, dressed in a pair of stained corduroy pants, a torn shirt, and a faux fur coat. He didn't even glance at them, just walked over to a 50-gallon steel drum that sat against the warehouse, dropped his pants, and sat on the edge of the barrel and started taking a crap. "Really, dude?" Sean called. The homeless man shot the young man a bird and then continued seeing to his business. Rennie hardly cared. There were more important things on her mind. She wheeled around on her uncle, who took a step back in the face of her sudden outrage. "You pushed me," she said. "What are you talking about?" "You pushed me into the lake when I was a kid. You almost drowned me, and then you let me think I was crazy all this time. You told me that I imagined all of it." McCulloch held up his hands, begging. "I was only trying to teach you. I didn't think anything bad would happen, and I pulled you out when it did. I saved your life, Rennie." Sean looked from one to the other, confused. "What are you talking?" Realization sunk in. Rennie's fear of the water, her nightmares, it was all McCulloch's fault. Sean turned to the older man and spat. "You son of a bitch!" "He was down there," she screamed. "Jason was down there and he grabbed me. I didn't hallucinate it. I didn't dream it or make it up. How could you?" Rennie turned on her heel and sprinted off towards the street. She reached the sidewalk and vanished from sight around the front of the apartment complex. McCulloch started after her, but Sean got in his way, shoving the old man to the ground. McCulloch started to get up and froze when he saw the raw fury in the teenager's eyes. Sean pointed his finger in his former teacher's face and shouted, "You stay away from her, goddammit!" Tears stung McCulloch's eyes as he watched Sean run after Rennie. How had everything gone so wrong for him? Hadn't he been careful? Wasn't he responsible? Certainly he was. And what was his reward for his excellence? A wife who hated him, students who reviled him, a niece that would rather run away into the dark streets of a strange, dangerous city than allow him to comfort her. He had no friends to speak of, nor acquaintances. He'd had colleagues, but even they were a thing of the past after the school closed. There was no one there for him in the entire world, and he had never felt so alone in his entire life. "What is with all this whining?" he asked himself bitterly. "I thought you were responsible, so take responsibility. You made the bed, now lay in it. You are the cause of every bad thing in your life." A scrap of a poem he'd taught to his 12th grade class came to mind, and he recited it out loud to the night. "It is bitter, bitter, but I like it because it is bitter, and because it is my heart." "Best be careful of him," said a voice to McCulloch's left. "He talks to himself and knows what ain't there. He's a crazy one." McCulloch turned his head to see the homeless man hopping down off his makeshift toilet and pulling his begrimed pants. The man saw McCulloch watching him, started to say something else, and then froze as he stared at something beyond the old man. "Oh, Mary, Mother of God," breathed the homeless man, crossing himself. "Pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death." He turned and ran up the alleyway he'd come from, shrieking incoherencies and sobbing. A shadow fell on McCulloch then, and he looked up at the thing he had so adamantly refuted throughout the whole ordeal. "You are not possible," McCulloch sobbed. Jason tilted his head to the side and then reached down. McCulloch scrambled back, skinning the palms of his hands and ripping the seat of his pants. He rolled over on his knees, managed to get to his feet, and ran for the warehouse. There was a door near the barrel. Maybe he could reach it before Jason caught him. Maybe it wouldn't be locked. Maybe he could get inside and lock it himself. Then he could find somewhere to hide until Jason gave up and went for easier prey. Maybe Sean and Rennie. "You selfish prick," he thought as he drew near the door. "Maybe you deserve to die for wishing that. Maybe you really are a piece of shit like everyone says you are." That was a lot of maybes that formed a chain. If even one of the maybes failed, he would surely die. But what choice did he have? He would never be able to outdistance the dead thing that even now was only inches behind him. There had been too many donuts for breakfast over the years, too many evenings sitting with a book in hand, exercising his mind while he neglected his body. Hell, there had just been too many years. He heard the crunch of Jason's booted feet on the ground right behind him. He wasn't going to make it, but he did. He reached the door, turned the knob, and found the door unlocked. 2 links in the chain had gone right. He pushed inside, slammed the door, and ran his hands over the inside. He found a deadbolt. He twisted it, shouted with joy when the knob turned, and he heard the chunk of the lock settling into place. "I'm gonna make it," he thought. "Now I just need to find somewhere to hide, or maybe even a working phone to call the police on." More maybes. He was forming a long chain of them indeed. He leaned back against the door, trying to catch his breath as his eyes adjusted to the dark interior of the warehouse. He was in a narrow hallway lined with doors on either side. A sign beside the nearest indicated it opened onto a stairwell. McCulloch opened it and ran up to the second-floor landing, where he found the door ajar. The space beyond was much brighter, lit by ephemeral moonlight that flooded in through large windows that looked out on the vacant lot outside. He ran through, looking around for a good hiding place, not looking at what was waiting right in front of him. He ran into something that was soft and hard at the same time, like a metal pole wrapped in foam. Suddenly, a putrid stench filled his nostrils, and he knew what he'd run into. That's not possible," he moaned. "I locked you outside. There's no way you could have gotten up here so fast." Rough, cold hands took hold of McCulloch, and he felt himself lifted off his feet. Jason held him aloft for a moment and then hurled him across the room. McCulloch flipped over, saw the window flying towards his face a half-second before he crashed through it. He cried out in pain as his nose broke and his body was shredded by dozens of shards of broken glass. Wind roared in his ears, and then he struck the ground. There was a great cracking sound, and more pain exploded in his right shoulder. "Broken!" he screamed inside his head. "Oh God, my shoulder and collarbone are broken!" "That doesn't matter right now," said another voice in his head. Right now you have to get up and run before he gets down here. You have to get away before he does, or you'll never leave this lot. Your path will end here amongst the heaps of trash and filth." McCulloch groaned, tried to stand, and shrieked as the worst pain yet filled him. He rolled over on his back and looked down to see a huge shard of glass jutting from the side of his right knee. It was 4 inches wide and flecked with fine droplets of his blood that glinted like dark rubies in the dim light. He grabbed the shard, not caring if it cut his hands, only caring that he must pull it free and get away. He yanked on it and screamed. He felt the glass scrape against bone, saw through sinew. It was stuck fast. A shadow fell on him, and he looked up into the lifeless, soulless eyes of his killer. Jason kicked McCulloch in the side, sending him rolling over onto his stomach. The broken glass struck the ground and broke off, leaving slivers inside his leg. Jason lifted McCulloch by the back of his pants and shirt and carried him towards the warehouse, towards the barrel. McCulloch saw what the monster meant to do with him, and he began to thrash about and scream. He heard the fabric of his shirt tear, but it wasn't enough to free him, and it was far too late. They'd come to the barrel, and McCulloch stared down in disgust and horror. It was full to within an inch of the brim with slimy, greenish yellow liquid that smelled like an open septic tank in the height of summer. The remnants of the homeless man's diuretic evacuation floated on the scummy surface, clumped on the corpse of a dead and decaying rat that bobbed in the muck. "Not like this," McCulloch screamed inside his head. "I can't drown in a drug-addicted homeless man's makeshift toilet." Jason shoved him down head first. McCulloch tried to catch himself on the edge, but he had no leverage and Jason was far too powerful. McCulloch's face bumped the rat aside as it passed through the floating excrement. Foul fluid flooded his mouth and nostrils, making him gag, making him convulsively expel what little clean air he held in his lungs. The barrel walls were close. They pinned his arms to his sides. He still tried to get the tips of his fingers over the lip, not giving up even then. He clawed, seeking purchase on the rusted container's walls. His fingernails snagged, bent back, tore free from the quick in a new outrage of pain. He kicked with all his remaining strength, felt his uninjured knee connect solidly with Jason's hockey mask. But this last burst of energy proved fruitless. Jason's grip on him did not lessen. McCulloch was fading fast. Dark stars exploded before his eyes, spread until they eclipsed all sight. His oxygen-starved brain ordered an involuntary breath, and his lungs filled with the drum's ordure. "Well, isn't this some fine shit?" he thought. "Drowned in a barrel full of piss and turds." The world had receded from him. He could no longer feel Jason's hands on him, could no longer sense the barrel or his need to breathe. Fear was replaced by a floating sensation of peace and apathy. McCulloch's last thought as he drifted away into the dark was of Rennie. He wished he had one more chance to make things right with her, to apologize for the mistakes he'd made when all he'd wanted was the best for her. He saw her waving to him in his mind's eye. She had grown young again. She was the same age that she'd been on that summer day all those years ago, when he'd taken her out on a boat. She was far away, beckoning him on with a forgiving smile on her young face. McCulloch went to her. Jason held the old man's legs until they stopped moving, and then held them for another minute to be sure he was dead. Finally, he let them go, and McCulloch's lower half slumped over the side, his upper remaining submerged in the sludge. "Only 2 left, Jason," said Mother. "Just 2 more that need to be taught their lesson, and then we can go back home together, you, me, and the Deadites. We will be one big happy family again. All you have to do is listen to what they tell you. They will lead you to the girl and her boyfriend. Kill them for us, Jason." Jason turned from the dead old man and stalked out to the street. He turned down the sidewalk in front of the apartment complex and started walking. They were close. So close, and he would have them. Chapter 19. The chase begins. Sean jogged along the street, glancing down each dark alleyway for any sign of Rennie. It was kind of funny. He seemed to have spent more time chasing after her in the last 24 hours than he had actually spent with her. He'd never worked so hard for a relationship. On the other hand, he'd never met anyone like Rennie. Sure, she had her issues, all thanks to her dick of an uncle, but there was so much more to her than that. There was so much light inside of her. He would chase her to the ends of the earth and fight every monster that reared its ugly head along the way. Anything for Rennie. He glanced left and saw a small shape huddled against the wall of an old warehouse. He ran to her, went to his knees beside her, expecting to find tears, and instead finding a hot rage that seemed to burn as warmly as her hair. "I was at school when they told me," Rennie whispered. "How about that? The principal and a policeman pulled me out into the hallway and said, 'Rennie, we have some very bad news. Your parents have been killed in an auto accident.' First them and now Mrs. Van Dusen. It seems like everybody I care about ends up dead. I can't bear it if something were to happen to you." Her voice broke on the last syllable. She looked up into his eyes, and Sean saw that sorrow had dulled her rage. Fresh tears filled her bloodshot eyes, spilled down her dirty cheeks. Sean took one of her hands in his, rubbing it gently to warm it. "You don't have to worry," he said. "I've made it this far. Nothing is going to happen to me now." She touched his cheek with the hand he wasn't holding. "You can't know that." Sean smiled, feeling a thrill of happiness in his heart. "But I do know. We're together and nothing is going to separate us again. Fate is not that cruel." "You're an optimist," she said. "I like that." She tilted her chin and leaned forward to press her soft lips against his. Each closed their eyes, enraptured by the other. The kiss was sweet, perfect. The world around them flew away and came crashing back down with the sound of light, clicking footsteps on the sidewalk beside them. They broke from each other, Sean putting himself between the sound and Rennie, and turned to see, not a nightmare from beyond the grave, but a little black and white fluff ball that brought a shout of joy to Rennie's lips. "Toby!" The little dog was dirty and wet, yet he seemed fine for all that. Rennie bent down to stroke his coat, but froze when Toby began to growl deep in his throat. "Toby?" Rennie said, glancing at Sean. "What's the matter?" Toby took a step closer to her, and Rennie saw that his gaze wasn't fixed on her or Sean, but on something behind them. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded, and they turned to see a dented trash can tumbling from an alley and out into the middle of the street. Half a second later, Jason stepped out onto the sidewalk. "Oh, fuck!" Sean shouted. He didn't wait to see more. He grabbed Rennie's hand, and they ran off up the street with Toby keeping pace right behind them. Jason followed, the sound of his slow, methodical steps echoing off the buildings that bordered the street. He walks so slowly, Sean thought, as fresh panic gripped his heart. How can he walk that slow and not fall behind? It should be impossible, but what could really be impossible for a walking corpse? What could be more impossible than that? Sean risked a glance over his shoulder, hoping that his eyes would refute the evidence of his ears. They did not. Jason was 20 feet behind them, his gloved fist clenched, his chest heaving. They couldn't run forever. They needed to find somewhere they could hide or lose themselves in a crowd. Sean saw an opening in the sidewalk bordered by a low metal fence on 3 sides. A sign attached to the fencing stated that this was one of the many entrances to the New York subway system. Sean shifted his course, making for the opening. They reached it and raced down a flight of stairs coming out in a long passage fashioned from white tiles. Here and there along the passage were several movie posters and advertisements plying the wares of modern America. A set of turnstiles, guarded by a fat, uniformed man in the ticket booth, stretched the width of the passenger ahead of them. Sean didn't hesitate for a second. He knew that he couldn't because he could hear Jason stomping down the stairs behind them. The New York Transit Authority employee saw the 2 teens and the dog sprinting towards him and held up a warning hand. "Hold it right there," shouted the man. "Slow down." "No can do," Sean said as he hurled the turnstiles with the grace of an Olympic athlete. "Sorry," Rennie said as she jumped past him. "Woof," added Toby as he ran under the turnstile's metal arms. The ticket taker's name was Gerald. He stepped out of his booth, started to raise his hand to get the attention of an NYPD officer standing nearby, and stopped with his hand at his waist. Heavy footsteps sounded behind him. He turned and stared, struck dumb for the first time in his life. It was no wonder that the kids refused to stop for him, because they were being chased by a horror movie nightmare. The masked man, if man he was, didn't bother with jumping over the turnstile. He walked straight into it with the force of a charging rhino. The metal casing holding the machine's inner workings bent in on itself and then came apart. The three-pronged barrier arms flew free and skidded across the tile floor. They struck the tunnel wall hard enough to chip it. The loud noise drew the attention of the officer, who spun around in time to see Jason draw near. One look was all it took for the cop to see that Jason meant trouble with a capital T. He reached for his firearm, cleared leather, and Jason caught him by the wrist and twisted it violently. The officer's wrist popped like a pine knot in a fire. He dropped his gun to the floor and began to howl in pain. Jason gave his wrist a turn in the other direction. The shattered ends of bone erupted through the cop's flesh. Meat, skin, and sinew tore, and the cop found himself falling free from his attacker. He wondered for a split second how he had managed to free himself, and then he saw the ragged stump where his right hand had been. Blood spurted in a high-pressure jet driven by the racing beat of his heart. Jason didn't spare him a second glance. He tossed the cop's severed limb into his lap and stalked off after his real prey. Minding one's own business was the average New Yorker's specialty. Most had seen violence, a stranger being mugged on the opposite side of the street, a woman being menaced in an alley. They'd perfected the art of forced ignorance. It wasn't their problem. Let someone else deal with it. That was what the NYPD were for. The blinders were off now. The crowd split before Jason. They huddled against the passage walls. No one tried to help the dying officer, not out of indifference, but out of stark, paralyzing fear. Just ahead, Rennie, Sean, and Toby had reached the subway platform and were struggling through a crowd of gathered people waiting for the next train to arrive. The squeal of grinding metal from the tunnel to their right suggested the train was arriving any moment, but would it be too late? Someone screamed behind them, and they turned to see Jason stepping onto the platform with fresh blood dripping from his tattered clothing and mask. The people around them ran to the end of the platform, clearing a path to them. Sean tried to put Rennie behind him, but they were already at the edge of the platform. All that lay behind them was a 5-foot drop onto the subway tracks. There was nowhere left to run. Jason took a step forward, and a vicious growl tore through the air. Toby was a blur of white and black fur as he charged and leapt at Jason, sinking his sharp teeth deep into the killer's right forearm. Jason stumbled back beneath the assault. He tried to shake the border collie free, but Toby would not let go. Jason raised his free arm and brought it crashing down on Toby's head. The little dog yelped and fell free. Sean stared at the bloodless wound on the monster's arm and felt like crying. None of this was right. They'd come so far. He felt the rush of air ruffle his hair as the train entered the station behind them. Jason saw it coming. He picked up Toby and flung him through the air and down onto the tracks. Half a second later, the train passed through. Rennie hadn't even had time to scream before it was all over. "It's too late!" Sean shouted, taking Rennie by the hand and pulling her along the platform towards the front of the slowing train. It came to a halt as they reached the end of the platform. The doors opened, spilling a stream of oblivious passengers from inside. Sean pulled Rennie through the current of people and inside the front car. The conductor looked back at them nervously, not liking the look of them. Great, he thought. It's too late in the evening for trouble. He hit a button on the instrument panel in front of him, trying to close the doors. He heard a thud and then the grinding of gears as someone forced the car doors open and stepped inside. "Hey!" he shouted, turning fully around in his seat and looking through the little window in the compartment's door. "You can't do that!" He took the scene in and felt his blood run cold. He'd been right. The two young people had brought trouble with them. They stared for a frozen second at the huge masked man who'd forced the door, and then they ran towards the back of the car. The masked man turned towards him, and the conductor had just enough time to regret drawing the big man's attention before he ripped the compartment door off its hinges and tossed it aside. The conductor held up his hands to ward off the coming attack. Jason batted his hands away, grabbed the back of his head, and shoved it into the instrumentation. Sparks flew, silhouetting Jason in a bright blue glow. The man's shoulders struck the lever that controlled the subway train's speed and pushed it all the way forward. The train began to move. Jason dropped the dead conductor and started after Rennie and Sean, who'd reached the doorway that connected the front train car with the next. Sean opened the door and they ran through. "We're trapped!" Rennie moaned as they entered the second car and sprinted past a group of skinheads who watched them go with interest. "Just keep going!" Sean shouted to her as they reached the next door. One of the skinheads started to follow them. He'd always had a thing for redheads and was ready to have some fun. The door opened behind him and then he felt rough hands on the back of his neck. "Hey, what the fuck?" he yelled. He tried to turn to fight. The person holding him lifted him into the air like he weighed nothing. The skinhead heard his buddies shouting at the man who had him, heard the snick of their switchblades opening. Then the man thrust him at the nearest window. The glass shattered and the skinhead's upper half passed through to the outside. The subway was really moving now and the roar of the wind was deafening. He caught sight of a blinking red signal light out of the corner of his eye a millisecond before it obliterated his head. Knives pierced Jason, leaving more bloodless wounds. Jason released the decapitated skinhead and struck the nearest one of his companions with a backhanded blow that crushed his face in. A second punch caved in another skinhead's chest, rupturing his heart. The last one tried to run, and Jason caught him by the throat, digging his bony fingers into the soft tissue until they met behind the man's esophagus. Jason pulled, ripping the man's throat out. The skinhead collapsed, sputtering and gurgling as the last of his life's blood gushed from his body. Sean and Rennie passed through the third and fourth cars. They reached the fifth and final car. It was empty save for them. They ran until they could run no more and then turned to face the devil haunting their steps. Rennie cringed back against the train's rear exit door as Jason entered the car. They'd run out of road. The chase was up and both they and Jason knew it. He stood watching them, savoring their fear. Not like this, Sean thought. He caught sight of the emergency stop cord running along the ceiling to his right. Maybe their road hadn't run out after all. He jumped, grabbed the cord, and yanked it down. Sparks flew, lighting up the tunnel visible from the train windows. Sean braced his feet, releasing the cord and grabbing the closest pole. He caught Rennie with the other before she could fall to the dirty subway car's floor. Jason was not so lucky. The rapid deceleration threw him backward. He tumbled into the door he'd just entered through and then bounced back to his feet, chest heaving, hands clenched. Sean couldn't see the monster's eyes, but thought they would be blazing if he could. Rage emanated from him in waves. The fall bought them mere seconds. Sean pulled Rennie to the rear of the subway car and forced the door open. They jumped down, careful to avoid the electrified third rail, and sprinted along the tracks towards the light of a station they'd passed through right before Sean had pulled the emergency brake cord. He looked back once, saw Jason silhouetted in the doorway, and ran faster. Each breath was agony, like pulling fire down his raw throat, and a stitch was setting in on his right side. "I'm almost done in," he thought in desperation. I can't keep this up any longer." "You have to," answered another voice in his head. This second voice was cool and determined, where the other was on the verge of giving up. "It doesn't matter what happens to you as long as Rennie gets to live. When the moment comes and you can't run anymore, you stand and fight. You buy Rennie as much time as you can." "I can live with that," he thought, as they came to the deserted subway platform. He boosted Rennie up, started to follow, and cried out when a slimy hand latched onto his ankle. "Sean!" Rennie shouted, pulling Sean's hand with all her strength. Sean looked down and saw the hockey mask looming over the platform's edge. Rennie was losing the tug of war. He felt himself on the brink of going over. He curled his free leg and pistoned it out with all of his might. His heel struck the bridge of the hockey masked nose, sending Jason falling backward for the second time in as many minutes. Jason tripped over the train track and toppled down right on top of the third rail. The monster was galvanized. Bright blue and purple arcs of electricity covered him. Sean and Rennie cowered on the platform edge as pungent smoke that smelled of cooked, rotting flesh and ozone wafted up to them. Finally, the crackle of electricity ceased, leaving the two teenagers' ears ringing. They stood, holding on to each other, and looked down at the still form of Jason Voorhees. Was it over? Had the monster been bested? They watched him for 30 seconds, and then Rennie took Sean's hand and led him away towards the stairs and the city above. Chapter 20. Bright Lights in the Big City. The scent of exhaust fumes and marijuana filled the air as Rennie and Sean came out of the stairwell and onto the sidewalk. Rennie normally hated the skunky scent of weed, but she relished it at that moment. It smelled like freedom. They were out of the tunnel, away from the demon that had pursued them across the ocean, and the world around them was filled with light. "We made it," she whispered, wrapping her arms around Sean's thin waist. "I can't believe we made it. I was sure we were going to die." Sean returned her embrace, letting their closeness say all the things he didn't have the words to say. Cocooned in their own peaceful little bubble, they took in the chaotic beauty about them. Times Square was alive with the sound of honking horns, blaring music, and strange new people. Electronic billboards advertised the latest fashions. New York sports teams, current theatrical releases, and Broadway productions. It was a world full of wonder for the two teens from rural New Jersey. They walked arm in arm down the sidewalk, past a group of young people close to their own age that were playing cards and listening to rap. Rennie felt the bass beat thrumming through her chest like a second heart. She felt exhilarated. Everything around her was in sharper focus. She felt more alive than she ever had before. If her life was a movie, that would have been when the credits began to roll and her happily ever after begin. It was the perfect fragile moment. A shout from behind them shattered it. "Hey, buddy, watch where you're going! I'm walking here!" Rennie knew what she would see even before she spun around. Jason was there, faint wisps of smoke still trailing from his body. He was like a mountain standing at the top of the subway station stairs, his gaze fixed on her. "Oh, God, no!" Sean moaned. Rennie felt something trying to break apart inside of her, something down in the deepest depths of her soul, something that was essential to her very being. She fought to hold it together, knowing that if it were to come apart, her will to fight would disappear with it, and she would stand like a statue until he took her. "Help!" she screamed, pointing to Jason. "Somebody help us! He's trying to kill us!" "Welcome to New York," said one of the teens playing cards without looking up. No one else paid any attention to her at all. It wasn't their business. It was Rennie's turn to lead Sean. She took his hand and ran, her legs and lungs protesting the renewed effort. Jason started after them, knocking pedestrians aside as he went. He reached the gang of teens and punted their boombox into the street, where it was run over by a passing taxi. "Hey, asshole!" shouted one of the teens. He stood, and the others with him followed suit, each pulling a switchblade knife from his pocket. The chorus of clicks as they released their blades caused Jason to pause and turn on them. "You're dead meat, slimeball," said the one at the front of the group. Jason eyed him for a moment and then tilted his mask up so that the teens could see the travesty beneath. Damn, man," said one. "That shit ain't right." "It's cool," said the first teen. I didn't like that radio anyway." The gang of kids turned as one and sprinted off down the street to vanish down the stairs into the subway station Jason had just come from. Jason watched them go in silence. He might have laughed had he remembered how to do so. Certainly the dead-eyed voices howled with wicked glee. He even felt Mother smiling in his head. He lowered the mask and turned in time to see a flash of Rennie's red hair vanishing into the entrance of a diner. The diner was narrow and long, barely wide enough for a single row of booths and a bar with an aisle between. The yellowed ceiling tiles and walls seemed to be coated with grease, and the air smelled of food that sat too long in the fryer. A large mirror hung on the wall above the bar, reflecting the scene through a filmy haze. A tired-looking waitress with hair so orange it could only have come from a bottle leaned on the counter talking to a muscular biker seated at the bar. The clinks and clangs of someone hard at work in the kitchen floated from an open door to the right of the mirror. It was the epitome of every greasy spoon you could find all across America. A vestige of an earlier age when waitresses wore roller skates and chewed bubblegum while they worked. Rennie and Sean burst through the door and ran to the bar panting and panicking. The biker and waitress each raised one eyebrow, waiting to hear their story. "Please," Sean panted. "Oh, you have to call the police." "Hurry," Rennie urged. The waitress glanced at the phone on the wall behind her and then pointed one long-nailed finger towards the rear of the diner. "There's a payphone in the back by the bathroom, but it's broken." "What about that phone?" Rennie asked, indicating the one behind the waitress. "That one is for employees only." "Are you kidding me?" Sean screamed. "A maniac is trying to kill us." The waitress shrugged and intoned, "Welcome to New York." "Why does everyone keep saying that?" Rennie hissed. The waitress started to reply, but the words died on her lips as Jason crashed through the glass front door, sending shards of glass skidding across the dirty floor. Rennie and Sean ran down the aisle towards the rear of the diner in search of the back door, while the waitress and biker stared at the newest guest in disbelief. "What the fuck is that?" called a masculine voice from the open doorway. Jason paused, tilting his head, watching as a tall man dressed in a chef's apron emerged from the kitchen. The name Ken was embroidered on the apron in gold script. Ken eyed Jason, sizing him up, and then strode forward, cracking his knuckles. "You crashed the wrong party, my ugly little friend." For the first time in decades, Jason found his voice. He took a step towards the man, growling deep in his chest. He wasn't sure what it was, but there was something about the man Ken that set his blood to boiling. Ken grinned, taking a boxer stance. He threw a jab with poor technique, grimacing as his fist landed wrong on Jason's mask. Despite the man's size, the punch was far weaker than those the teenage boxer had landed on Jason earlier that night, and the killer was not impressed. Ken threw another punch and Jason caught it deftly, bending the short-order cook's hand back until his knuckles touched his wrist. Bone broke and the big man shrieked as he was driven back through the doorway into his kitchen. Jason took the room and its smorgasbord of killing instruments in an instant. He saw butcher's knives, cleavers, and meat mallets, rolling pins, ice picks, and more. All great for what he had wanted to do, but all much too fast for the man. Jason had a better idea. He forced Ken to the left towards the sizzling griddle used to fry eggs, bacon, and the other slop the diner served to unsuspecting, undeserving patrons. Ken realized what Jason was about to do, and his shrieks grew in pitch and volume, becoming the screams of a prepubescent girl. Jason lifted him into the air and slammed him face first onto the cooktop. The scent of cooking human flesh filled the room, and Ken's screams turned to guttural grunts and moans. "Jesus!" cried the waitress from where she stood in the kitchen doorway. "Ken, no!" She backed out of the door and ran to the telephone, suddenly deciding it might be a good idea to call the police after all. She misdialed the number, hung up, and started again. The biker was still sitting at the bar. She grabbed a handful of tarnished silverware and threw it at the man, shouting, "Go help him! For Christ's sake, he's fucking cooking him!" The biker stepped off his bar stool, drawing a huge Bowie knife from his sheath at the small of his back. He charged into the kitchen with the knife raised high over his head. Ken's moans had quieted, his struggles ceasing as he succumbed to shock. He was running out of time. The biker rushed forward and buried his blade up to the hilt between Jason's shoulder blades. Jason didn't even seem to notice or care. He just held Ken to the cooktop. "Fucker!" shouted the biker as he wrapped his arms around Jason's neck and tried to pull him back. Jason was like a statue, unmovable. Jason continued to hold Ken down with his left hand while he pried the biker off with his right. The biker felt the bones in his hand crunching, and then he was flying through the air and through the wall and mirror out into the diner. The waitress dropped the phone, staring in speechless horror, and the crumpled man lying at her feet. "Hello, ma'am? Are you still there?" The waitress let the phone fall from numb fingers and turned to stare through the biker-sized hole in the wall at the killer in their midst. Jason had finally finished with Ken. The cook's protest had ceased long ago with his breath and heartbeat. Jason let his head go, thinking the corpse would fall free, and surprised when it stuck fast to the griddle. He tilted his head one way and then the other, curious. He lifted one booted foot and kicked the dead man in the side, knocking him free and sending him rolling into the corner by the trash can. Jason started to go and then paused one more second to stare at Ken's burnt face that had peeled off and still sizzled on the flat top. The waitress pressed herself against the wall, trying to make herself invisible. It was a wasted effort. She wasn't in his way, and he had important business to attend to now that the infuriating cook had been dealt with. Rennie and her boyfriend were up ahead, and it was high time for him to get some one-on-one time with each of them. He passed into the small alcove at the back of the diner, walked past the foul-smelling bathroom, and out the rear door into an alley that ran between buildings. Up ahead, faintly, as if heard through walls, the sound of clanging metal could be heard. Rennie led Sean from the diner along the alley, trying every door she came to until she found one that wasn't locked. She pulled him inside, frowning at the industrial sounds of metal clanging. Funny, the hallway didn't look like it belonged to a machine shop. It was long and narrow, dimly lit by bare light bulbs that hung from the ceiling on exposed wires. Posters decorated the otherwise bare walls. The first was an advertisement for the musical Cats. The one opposite advertised the 1979 opening night of Sweeney Todd starring Lou Carreyrou and Angela Lansbury. The next two proclaimed the opening of Into the Woods and Fiddler on the Roof. They came to a corner, turned, and ran through a door into a wall of sound. "Oh, crap!" Sean hissed, skidding to a halt beside Rennie. They weren't in a machine shop after all. Instead, they had somehow managed to find themselves backstage of a strange musical play. The stage was decorated with barrels, tools, and other items one might find in a garage or workshop. Two men were center stage, each with metal barrels strapped to their feet, like industrial platform shoes. The metallic pounding came from them. Each man stomped and jumped in time with each other, while four other people scrubbed and pounded out a rhythm with wooden push brooms. Someone had taped a playbill to the wall beside the stage entrance, the image on it showing a group of men and women in mid-performance of the same show they had stumbled into. The top of the bill stated the show was something called Stomp. "What do we do?" Rennie asked. "We can't go back." Sean took a step back from the stage. "Let's see if we can find another way out. There must be a door that leads out to the..." Crash! The hallway door behind them exploded inward, split on a vertical line down the middle by Jason. Their options all gone, Rennie and Sean sprinted out onto the stage, where the performers and audience were just beginning to realize something had gone wrong. "Everybody run!" Rennie screamed as she and Sean exited stage left. The cast glared angrily after them while the crowd stared with mild amusement. No one stood, no one fled. "What is it with these New Yorkers?" Rennie wondered. "They are too dumb to save their own skin." Even the sight of Jason emerging on stage did little to jar them from their indifference. That was until one of the cast members stumbled into Jason's path, and Jason saw red. Here was another person standing between him and what he wanted. This one would pay like all the others. Jason picked the man up and slammed him down onto the stage, hard enough to knock the barrels off the man's feet. The man lifted his hands to ward off continued attack. His eyes grew wide, his mouth opened in a perfect O of horror. Jason brought his booted foot down on the man's face, stomping his head into a pile of meaty goo. Bits of bone and brain matter coated the front two rows in the audience, and this finally woke them up. Well-dressed men and women found their feet and began to push and shove each other in their effort to escape. An elderly man stumbled and fell and was himself stomped to death by his fellow patrons of the arts. Another performer brandished his broom and stepped to meet Jason, shouting, "Hey, freak!" Jason batted the broom away casually and swept up one of his other victims' metal barrels. He swung it in a low arc, uppercutting the would-be hero and sending him flying into the now vacant seats by the stage. "Freeze, asshat!" Jason turned to see three uniformed NYPD officers standing in a line by the door he'd entered from. They were young men, inexperienced and terrified in the face of the all-too-real carnage playing out before them. They'd been on patrol around Times Square when the call from the diner had come in and were the first officers on scene. It was easy to track Jason through buildings and alleyways. All they had to do was follow the trail of corpses, blood, and shattered things. "Drop the barrel and get down on the ground," ordered the officer over the sights of his .38 revolver. "Do it now!" Jason studied him and the other two cops for a second, and then he flung the barrel like a Nolan Ryan fastball. It smashed into the middle cop's chest with amazing force, sending him flying backward through the doorway and into the hallway beyond, his sternum fractured. "Fuck, Frank!" screamed the cop on the right. He would give no more warnings. His hands were steady now that things had come to it. He squeezed the trigger in quick succession, his partner doing the same. Each bullet found its mark, knocking Jason onto his back beside the squashed actor. Click, click. Firing pins fell on spent rounds. The cops were well trained, and their hands began the dance of reloading their weapons on instinct. Clasps were unsnapped, speed loaders pulled from pouches. It was too bad that their efficiency meant nothing. Jason would not give them the chance to get off another round. He grabbed a fallen broom and surged to his feet, thrusting the broom's handle upward as he did so. It didn't matter that the wooden tip was blunted. It smashed into the officer on the right's face, caving in his sinus cavity and puncturing the brain pan. Jason gave the handle a little twirl, stirring the young man's mind until it was so much mush inside his cranium, and then he pulled the dripping instrument free. The cop collapsed to the floor, his body seizing, unaware that it had become a soulless husk. The remaining cop had managed to dump his spent casings and seat fresh rounds in his revolver's cylinder. He'd closed the breech and got no further. Jason came at him low, skewering him through the abdomen with the already bloodied broom and lifting him off his feet. The part of the broom jutting from the cop's back struck the wall and impaled itself in the drywall and wood. Jason let go and took a step back to admire his handiwork. The cop spat blood down onto Jason's hockey mask. Jason didn't mind. He turned and walked after Rennie and Sean, leaving the NYPD officer pinned to the wall like a butterfly pinned to a board. He crossed the now empty stage, listening to the echo of the fleeing audience's distant screams. A door was ajar just ahead. Jason passed through it into a hallway similar to the one on the other side of the building. He spied another open door further along and strode through it out into an alley. He heard panicked voices to his right and looked to see Rennie and Sean standing near a 15-foot-tall brick wall that spanned the width of the alley. They were trapped. Or were they? "Rennie!" Sean shouted, going to his knee in the middle of the dead end. "Help me with this!" She moved to his side, and the two of them managed to pry open a manhole cover. "Stop them, Jason," said Mother. "Don't let them get away." He started forward, but too slow. Rennie had already vanished down the ladder, and Sean was following close behind her. They were gone, leaving the resounding sound of their running footfalls in their wake. Jason reached the open manhole and started down the ladder into the foul-smelling dark. Chapter 21. Manhattan Underground. Rennie and Sean ran down the oval-shaped passage through ankle-deep water that smelled of sewage, and dead, bloated things floated somewhere in the blackness. Beneath that, subdued but still there, was a strange chemical smell that Rennie didn't like. They turned a corner and stepped over a small wall into a dry tunnel lit periodically by single bulbs that dangled from the ceiling by thin cords. "Do you think he's still behind us?" Rennie panted. I don't know," Sean replied. "Just keep going. We have to find another way up." They rounded another bend in the tunnel, and Rennie nearly gagged. The chemical smell, once subtle, was now overt, taking all her attention. She scanned her immediate surroundings and saw a 5-gallon bucket turned on its side against the passage wall. The label printed on the side read, "Hughes Chemical Plant." The metal bucket was badly rusted, and she could see an odd, faintly luminescent green fluid leaking from several places. They pressed on, her fear growing with every step. She was certain she heard the heavy tread of pursuing feet in the tunnel they'd just come from. They had to go faster, had to get away before what happened to the others happened to them. But they were running on empty and could only manage a light, shuffling jog. They made it another 10 yards, and then Rennie screamed as a dark shape jumped out at them from a hidden alcove in the tunnel wall. Rennie raised her hand to ward off the coming blow and then lowered it when she saw that it wasn't Jason standing before her with a wrench in his hand, but a middle-aged sanitation worker. His mustache was silver, his coveralls stained with who knew what foul substances, and he appeared to be as frightened as the two teenagers. He lowered the wrench, clutching at his thin chest as if to slow his racing heart. "Jeezum crow!" cried the man in a thick Bronx accent. "You scared the bejesus out of me. There isn't supposed to be anybody else down here tonight. What the hell do you kids think you're doing? Great, thought Rennie. Another New Yorker. God, please let him help us. Someone chased us down here and we don't know where we are, Sean said. Can you help us get out? I sure can, he said. He stepped back into the alcove to grab his tool belt and cinched it around his waist. It's a miracle you found me. When you did, we don't have a minute to lose. Something in the man's earnest face made Rennie's stomach tie itself into knots. What do you mean? She asked. What's about to happen? Toxic waste, ma'am, he replied. This sewer floods out with the stuff right after midnight on the 13th of every month. He paused to check his watch and grimaced. And that's less than 10 minutes from now. The smell, remembered Rennie, her hand going to her trembling lips. The chemical smell I noticed when we first got down here. Now it makes sense. Oh, Jesus, what if we hadn't run into this man? Come on, said the man, waving them on with the hand still holding on to his wrench. Follow me, quick now. He set off at a fast trot with the two frightened teenagers in tow. They passed more darkened alcoves and dim tunnels that branched off in every direction like the strands of a spider web. In a matter of seconds, Rennie was lost again. She couldn't have found her way back to the manhole they'd come down if her life depended on it. Thank God for this man. A huge blackness burst from a path to their right and latched on to the sanitation worker. Tools fell from his belt to clatter across the floor as he struggled with the nightmarish wraith that had stalked their every step. Sean moved to help and was struck a solid blow on the temple by the worker's wrench. He fell back against the wall, bleeding heavily from a cut on his temple. "Let me go, you bastard!" shouted the man as he hammered blow after blow down on the hockey mask with his wrench. Jason did not relent, did not falter. He yanked the older man into the tunnel he'd burst from and out of Rennie's sight. She stood transfixed for a moment, torn between two priorities. Did she go, try to help the man, or did she go to Sean? "That's mine! Give that back! I'll kill you!" Shadows danced on the tunnel wall, cast by the dim light of an unseen bulb. She saw the old man with his hands outstretched, saw Jason bringing the stolen wrench down again and again, saw the bright red splatter of the sanitation worker's blood strike the sewer wall. There was no helping him now. Rennie turned and went to one knee beside Sean, who stared blankly up at her with half-open eyes. She tried to lift him, but he wasn't helping. He shook his head and motioned feebly with his left hand for her to leave. "No!" she yelled. "No, I won't leave you!" "Run! Run, Rennie!" he mumbled, closing his eyes. She stood and backed away, shaking her head. This wasn't the way that her story was supposed to end. Where was her happy ending? She cried out as Jason stalked from the tunnel toward Sean's limp form. Jason stood over him, lifting the sanitation worker's bloody tool. "Not like this," she thought. "You're an author, right? So write your own ending." She looked around for anything she might be able to use, and her gaze fell on a large D-cell flashlight that had dropped from the worker's tool belt. It would never serve as a weapon, despite its size and weight, not when the wrench had done no good. So not a weapon then, a distraction. Rennie picked it up, clicking the on button, and shined it directly into Jason's face. He paused to look at her, and she realized she could see his one eye shining back at her for the first time. "You never got me in the lake, Jason," she said, her eyes blazing with a newfound fury that eclipsed fear. "You didn't get me on the Lazarus, and you won't get me now, you slimy bastard." The eye narrowed, and for one brief instant she believed it blazed crimson with the hate-filled fires of hell. "That's right," she thought. "Take the bait, leave Sean, and follow me." Jason stepped away from Sean, his pace quicker than any she had seen from him so far. It had worked. He was chasing after her again. Now, what was she supposed to do? A brief image came to her, and a desperate plan began to form in her mind. She spun around and ran off as fast as her tired legs would carry her, hoping that she could retrace her steps and find what it was she was looking for. They always ran from him, always tried to hide, and he always caught them. It would be the same for her, for the girl with the fire for hair, this Rennie. He had chased her across the ocean, across the ripped and torn bodies of her friends, through this city of neon lights and down into this fetid, stinking darkness. She was close, so close he could almost feel his hand wrapped around her throat. He heard her gasping for breath ahead of him, heard her faltering footfalls echoing back to him from the sewer tunnel. She had grown tired while he went on, and on as inevitable as the setting sun. It was almost over for her. There was nobody else coming to rescue her. The boyfriend lay unconscious in the tunnel behind them, and all her other friends were dead by his own hand. "That's right, Jason," his mother spoke in his head. "They all deserve to be punished for what they did to us. She's so close now, just around the next corner. Kill her for Mommy." The passage turned ahead. He moved around the bend with the wrench held high and his free hand outstretched. The fiery girl was there, but she wasn't cowering in fear like he thought she would be. She stood tall, her eyes bright with fury, and she clutched a 5-gallon bucket full of glowing green liquid in her small hands. She threw the bucket's contents into his face, and he felt long, dormant nerve endings sizzle into sluggish life as the toxic water burned his remaining eye and skin. He stumbled against the wall, stricken by more pain than he had felt in many shadowed years. It wasn't supposed to go like this. Mother said so. The Deadites said so. He reached up as the girl sprinted by him back the way they had come. He gripped the hockey mask and wrenched it from his face, felt fresh air cooling his burning, decayed flesh. He turned and shambled after her, heard her voice as she roused her boyfriend. It would not matter. Jason would kill the both of them with his bare hands. "They can't escape, Jason!" his mother hissed in his ear, her voice heavy with unholy glee. "They are within your grasp. Take them and show the boyfriend what his slut girl's insides look like." Jason's rage burned hotter than ever before, so hot that he thought it might consume him whole. The girl had balked him again. It would be the last time. He clenched and unclenched his fingers, the digits stronger than any man's in spite of their ragged condition, in spite of their exposed sinew and bone. He started after her, not noticing the naked light bulb above him begin to swing wildly on its thin cable, not feeling the ground trembling under his feet as if all hell was clawing its way through the concrete towards the world of lights above. His world had condensed down to just himself, Rennie, and the passage between them. His face, Rennie thought, soul sick with revulsion and terror. Oh my God, his face! It was an outrage, an atrocity. He was an abomination. His flesh was decayed, waterlogged, picked clean in places by fish or carrion bird. One eye socket was empty, and the bone shone through, a bit of white in the murky destruction of the rest of his face. One cheek had been ripped open by some past violence, and his teeth peeked through like mossy tombstones rooted in graveyard dirt. He'd yanked the hockey mask free after she doused him in whatever toxic chemical had been inside the barrel, and she'd seen worms squirming out of his nose and forehead as they tried to flee the caustic liquid. This last macabre sight had seemed the worst of all somehow. What brain could remain inside such a creature? How did he keep going when the grave worms must have eaten most of his mind? Rennie felt true madness scratching to get in, and fought it off with the last of her will. Screaming death lay in its strangely provocative embrace. She knew deep down inside that she would simply freeze in place if the madness won over and Jason would take her. No more running, no more fighting, just a quick flash of pain and then the peace of oblivion. A small part of her, the part that was so very tired of all the nightmares and fright, thought that that would be nice. She might finally be able to rest without fear, but that was a small part of her. The largest part of her was a fighter, and she was not ready to throw in the towel. Besides, Sean was just ahead, and he needed her. She caught sight of him laying against the tunnel wall, his eyes half closed, his body intermittently illuminated by the swaying overhead lights. She felt the rumble of something cataclysmic drawing near as she went to her knees beside him. Come on, Sean, you have to get up. Sean groaned as his vision cleared and he tried to stand. He clutched his wounded head, wincing in pain. Crap, that hurts. I know, and I'm sorry, but we are out of time, Rennie said, glancing up at the ever-widening arc of the lights overhead. The sewer is about to flood any second, and Jason is right behind me. Sean squinted up at the swinging lights and then looked behind Rennie. His mouth dropped open in abject horror. Jason was there, his mask removed, now revealed in all his unholy glory. "Rennie, run!" he shouted as he took her hand and stumbled down the tunnel away from their harrier. The tremor under their feet grew in intensity every second that passed, now grown so great that it was hard to keep their balance. Suddenly, a foul-smelling wind buffeted their backs, carrying with it the scent of oncoming caustic chemical death. Both teenagers knew where that wind came from. A rushing flood was coming right at them. They had a minute, maybe less. They had to find a way up. There was an alcove on the left side of the tunnel ahead of them. Sean and Rennie ran harder, spending the last of their energy. There was no reason to hold back now. They were up against the wall, and there would be no later. They either escaped now, or they would spend the rest of eternity amongst the refuse and muck, lost and forgotten beneath Manhattan. They glanced inside and felt their hearts soar. A series of iron rungs were embedded in the wall on the right side of the alcove, forming a ladder that led up to a sewer grate and the world above. "Climb!" Rennie cried, shoving Sean towards the ladder. He went, scrambling up the ladders as quickly as he could with Rennie right behind him. Her foot slipped on the slimy rungs and she would have fallen if Sean hadn't reached down to catch hold of her. The whole world seemed to be shaking, and a deep rumbling roar was screaming up the tunnel outside the alcove. Sean got to the top of the ladder and pressed his shoulders against the grate with all his adrenaline-fueled fear. The grate did not move. It was locked fast. Jason charged around the corner into the alcove and saw them. They clung like leeches to the rusted iron rungs of a ladder embedded into the tunnel wall. The boyfriend was at the top, his face a mask of dread as he pushed frantically at a grate that opened onto the street. The Deadites and Mother howled with demonic glee when they saw that the grate was locked. Rennie held on below him, her eyes wide with abject terror. It was an expression Jason knew better than his own reflection. The teenagers knew the score. There would be no flight through the city. No more dinners with family and friends. No future with each other. Their lives had dwindled down to the last flickers of a guttering flame. They knew they would never leave the filthy chamber while they were alive. Jason reached out and gripped Rennie's ankle, felt the bones inside creak like brittle twigs. Jason prepared to pull. Rennie felt the slimy hand wrap around her ankle and began to pull. She looked down at Jason, at the apotheosis of all creatures and nightmares that slunk through the hidden places of the world. She thought she heard demonic voices crying in wicked triumph inside her head, and then all other noise was blotted out by the rushing flood. The rumble beneath their feet became a tumult. Jason stopped yanking, and all turned to see a solid wave of green water cascading into the alcove from the flooded passage outside. Jason had time for one thought. "Mommy, I'm frightened." The water struck him then, wrenching his hand free of the girl with the fire for hair's leg. He was crushed under the weight and carried away into liquid darkness. He felt his skin begin to burn as the water that wasn't water dissolved the last fibrous vestiges of his clothes. He felt his skin begin to melt and run like tallow, molding his broken body into even more grotesque shapes. He got one last glance of the girl as he was tumbled about. Rennie still clung to the ladder, her pale face turned not towards him, but to where he had been. Her eyes were wide as she stared down at something that he couldn't see. He struck a wall then, and she vanished from sight. He was sucked down a narrow pipe, and then he was falling in a torrent of toxic waste into the open air. He caught a glimpse of the city lights, and then he was plunged into the murky depths of a river and washed away. Rennie screamed as the water struck, and then she and Sean were gagging and coughing on the acrid fumes that came from the foul torrent. She felt Jason lose his grip, saw him borne under. He was back a split second later, only he wasn't the huge decayed zombie, but the 8-year-old specter from her dreams. The boy was pale, dressed in old-fashioned swim trunks, his head misshapen. "Help me!" he cried. The boy Jason held out his hand to her, begging for her help. She saw no malice in him anymore. All that seemed to remain was a terrified child. She reached out to take his hand and cried out when the water took him again. She leaned down as far as she could, her fingertips centimeters from the roiling toxic water. Sean saw what she was doing and pulled her hand back before she could stick it in and burn it. "Rennie, what are you doing? You have to hold on!" "The boy!" she shouted. "I have to save the boy!" "What boy?" Sean asked, his voice tinged with concern. "No one is there." "Of course there—" Rennie trailed off. The water was receding as quickly as it came, and she could already see the floor of the alcove through the 1.5 feet that remained. There was no boy. Had it been another hallucination brought on by her anxiety and fear? That would make perfect sense. She hadn't had her medicine since before their ill-fated voyage began, but something inside said different. A small voice inside said that she had seen the spirit of Jason Voorhees, the ghost of the child he once was, before all the killing and fear. "Rennie, are you okay?" Sean asked. She looked back to him, smiling for what felt like the first time in months. "Yes, I think I am." The night air felt cool on their skin as Rennie and Sean climbed the ladder and up onto the street behind the theater they had run through seemingly a million years before. The bright lights of Times Square illuminated the mouth of the alley, overlaid with the red and blue of NYPD police car bubble lights. They staggered arm in arm out onto the sidewalk and looked around. A small crowd milled about outside the diner up the street and in front of the theater, drawn by the carnage in spite of their hard-bred New York indifference. No one spared the two teenagers a glance. "What do we do now?" Rennie asked. "Should we go tell the police what happened?" Sean paused, considering, and then grinned over at her. "You know, I hear that there's a statue nearby that is 22 stories tall. Why don't we go see it?" Rennie grinned back and kissed his cheek, and then his lips. "I think that's a great idea." They started to walk and stopped when a soft whining sound came from behind them. Sean and Rennie turned and both cried out in joy at the sight of Toby. The border collie was limping on all 4 of his legs, and his black and white coat was sticky with grease, but he was very much alive. "Toby!" Rennie said, running to him and lifting him into her arms. Toby whined again and began to lick her face. "It's not possible. I saw Jason throw you in front of the subway train." "Woof!" was Toby's reply. "Are you sure he isn't a cat?" Sean asked. "He seems to have 9 lives." "Woof!" Toby said again. Rennie shrugged. That was answer enough for her. She nodded up the sidewalk and started walking. Sean followed behind, not seeing the beautiful city around him, but seeing only the beautiful woman in front of him. Jason floated near the bottom of the river, his body alive with burning pain. He felt something bump into his chest, and he caught it and held it up. It was his hockey mask. Its straps had been dissolved to nothingness by the caustic chemicals that had also eaten away his clothes beneath the city. He jammed it into the melted, ravaged flesh of his face and held it until the soft tissue was fused around it, holding it in place with suction. He let himself float down to the riverbed, felt his feet sink into the silt at the bottom. He stood knee-deep in the muck and considered what he should do next. He could try to find the girl and her boyfriend. Mother and the Deadites would lead him to them as they had done before, but who knew how long it would take to find them again in such a huge place as this? What if they got into a car or a boat or plane? He would be left behind. He could do that, or he could just go home. It was tempting. There was something almost nostalgic about the gentle flow of the cold water around him. It made him dream of familiar places. He turned away from the faint hint of light that drifted through the river towards the silent, salty depths of the deep, dark sea. He knew which way to go as surely as a migrating bird knows which way to fly. Something called out to him, and Jason began to walk across the riverbed, and then the ocean floor, and back to his home beyond. Epilogue. 3 Friends. He strode from the lake onto shore, his deformed, scarred body like melted candle wax beneath the full moon. The wind was cold on his exposed flesh, but he didn't mind. He had his mask, and that was enough for Jason. At least it would be until he found fresh clothes. After, he would seek out his old shed in the woods near the Crystal Lake campgrounds. It was already in bad shape the last time he'd been there. He figured that it would be mostly collapsed by now, but that didn't matter. He would set it right. He would make it feel like home again. Something caught his eye. A flicker of orange light through the trees. Anger flared in his chest. There were strangers in his woods. He started forward, passing through the night-dark forest as silent as a phantom. He drew within 20 yards of the firelight's edge and froze, watching and listening. The 3 men were as oblivious as babes in the woods. The first was named Josh. He had long hair and a friendly face. He clinked his beer against his friends, and each drank a toast to each other. The kindness Jason saw there set his teeth on edge. He wanted to smash the face until it could smile no more. The second man was named Alex, the third Sean. They were great friends, brothers really. It was really too bad that Jason had come across them. It was really too bad that he needed their clothes and the machete embedded in a stump by the fire. They might have been there for each other until their dying days. "They will be," cackled the Deadites in Jason's mind. "After all, today is that day." And so it was. Jason strode forward into the light. The end. Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, the fan novelization by Jeremy Terry, and I've got to give it a 10 out of 10. The movie, not so much. One of my least favorite Jason movies, even though I love every Jason movie. This one ranks very low. But this book, we got a deeper dive into the characters, a deeper dive into Jason. It totally connects and ties into Jeremy Terry's novelization of Jason Goes to Hell perfectly. I enjoyed all the extra kills, all the extra explanation. I enjoyed the hell out of the scenes that were cut from the movie, like the boxing ring and the Broadway play and such, that Jeremy was able to put into the book and really add a deeper layer of New York City to the story that made it feel more like Jason Takes Manhattan and not Jason takes a cruise ship to Vancouver and then visits Times Square for 30 seconds. So yeah, a lot of points there for Jeremy on that. The kills were great, all the added ones, like the person getting killed at Stomp by getting their head stomped in. The boxing ring stuff with Julius was amazing. The stuff on the yacht, on the cruise ship was very, very edge of your seat intense with all the new kills and everything. A lot of tension there that was great. I'm so glad that Toby survived. See, when Jason hit Toby to get the dog off of him, he could have hit the dog hard enough to kill it instantly. But I'm telling you, Jason doesn't kill innocent animals or small children. And that's proof of that. I don't even think he would have hit the dog if he hadn't needed to get it off of him at the time. But the dog's okay. It's right there. It's back. Love it. Got some really good notes here. I love the fact that Ken was the name of the guy at the diner. And that was definitely, Jeremy has told me, Ken Kersinger. If you all know how he kind of stole the role of Jason from Kane Hodder for Freddy vs. Jason by lying and saying he played Jason in Jason Takes Manhattan, when in reality, Ken had only done one stunt in the costume, and that was being hit by the car in the movie Jason Takes Manhattan. I do a much bigger breakdown of my thoughts on each chapter if you go back and listen to the individual versions, if you want to hear more of my thoughts and criticisms, which there isn't many criticisms, really. You can go back to the playlist version of the book and listen. There's some uploads that's one chapter, some that's two, some that's three chapters, but they'll be in order, and you can kind of follow my thoughts on the book as it goes. But yeah, the Ken Kersinger stuff was great. I know I'm saying a lot, but there's just so much I want to cover, and I don't want to forget it. I absolutely love the explanation of how Jason was freed, how he got on the cruise ship, and how he got to New York. The fact that he walked on the ocean floor. I've always wondered how he got to New York. I just didn't see him, doing the breaststroke or holding on to their little boat, or he would have killed them. So definitely he would have just walked on the ocean floor. And that's how he got back home, too. He walked on the riverbed, the ocean floor, and got back home the same way he came. And I love the fact that my little cameo in Jeremy's Jason Goes to Hell book, where Jason kills me, Sean, and Alex around a campfire and takes one piece of clothing from each of us, that was the epilogue here, a setup to that. Thanks, Jeremy. It was a lot of fun reading that and being a part of the story, because I love Jason Goes to Hell, I really do. And this book has given me a bigger appreciation for Jason Takes Manhattan. It looks like the next Jeremy Terry book I'll be narrating on the channel here in a few weeks will be Hellraiser 2, a fan novelization of that. And he is working on a Saw fan novelization, as well as the all-original Leprechaun versus Art the Clown. And that one I am really excited, very excited to dive into. And before I forget, I love how he finally explained, she was seeing hallucinations the whole time. And at the end, when she saw little Jason in the sewer, she was again just hallucinating. The real Jason was washed away. And I liked the fact that not only was he washed away, but when he was washed out there, his clothes were burned off, his body was even more mutated. The toxic sludge is what caused his head to become bulbous, like in Jason Goes to Hell. And the reason his mask looks the way it does in Jason Goes to Hell is because of the toxic sludge. Because here in the book, what's left of the mask, he mushes back onto his face until it suctions there and stays. I'm really glad that he threw that in there. The thing I think I really enjoyed the most was the fact that another theory I've always had was that when Rennie was thrown out of the boat as a young girl, the reason she thought young Jason was grabbing her foot and pulling her down is because her uncle had just told her that story about, young Jason Voorhees drowning in the lake and still being in there. But in reality, this movie, Jason Takes Manhattan, takes place like 8 years or something after part 7, 10 years, I don't know, 8 or 10 years. And so when she was a little girl, Jason was down there at the bottom after the events of Friday the 13th, part 7. And the fact that Jeremy took that and made it where when she was a little girl, it was actually grown Jason chained to the bottom of the lake by Tina's dad in part 7 was the one grabbing Rennie's leg and trying to pull her down. And she saw like a flash of that, but her mind was making her see the young boy Jason. I've always had that theory, glad that Jeremy ran with that. I think it makes the most sense. And that would explain why she kept seeing the young boy throughout her life and had to be on medication for it. The hallucinations and everything. But yeah, if you want to hear a deeper dive, like I said, go back and listen to the playlist. I do more critiquing of each particular chapter or discussion, really, kind of like Joe Bob Briggs on Monster Vision and The Last Drive-In type thing. I should start doing like a kill count, for each upload and for the full books or something, talk about each kill, break them down or whatever. But we had a lot in this book. But anyways, yeah, this has been it. Now every single Friday the 13th movie and Jason movie, except for the remake, has a novelization in some form or fashion here on the channel, whether it's the official novelizations or the fan novelizations of the movies that never got official ones. They're all here on the channel now. I'm so excited about that. And I hope you all enjoyed it. Please let me know and Jeremy know what you thought of the book in the comment section below. I'm going to continue working on Nightmares, Final Destination, Destination Zero. Like I said, I'll be doing the Hellraiser 2 novelization. Lots of cool stuff coming up on the channel still, and I hope you'll stick around for that. I'll be finishing Freddy vs. Ash, and I am working on Celestial Slumber 2. It's going to take me a little longer than I thought, so hopefully a spring or early summer release on that. But hang in there, it's going to be a great story, I promise. If you want to support the channel, the best thing you can do is subscribe and spread the word. To spread it across the internet, let people know what this channel offers. Because a lot of people don't realize all these hard-to-find books are right here on this YouTube channel. So yeah, spread the word, let people know. That's the best way to help. Click the like button, drop a comment, click the bell so you always know when new uploads are dropping. And if you want to go the extra mile, there's a whole litany of ways to support the channel in a monetized way. You can check out the Amazon gift wish list link at the top of the description and pinned comment. Or if you want to become a Patreon or channel member, you can do that. We have a merch store. We're on Cameo. You can do one-time tips through PayPal, Cash App, or a super thanks comment on the YouTube videos themselves. You can find my books on Amazon, as well as Jeremy's, James Acosta's, William Pattison. I think Rashad Moore might be putting one up on there pretty soon. I'll have to talk about that. As always, every way to support the channel will be in the pinned comment description below, so just check that out. The only way to keep this channel going and growing for years to come is with your support, so I'd really appreciate it. And big thank you to all the patrons and channel members that you saw listed at the beginning of the video. If you are a channel member or Patreon member right now and your name was not on the list at the beginning of this video, please let me know so I can get that corrected. I was pretty sure I had an updated list of patrons and members, but if there's a mistake, please let me know. We all make mistakes, and I will correct it. Until next time, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying thanks for listening, be excellent to each other, try to stay sane inside insanity, and always remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. We'll see you soon.
Time to wake up, the librarian is back. The librarian is back. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. No more distractions. No more co-host review shows. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. I'm done with those damn review shows. Done with being someone's co-host. I'm just narrating slasher books for the slashaholics. I'm done with those damn review shows. Done with being someone's co-host. I'm just reading slasher books for the slashaholics. And when Jason walks in with his machete, or when you cross paths with Myers or you dream of Freddy, whatever the tale, I'm gonna read it for you, cause I'm the 80s fucking slasher librarian Josh LaRue. Whatever I read, whatever you hear, there's one thing I'll promise year after year: you're gonna get the best of my best, this I promise you, cause I'm back in that fucking bloody slasher groove. Because the librarian is back in the slasher groove. The librarian is back in that slasher groove. That's a promise from Josh LaRue. Slasher books both old and new, written by me and written by you. Yup, now I'm back, I'm back. No more distractions, no more co-host reviews. The librarian is back in that slasher groove, just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. I even wrote my own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready, so I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobooks have crossed 75. Now let's hit 100 and have a fucking good time. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. The librarian is back in that slasher groove. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. Even wrote my own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready, so I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobooks have crossed 75. Now let's hit 100 and have a fucking good time. The librarian is back in the slasher groove, just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. No more distractions. They my own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready, so I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobook